Damn it. How could anyone be so strong? No, it wasn't about strength, it was about speed. He hadn't even seen the attack coming, or had the Shinigami gotten him twice. Whatever had happened, he hadn't seen it coming and he could feel his strength draining away. No, this couldn't be the end. He couldn't die. If he died, who would protect Rukia? He needed Rukia. There was so much more that had to be done. If he couldn't protect Rukia, then what made him think he could protect his family and friends? Rukia was his friend. Wao would have ever thought he would think of the girl who had turned his world upside down as a friend. That is what she was, and he wouldn't let these two take her away. He had to move. He reached his hand out to grab the Shinigami's pant leg. He had to do it. Rukia had kicked him away. No, something was wrong. Don't move, you're going to die. Why not live a little bit longer? Rukia had called this man her brother. No brother should treat their sister like this. He didn't know what kind of strange relationship Shinigami had with family, but that wasn't how someone treated their family. He wouldn't stand for it. Before he could do anything, the strength he had was beginning to fade quicker than before. He had to save Rukia. He couldn't die here. The rain began to pour down. It reminded him of that moment when his mother died. Now he knew that it was a hollow that killed her. No, he couldn't die now. If he died now, he could never get revenge over that hollow that killed his mother. He couldn't protect his friend, and most important, he would open that sadness again for his family. He couldn't die. He needed to move. The blackness was starting to claim him. No, this couldn't be it. He thought he could hear footsteps in the rain puddles around him, but his mind could be playing tricks on him. It was then that the blackness claimed him. The boy would work wonderfully. Byakuya, Kachiki, and Rinji Abarai had performed according to plan as well. With some work, this boy could be a wonderful asset to him in the future. The boy would soon be ready. Captain Aizen, are we taking the boy? He smirked as he looked at Jin. I believe that I told you not to follow me, Jin. We can't have anyone suspecting us. Jin had a tendency to do whatever he wanted. He knew it, yet he kept the boy close regardless. As for what we are going to do with the boy, we will take him before Kisuke Urahara can find him. Grab the boy, Jin. Jin took the boy into his arms without hesitating. The moment the boy's body moved, his hand let go of the hilt of his Zanpakuto. He picked up the broken Zanpakuto. The first step was for the boy to learn the name of that massive Zanpakuto of his. He tucked the blade the best he could under his Haori. He slid Kyoka Suigetsu out of her sheath and plunged her into midair to open the Senkaman. He didn't have to say the word open like other Shinigami would. The gateway simply opened for him. He slid his own Zanpakuto within her sheath before he went into the gates. Jin quickly followed behind him. The gates disappeared before Kisuke Urahara appeared. Where are you going to take the boy, Captain Aizen? You know exactly where we are heading, Jin. Until the boy is ready, I can't just let him roam through the Soul Society. The plan remains the same. Normally the Dong-ai was monitored, but he made sure that it wouldn't detected his or Jin's presence. All was going according to plan. He couldn't feel pain. Shit, was he dead? Didn't pain go away when you died? He couldn't have died. He opened his eyes. No, he wasn't dead. He couldn't be dead. He looked around the rather plain room. This wasn't his house. He noticed a figure dressed in black and white facing away from him. Good, you're awake. The voice was smooth, but something was off about the voice. Where am I? His voice didn't sound stable to his ears. His body actually felt like no. What exactly had happened? You must have a lot of questions, and all of them will be answered in time. Why was the person not turning around? Why not answer me where I am and who you are? He truly got a better look at the figure's back. A 5 was scrolled on the back of the Haori. A Shinigami, just like the man who had almost killed him. My name is Sosuke Aizen. All you need to know is you're safe. The figure was approaching towards him now. He could clearly see the man's face. He looked fairly normal, brown hair with brown eyes and a set of glasses. He saw a flash of something as the man held something. Noah Zanpakuto within his hands. Can you at least tell me where you took me? You're a Shinigami, and you seem to be wearing. Don't hurt yourself trying to think. I suppose I should tell you where we are, if you promise not to do anything stupid. He had to nod. He had to trust the man in front of him. After all, he was at this man's mercy. We are in a place called the Soul Society. No, it couldn't be. He could go find Rukia. He did his best to get up from the floor, but the man was close to him before he could blink. How was he so fast? Ichigo, you aren't ready to leave this place yet. It is in your best interest to stay put and learn what I can teach you. Why should I? Well, I did save you from dying. I healed you. I could have let you die. Well, you would have probably ended up here regardless. Huh? Wait a minute, how did you know my name? Not important. You are a human with Shinigami powers. Therefore, if you would have died, you just would have woke up in the Soul Society regardless. I could have saved a trip to the world of the living, but why have you transitioned? Captain Aizen, remember use smaller words for the boy. Jin, is everything in place? Are you doing this now? Soon within the next days, we will take turns training the boy. Who said I wanted to be trained by either of you? They were talking like he wasn't even there, and it was starting to piss him off. What was in place anyways? Did you want to save your friend? I can help you if you willingly want to learn from us. Just give us a few days. Didn't the man do something too? He didn't know if that had been his imagination or not. He did serve your soul chain, and your spiritual pressure is all but gone. But that was Rukia Kachiki's power and not your own. It wasn't his own. What did that mean? By the look on your face, that would make me assume that you were confused. Very well, allow me to explain this for you. You met Rukia Kachiki, and she committed a forbidden crime by transferring her own power to you. It was only meant to be temporary, but you took most of her power. This power awakened your own power. That is all you need to know. I can teach you to tap into your own power rather than the borrowed power that you lost. You can? Wait, how can I have my own power? That you will learn in time. We start as soon as possible. Jinyu will take the second shift. What shall I tell Kaname? Tell Kaname to just keep doing what he is. Ichigo, do you vow to do everything I or Jin tell you to do? If you can promise me that you will help me save Rukia. Of course. The man smiled at him. He nodded. Fine, I promise to do what you want of me. How long will this take? Don't we need to work quickly? Give us a week. Rukia won't be executed before a certain period of time. You have plenty of time. Now get up and go towards the room on your right. Thank you, I guess, for helping me. No problem at all, Ichigo. Once you're in the room, take a series of 5 deep breaths and channel yourself. I will be there shortly. He had no choice but to go and do as the man wanted of him. He went the opposite way as the way he told the boy to go. Captain Aizen, are you really sure? Jin was questioning his plan. Jin, everything is going according to plan. Don't worry, this will only help us to get our goal. You see, everyone in the Soul Society already believes that this boy is against them. We give him the steps on how to get the Hogyoku out of Rukia, and then he does the deed. Now go before people think something. What about you, Captain Aizen? I will train the boy, and then we will switch out. It will be just like before. Now leave. Jin turned to leave, and he turned to go towards the room he had sent the boy. He had just finished taking the last series of breaths when he heard footsteps coming his way. Aizen had entered the room. He couldn't shake it that something was wrong with the male that was so happy to help him. Why was he helping him? Then again, why had Rukia helped him what seemed like so long ago? If this man could help him so he could save Rukia, then he would do anything that the man wanted of him. Good, you have centered yourself. The next step is to gain your powers back. There is 2 ways to do this. I'll allow you to choose which way you would like to go. There were 2 ways. One way is the way I have already mentioned. You can die and you will be granted the powers that was always yours. That way means you would be a full Shinigami rather than a substitute. The other way is a more painful route. More painful than dying. This man had to be joking. He had said he could die with a straight face. Maybe he wasn't sane after all. Death isn't that painful. It is all in how you die. The second way allows you to stay human, though it will take a little more hardship on your side. I kick you out of your body and you become a soul. At the point you're at, you will be a plus and will have to gain your powers back before you transform into a hollow. So, if I fail that one, I become a hollow, and that means you would kill me. Correct, though I doubt you would fail. So why don't we do that second way? Had he chosen wrong? The look on the man's face seemed to say he had. Very well. Stand still. The man hit him with something before he could blink, and he was being separated from his body. Follow me. Why exactly was this man helping him? Well, why had Rukia helped him in the end? He may as well do as the man wanted of him. He had no other choice. The man was leading him through a maze of hallways before he stopped on the edge of a pit. What was this room? It smelled oddly of death. What now? You survive and make your way back to the top. You have 2 days, give or take. What? The man pushed him down into the hole without any other explanation. How was this helping him? He really didn't understand. This wasn't helping him at all. While he had to survive, he needed to save Rukia. That would be how he survived. He just wished the man would have gave him a way of how to survive this. He couldn't help but let out a scream of pain. Something felt like it was tugging on his heart. One day had already passed, and he was beginning to get hungry, and the little mouths attached to the chain on his chest were getting much shorter. No, he had to focus on the goal. He had to get out of here alive. You better hurry. You only have until the end of today before you lose. Captain Aizen thinks a lot about you. Better not let him down. The other man, Jin, was yelling from the top of the pit down at him. So Aizen thought a lot about him. Was that why he was helping him? Which reminded him, where did the other man go when he disappeared? He knew he was in the Soul Society, but where was this building at? Had no one even gone looking for him? Did no one care about him? He let out another scream of pain as the little mouths got closer to his heart. Fight, kid, don't let us down. Where did he go anyways? He had to know. He didn't know why, but he had to know. Don't worry about Captain Aizen. You should worry more about yourself. Right? He couldn't let this beat him. He had to continue to get up. He took a jump and ended up falling back down into the hole again. This is what had happened all yesterday. He wasn't getting any closer to his goal. The chains had been moving one link at a time, but now they were starting to get faster and closer to his heart. His time was running out. He could feel it. The mouths continued to chomp at the chain. He took another panicked leap to get out of the pit. He didn't want to become a hollow. He fell down again, and he took another look at the chain. Only one link was left. You better hurry up, kid. I'd rather not have to kill you. So Jin was not helping him. He had his mouth open to say something when the pain hit. He let out a howl of pain. The chain was yanking at his heart. No, this couldn't be it. He couldn't become a hollow. He had to fight through this. He could hear the sliding of steel. No, it couldn't end here. If he became a hollow, he was giving up. He couldn't give up. He had to fight. He gave one final jump as the mask began to form. If he could fight it, if he could just get out of this hole, he could stop this. Come on. Captain Aizen. He could hear the rather distant sound of Jin's voice. He leaped towards it, because with the mask forming, he could hardly see. He clawed at the edge of the pit. He was up. He could hear the steel. Was this the end? No, it couldn't be. He was on solid ground and not in the pit. It was too late. He felt the steel on his arm. No. He let out a cry of pain. He had to fight this. That was when he felt the heat around his body. Darkness was beginning to take him. No, goddamn it. He wasn't going to lose. He pushed forward. Center yourself. He could barely hear Aizen's calm voice from the sound of his own screaming. He kept trying to fight, but he tried to center himself like Aizen was instructing him to do. That was when he felt the pain again in his body before finally it faded. Was it over? He looked down. His vision was clear again. He could see the black fabric that clad his body. He was back, but how? Had centering himself really helped him complete it? He collapsed onto the ground. His body, although the pain had faded, felt like mush. First step complete. Jin, I'll take it from here. Where were you? He could see Jin nod and turn to leave. It doesn't matter. All that matters is that you accessed your own power. How do you feel? Confused. What the hell just happened? Ichigo, you were fighting against the time. The more spiritual pressure a soul has, the sooner it becomes a hollow. That is why you had only a limited amount of time. You lost your center at one point and weren't able to transition in time before the holification could begin. I applaud you for fighting the transformation, though. What is the next step? He had to calm down. The man only was trying to help him. The next step is for you to rest for a little bit. The next step is training you how to control your power better. So Suke, how do you know so much about me? It felt weird to call this man by his first name, but he did so anyway. It was just what happened. The man did not scowl him, he just smiled. That is simple, Ichigo, but you will find out all in time. Can you stand? He stood up. His legs wobbled a little, but he was standing. Good, now follow me. If you won't tell me that now, could you tell me just where we are? Unimportant. All you need to know is you're safe. Plus, it wouldn't matter where we are, as you are not familiar with the Soul Society. Where do you go when you leave me? The man sighed, but he never allowed the calmness to leave his face. I go to do my duty as a captain. I am helping you without anyone knowing what I am doing. Just leave it at that. So was that other man, the one that came to get Rukia, a captain as well? Yes. His name was Byakuya Kachiki, captain of Squad 6. The other man was Rinji Abarai. He is Byakuya's lieutenant. I am captain of Squad 5 if you must know. Now continue to follow me. At least Aizen was beginning to tell him more about things. He was soon lead into another room that was set up like a meeting chamber. 2 cups of steaming liquid and 2 plates were set up. Have a seat, Ichigo Kurosaki. Aizen slid in one of the seat, leaving him to mimic the man's movements. The man picked up the glass and took a sip of it. From the look of it, this was a cup of green tea. He picked up the cup and took a small sip. It was actually a fairly good cup of tea. Sosuke, what can you tell me about Rukia? She will be executed soon, but you can save her. Just follow my instructions to a point and you can save her. I'll do whatever you want me to do if it will allow me to save Rukia. Also, will I ever get to leave this place? In due time, Ichigo. Just be patient. We can't let anyone know that you lived before the time is right. You are actually fairly popular after you took down a Minos Grande all by yourself. So, is that how you know my name? Why are you so interested in that? Curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, Ichigo. I promise you that you will learn everything soon, but just have patience until then. Tell me, did Rukia ever try to teach you Kido? No. Was she meant to? No. But I am going to teach you Kido after you recover a little more. Though first thing is first, you need to be able to sense your Zanpakuto and ask its name. I'm ready whenever you are. Eat something first, Ichigo. You will need your strength. I may just add 3 days to your training. 3 days, but you said a week before. You will benefit from what you can learn in those 3 days. You have plenty of time to save Rukia though. This new thing will actually help you save her quicker. Fine. He had no choice but to learn everything that this man had to offer him. He took a bite of one of the rice balls on his plate. It wasn't half bad actually. He still couldn't shake the bad feeling he got when he was around the man. The man was helping him. Maybe it was just this place. The Soul Society had been responsible for taking Rukia away. That was surely it. Aizen nor Jin were bad, it was the rest of the Soul Society. He knew deep down that not everyone in the Soul Society was bad, but after what had happened with Byakuya and Rinji, he didn't know anymore. He finished eating the rice balls on his plate before trying to finish the rest of the green tea. Aizen was watching him. What? Just you, Ichigo? You are simply interesting. He couldn't stop the confusion from leaking onto his face. A soft, airy chuckle filled the room. The man was laughing at him. It isn't a bad thing, Ichigo. I admire your thirst for knowledge. You actually remind me a lot of myself at one point in my life. Really? Is there any way you could tell me a little more about you? Or is that in all due time? In all due time, Ichigo. Though we are getting to that point. If you believe you are ready, I suppose we should begin. Take a seat on the floor, please. Okay. He didn't understand what Aizen was doing. The man was simply watching him from a seat as he sipped at his own cup of tea. He decided that sitting cross-legged would be the best. Like this. Perfect. Now place your Zanpakuto on your lap. Could you show me? I sometimes learn better if I see it myself. He had to see just how far he could get Aizen to open up. Aizen sighed and placed the teacup on the table before going to sit in front of him. He had withdrawn his own Zanpakuto from the sheath at his side and laid the blade onto his lap. This is my Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. To learn your Zanpakuto name, you must take this stance and look within yourself. Simply then ask once you see your Zanpakuto spirit, you will know when you find them. To look within yourself, simply close your eyes and center yourself. The rest will come to you. Well, he had to try it. If he didn't, he may never be able to save Rukia. He positioned his Zanpakuto like Aizen had his and closed his eyes, trying to center himself the best he could. He took a series of deep breaths before finally he felt himself being dragged under. It didn't feel threatening, so he didn't try to fight the feeling. He opened his eyes to find himself sitting on a skyscraper instead of in the room with Aizen. That was odd. He looked up, he noticed that there was a man watching him. This had to be the spirit of his Zanpakuto. The presence felt familiar. He stood up. Ichigo. The voice was deep, yet he wasn't afraid. This was his Zanpakuto. He had no reason to be afraid. So what is your name? He didn't know if he was supposed to ask or just look within himself as Aizen had told him to do. Look within yourself to find that out, Ichigo. Greatmore looking into himself. He sighed and closed his eyes. He searched for any name that fit this being. That was when he thought he found the name. Zangetsu. Correct, Ichigo. That is my name. Though my name is nothing if you don't know how to properly use me. Can you properly use me, Ichigo? Brute strength is nothing without a plan to go behind it. He was being thrown out of the world. He let out a cough as he opened his eyes to see Aizen looking at him curiously. Well, I found my Zanpakuto name. His name is Zangetsu. Wonderful, we can move to the next step in our training. He had to wonder just how many steps this man had to this training. Jin, wonderful, you made it just in time. What did he make in time for? He couldn't help but ask. Watch careful, Ichigo. The man was in front of Jin in no time at all. His sword was out of its sheath, and he was going for Jin. Jin quickly blocked Aizen's attack. You see, before you are done training, you will be able to see my movements. Your final test will be to fight one of us. Captain Aizen, are you trying to sentence the boy to death? Not at all. Whoever said either of us would be fighting at full strength? I'll fight you both at full strength if it means I can rescue Rukia. Just tell me what I have to do. Jin, go ahead. Of course, Captain Aizen. What was going to happen? Before he could even figure it out, the man with silver hair had lunged towards him, Zanpakuto ready. Shit, they had to be kidding. No, he had to take this seriously. He drew his Zanpakuto as quick as possible. He barely got it out in time to block the man's attack. He was being pushed backwards. He dug his heels into the ground before he could be pushed back anymore. Zangetsu had told him that brute strength wouldn't work alone in the end. That is what Renji had also said. He needed to figure out how to control his pressure. Even one had said that. What had Aizen been telling him this whole time? Right? He needed to center himself. He took in a few deep breaths while trying to keep a strong defense. He would show both of them that he could learn quickly. He had to remain calm. He also needed to relay on teamwork. Zangetsu, help. Look within yourself, Ichigo. Find my power and use it. What did that mean? He might as well try to figure it out rather than asking. He took in a breath and looked within himself, and finally he found Zangetsu power. He swung his hands back while trying to keep his being centered. To his amazement, a blue light went flying forward towards Jin. Bakuto number 81 Danku. He could barely hear Aizen's voice over the burst of power. The blue light was fading from the room along with a slivery shield in front of Jin and Aizen. Impressive. I suppose we should focus more on Kido. Your Zanpakuto can teach you the rest. What you just used, was that Kido? Yes, it was. It is a higher level Kido, a little too advanced to begin with. We will work our way up from low level ones. We should probably move from this room, however. Tomorrow will be a long day after all. What was that meant to mean? He couldn't question the man. He knew the man wouldn't answer him even if he voiced it. Ichi, how is your energy doing? Why was Jin asking him that? I'm fine. I could handle more. I say let's start this Kido practice. The quicker I can get this master, the quicker I can save Rukia. Perfect, if you could follow me, Ichigo. He eagerly followed Aizen as he moved to a different room. As they moved, he swore that the smell of death was getting stronger. He tried to ignore it, however. Ichigo, don't forget to center yourself. He was getting sick of Aizen saying to center himself. He was trying, but the Kido spells weren't doing well even though he was saying the incantations correctly. He didn't understand how Shinigami could remember over 90 of these incantations. He did okay in class, but only because he studied. This was just a little too over the top for him. With subjects in school, if you studied, you could get good grade. There weren't this many things you had to remember at once, even during finals. Ichigo, focus, you'll get it. He sighed and sat down on the ground. He was getting tired of this. Can I try something more advanced? That could be the issue. Like, what do you want to do, Ichi? Why did Jin keep calling him Ichi? He wasn't in the position to say anything about the name, though. Something not so basic. I know that the basic stuff is needed, but couldn't I try something different? I don't see why not. Perhaps that could be the reason why you are failing. We will skip the low-level Kidos and start at 30. Still lower compared to the one I used, but it is higher than what you were trying. Now repeat after me. Ye Lord, mask of blood and flesh, all creation, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges, march on to the south. Hado number 31 Shikao. He sighed. All of the incantations had been learned like this. First the incantation was said, and then the motions were taught. He was pretty sure Rukia had used this Kido before, he just wasn't sure. He wouldn't know unless he stood up and did it. He forced himself to stand up and decided to repeat after Aizen. Aizen nodded. Good now. This attack fires a red orb that will explode on contact with any contact. Here is the motion that most people must use in order to use this Kido. He watched Aizen's hands as they drew in the air. This was hard for him. He couldn't remember all of these. Now you try. Aim it at me. He remembered to take a deep breath before he spoke the incantation. He saw the small pale beam of light leave his hand, but he had a feeling this wasn't what it was meant to look like. Again, he took in another deep breath. What if he did it without the incantation and hand movements? Aizen would be mad at him, but it was worth a try. Hado number 31 Shikaho. He made sure to position his hands to aim at Aizen, and this time the light was much brighter and shot from his hand. Aizen waved the attack away. No incantation or hand movements, yet more powerful than a Shikaho with an incantation. Impressive. He wasn't mad. That was a relief. Captain Aizen, why don't you give the boy a break? Ichigo, you may take a break. Finally a break. He collapsed back to the floor. Tonight and tomorrow you shall take the book on the table and read over it. Then I shall test you. You have to be kidding. He looked at the book. It was massive. There is no way no normal person could master all of those Kidos within that amount of time. That is impossible. Yes, a normal Shinigami does not master that within that time. You are correct. However, you are not a normal Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki. I will stay here in case you have any question. Take your break, but that is your assignment instead of this training. You surely don't expect me to learn all of this book by that time. Is that unrealistic? How about half of the book? He groaned as he leaned back on the cool ground. Aizen was trying to kill him. Are you trying to kill the boy, Captain Aizen? Jin saw how unrealistic it was. The man was a little creepy, but he was getting used to the man. Kido was wasted on you, Jin, but Ichigo has plenty of potential. Great, they were talking like he wasn't in the room again. You really think I can do this? Of course, Ichigo. Aizen gave him a smile. Fine, but I have a request if I am able to pass all of your tests. Go ahead. Well, this was it. It had just been a spur-of-the-moment choice to let his mouth speak before his mind thought if it was a good idea or not. He had no idea Aizen would actually hear him out, though. If I can do that, you have to actually answer my questions. Of course, if you can pass all of my tests. You better get studying if you wish to do that. The test will be a surprise, but will happen tomorrow. When you are able to pass your Kido test, the next step in your training is to be done by your Zanpakuto and not me. The final stage is a battle better one of us. I want to fight you. I have fought Jin, but not you. I want to see how well I can keep you with you. Of course, though you might think against the idea by the time you are faced with it. No, I don't back down from anything. Shit, what had he gotten himself into? He swore he could see the man smirking. Jin left them alone, and he began to try to study the book that Aizen had brought of the Kido. I was watching him the whole time. Kasuke was trying to defend himself. He couldn't have just got up and walked away. Yoruchi, I only let him face those two to prove a point. I didn't think he would actually go missing. Kasuke, it is more important that we find him. Mr. Urahara, have you found Ichigo yet? Orihime had gotten herself involved in the search for Ichigo. Upon hearing he was missing, Yuryu was concerned. He could tell that the boy cared even if he tried to hide it. Chad, although he didn't talk much, was also involved in the search. Ichigo's friends, maybe they could be of some use. No word yet, but I am working on it. So maybe it was half a lie, but surely he could figure out a lead on where Ichigo might have gone. The boy didn't die. He would have felt it. He couldn't have gone to the Soul Society. Unless he had help. He could have sworn that a Senkaman had opened after Rukia, Byakuya, and Rinji had left, which meant that there was another Shinigami involved in this, though how? None of it added up. Ichigo, where are you? Orihime, that isn't going to bring him back. I know that, Yuryu, but perhaps it might help. It isn't like Ichigo to just leave, Chad said. So the male could speak more than one word. He was beginning to have his doubts. What he may or may not have done before might not mean anything anymore. Kasuke, if Ichigo was taken by someone else, that could mean terrible things. Surely he didn't go try to save Rukia by himself. Orihime may have a point. If he did, he is stupid. Someone needs to go beat some sense into him. This had escalated quickly. He had to try to get everything under control. If that is the case, then I have a way to get you into the Soul Society. I can have it running by tomorrow. So this meant he was going to be sending the children into the Soul Society. It may be needed if it was true that Ichigo was acting on his own to try to save Rukia. The incantations were so boring. He must have passed out at some point because he could barely make out the light of a sun passing through one of the windows. He had been taken to a living quarters at some point to study. He pushed the book to the side. How did anyone learn any of this? He flipped past the pages, deciding to skim the pages rather than to try reading every page. He flipped towards the highest level Kidos that Shinigami could learn and actually read the incantations. Aizen would most likely test him on the highest and the lowest. Hopefully he would be able to do it. He would love to know more about the man. No, he was only doing this so he could rescue Rukia. He needed to complete this quicklib so he could go save Rukia. He had to pass this. The sooner he passed the test, the sooner he could save Rukia. That was when the scream entered his ears. What was that? What happened? He leaped off of the bed and rushed down the hallway towards where he assumed was the exit. He had his Zanpakuto ready. What is the hurry, Ichigo? Oh, Sosuke, it is just I heard a scream, and I was going to go see if I could go help. It is all under control, Ichigo. I promise. It is nothing to concern yourself with. I still want to make sure. Please, Sosuke, allow me to do that. I can't just stay in here. What if someone is in trouble? That is when Aizen fired the Kido at him, with no incantation or name. Was this all part of the test? Surely that was it. He couldn't fail this. He had to remember the Bakudo to guard himself. So maybe he did better under pressure. Excellent Bakudo, Ichigo. The test was simple. Aizen would either fire a Kido at him, and he had to block, or he would call out a Kido spell in which he had to perform the Kido. It was actually very easy until it got to the higher level Kidos. Last question, Ichigo. You are faced with an opponent that could outpower you in physical strength. What would be the best Kido in this situation? Could you describe the opponent to me? That might change the Kido that would be used. Aizen nodded. They are not only stronger than you in overall physical strength and could prove to be a challenge for you. They haven't come in contact with you yet they are at a middle range. What Kido would be the best to use? Shit, was there one that was better than the other? Could he perform it? Is this just an answer question, or do I need to perform it? Please perform the Kido on me, Ichigo. He gulped. What if he chose wrong? What would Aizen do to him? Well, this was it. He had to give his answer as quick as possible. Heido number 90 Kuro Hitsuji. He spoke the Kido name, and before he knew it, the blackish-purple coffin began to form around Aizen. If this was wrong, he was in trouble. The coffin didn't close, instead it exploded. Aizen had some minor cuts. He could notice it, but overall the attack hadn't done any real damage. I couldn't have done a better Kido myself for that situation. That was the correct answer, Ichigo. You pass with flying color. He passed. He didn't know how, but somehow he had. So Kido was exciting to perform once you got a hang of it. It beat other tests. The stakes were higher than normal school, though. He couldn't help but smile at the man. According to our wager, you owe me the answers to my questions. First one being, how do you know my name? Your father used to be a captain. I'm sure I am one of the only ones that are aware of who you are. Aizen knew his father? My father used to be a captain? I didn't think he could be a Shinigami. That could explain why you have such high spiritual pressure. Other questions can wait. Why don't you go take a break? Maybe try to contact Zangetsu. Right, he should probably do that. He gave a small nod before going towards his room. He stopped. Sosuke, what was that scream? Was it part of the test? It was Ichigo. Now if you need me, you should be able to find me. The next task we will work at is how well you can detect spiritual pressure as well as controlling your own outtake. Go rest first. All right. He continued to his room. He still couldn't believe his father was a captain. What if he could save Rukia by using that to his advantage? No, surely Aizen wouldn't allow him to do that. So he must find his own way to get Rukia back. What could Zangetsu teach him anyways? He climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged with his newly formed Zanpakuto on his lap, like Aizen had taught him. He centered himself, and before he knew it, Zangetsu was in front of him again. Ichigo, you are improving greatly, though be careful. Zangetsu, I want to learn more. I want to learn what you can teach me. Are you sure? Of course I am. If I wasn't, I wouldn't come to you asking to learn. Sosuke said I could learn something only from you. It won't be easy for you. I can teach you Bankai. Bankai? Was that what Aizen wanted him to learn? I want to learn Bankai. Please teach me. To master Bankai, you must first be able to beat me in a fight. The battleground is this place. The Zanpakuto spirit gestured around them at the skyscraper. I'll master Bankai. I know I can Zangetsu. If you say so, Ichigo, but I won't go easy on you. I didn't plan on you going easy on me. He panted as he jumped back to avoid an attack. The training to master Bankai was simple, he just had to defeat Zangetsu. The only problem was he could only do that if he could find the right Zangetsu in a sea of a million different Zangetsu. He had chosen wrong a few times. How was he going to be able to do this? He was not disturbed at all. Perhaps Aizen knew what was going on. That was probably what was going on. The man seemed to know everything else. He wouldn't put it past him to know that he was training for Bankai now. Maybe this was what the man wanted. Well, if he could save Rukia, he would do anything. It was after all his fault that she was going to be executed in the first place. No, he couldn't get distracted. He had to keep his mind on the fight and not on Rukia. Why was he even thinking about Rukia at a time like this? It was his fault that she was in this mess, and he had to save her. But why was he so determined? Rukia was his friend, that was why. He grabbed another version of Zangetsu. Perhaps this was the one. Damn it, another fake. How many more before he found the real one? He tried to center himself as he jumped to avoid an attack from Zangetsu. Perhaps if he centered himself, he could find the real Zangetsu in this sea of blades. He had to sense where the real Zangetsu was while dodging attacks. That was the only way he could find the real one. He pulled the closest one out of the ground. He knew it was a fake, but he needed something to block with. He didn't dare try to use Kido. He had to do this without the use of it. Something told him that was another test. He ran towards another part of the world. At some point during the battle, the skyscraper had changed to a dirt landscape. He didn't know which landscape was worst. He rolled to get a version of Zangetsu, raising it to block. This had to be the real one, he could feel it. He had no clue how many days it had been, but he was at his limit and he knew it. He needed to complete this before it was too late. The blade didn't shatter like the others, that meant this had to be the real Zangetsu. The odds had just gotten better. He changed from defending to attacking his Zanpakuto spirit. He would succeed at this like he had with the Kido test. He had to in order to save Rukia. He didn't know if he was going to be able to defeat Zangetsu when finally it happened. You have beaten me, Ichigo. I shall teach you the secret of Bankai. So this was Bankai. Surely he would be able to save Rukia now. The final step, didn't he have to fight Aizen now? He hoped that he could rest between this fight and the other fight. No, what if Rukia didn't have any time left? There was no time to rest. He had to keep going. He was plunged back into the outer world. Sosuke, he went running through the hallways of the building, trying to find Aizen. Did you complete your training, Ichigo? The man didn't even look up from the book he was reading. Yes. Any news about Rukia? His voice was panicked. Actually, yes. You can stop the execution if you do as I say. I am going to teach you one last Kido, and then you are free to go. The man quickly told him of a Kido and how to use it. He quickly took it to memory. Normally, he sucked at remembering things like this, but Kido came easier than normal things to him, well after he got a hang of it. Where is Rukia? You see that hill? Aizen had directed him to the window of the building and directed his attention to a hill. That is Sokayaka Hill, that is where Rukia is being taken now. She will be executed if you don't hurry. He didn't have time to lose. He didn't wait for Aizen to continue to talk. He knew what he had to do. He needed to save Rukia. He took off as fast as he could, run out of the building and towards the hill. He would stop the execution. He had to. He just hoped he made it in time. No, he would make it in time. Everything was going according to plan. Ichigo would do his dirty work for him. The boy would do anything for him now. The best part was he was very willingly to learn all he could in hopes that he could save Rukia. The Kido he had taught him would simply take the Hogyoku out of Rukia Kachiki. He had originally planned on the execution doing the deed, but Ichigo was so willingly to save the girl. The boy was so easy to control even without being exposed to Kyoka Suigetsu's Shirkai. The boy was so simple to manipulate, maybe even easier than Momo. There is someone here who would like to see you. He could hear Jin's voice as it echoed around the chambers of the Central 46. Wonderful, that meant Jin had led Momo here. Things were moving along perfectly. Someone who wants to see me? Momo sounded confused. Oh, she was so easy to manipulate as well. But manipulating Momo gave him a certain joy then when he did the same thing to Ichigo. He stepped into the opening so Momo could see him. Her face lit up with hope. Is that really you, Captain Aizen? Of course, Momo. It is really me. I am sorry that I scared you. Momo was way too close, but it was according to plan. She was a pawn he no longer needed. He had Ichigo. Ichigo was so much stronger than Momo. Killing her was the only thing left to do here. He plunged Kyoka Suigetsu into the girl. When it came down to it, he missed the mark. He didn't care for anyone. They were all pawns to him. Maybe Ichigo was something more than a pawn. The boy reminded him a lot of himself. He could never kill the boy. The boy was useful. Momo looked surprised. He pulled the sword out. If she survived, he would be surprised. He didn't stab anything that vital, but more than likely the girl would just bleed out. If she lived, she may be of use to him in the long run, but if she died, it wasn't that much of a loss. Momo was just a pawn in this plan, nothing more. He could sense someone else coming. A wonderful Toshiro Hitsugaya was on his way to this wonderful trap. His plan was going along perfectly. He leaped onto the beam. He only had one chance at this. He needed to stop it before it could get to Rukia. He raised his hands like he had done in his battle with Jin and let go a wave of energy. A Getsuga Tensho. That is what it was. He knew it now. The beam broke in half. The device was stopped in midair. It was going to explode. He could feel it. He cut the bonds on Rukia and scooped her in his arms and jumped. Just in time, the moment he moved out of the way, the explosion happened. Ichigo. He could tell that there was confusion in Rukia's voice, but there was also relief. That was when she punched him in his arm. What was that for? I just saved you. I didn't ask you to save me. I told you not to come here anyways. Would thanking me kill you? Right, hold on. Ichigo, where are you taking me? He had to do it. Aizen had said it would save Rukia. Something was inside of her, and they could activate it at any time, even after he had gotten her off of that. He made sure to get out of sight of everyone, taking Rukia to safety. He muttered the incantation under his breath the best he could. It was more just thinking of what Aizen instructed him to do. He watched as the cover went over his hand. This was it. He plunged his hand into Rukia's chest. He heard a brief gasp. Ichigo. Rukia's voice was weak. Hold on, Rukia. I just need to get this out, and you will be safe. He felt the ball-shaped object and grabbed onto it. He pulled his hand out only to hear Rukia groan again. She went limp in his arm. No? She is perfectly fine, Ichigo. Now hand that over to me. Aizen was there. He looked at the orb. It didn't look that special. It was fairly dull at first, but it began to glow. He tossed the orb to Aizen and kept a hold of Rukia. It is all thanks to you that she is safe and sound. Why don't you sit back and take a break when I handle the rest of them? They are your enemies. They are the ones who did this to poor Rukia. Sosuke, what do you mean you'll handle the rest of them? What will you do? It is unimportant. You'll join me in the end, correct? Join you? Of course you are the one who saved me. Though I don't understand, what am I joining you with? You asked too many questions. Jin was there too. What was going on? It's you. You can't just leave well enough alone. He knew that voice. Rinji. He stood up after laying Rukia on the ground. He drew his Zanpakuto. If it is a fight you want, why not come at me? Or are you afraid, Rinji? I'm not afraid of you. You're just a human. I don't know how you got power back, but you'll pay for what you did. Roar Zabamaru. I believe you will be the one who will pay. I've come a long way since we last fought. He sent a Getsuga Tensho at Rinji before the man could attack him. He made sure not to hit Rukia in his attack. She was the only one he couldn't injure. Rinji, step aside. So, Byakuya, I see you even came to watch your sister be murdered. An older brother is supposed to protect their siblings, not stand and watch. Captain Kachiki, I can handle him. I told you to step aside. I'll handle him. So you think you can come in and tell us how things are wrong? You talk mighty big, but can you back up that talk? I'll defeat you. He had to use it before Byakuya could do anything. He held out his Zanpakuto at Byakuya. Bankai. That is impossible. He could hear the voice over the rush of wind around him. The dust began to clear. His Zanpakuto had gotten smaller. That isn't Bankai. Surely if you think. He could sense that Aizen was fighting on the actual hill, which meant he didn't have long. This battle would be short. He lunged at Byakuya. He would take all of his anger out in this battle. This was one of the reasons why he had worked so hard to get to this point. Lucky shot, it won't happen again. Yes, he had actually gotten Byakuya. His training with Aizen had paid off indeed. Another blow. What do you call a second lucky shot? He felt something trying to take over him. What was this? No, he had to fight it. He could finish Byakuya without help. This was his battle and his alone. Cherry blooms began to rain down on him. So this was this man's Shirkai. This was interesting, though it was nothing for him. Bakudo number 81 Danku. He said the one Kido that Aizen had first used in front of him. It protected him against the petals until he could figure out what to do. He was running on limited time. If he didn't win this battle, that thing might try to take over again. He couldn't afford it. Why not see exactly what his Bankai was capable of? He dropped the seal and used speed quicker than Byakuya to move around the sky. He had to be quick or else the petals would catch him, and that may be game over. He had the advantage because he was using things he didn't had access to before. It was throwing Byakuya off. The petals were surrounding him. Damn it, he had lost the advantage. He could slice every petal that would work. The battle seemed to be going back to his side. He could tell that Byakuya hadn't expected this. He delivered the final attack. Good, he was still in control. Now to get to Aizen. You're not taking her. Renji was standing in front of Rukia before he could go towards her. That was where Renji was wrong. Ichigo. That was Orihime. That was impossible. Ichigo, time to go. The second voice was Aizen's. What did he do? He couldn't just let them keep Rukia. They would harm her. Orihime, Yuryu, and Chad had come on their own. He couldn't just leave them alone. No, he couldn't turn away from the person who had saved him and taught him everything. Aizen was the right path. Rukia, I'll be back. He breathed out before going towards Aizen. Somehow Aizen, Jin, and the other man who he had never seen before had found themselves trapped. The question then hit him. Time to go where? Before he could even ask, he was being risen into the air. What was happening? He was surrounded by a weird light. What was this? No, he had felt this type of pressure before. Why was there a hollow? He could hear someone demanding to know what was going on. Shit, had he chosen wrong? What is going on? You agreed to join me, Ichigo. We shall start a new world together. Ichigo? How could you? Yuryu was the one who was starting towards him. Stop, anyone in that light is untouchable now. He wanted to get free from this light. What if he jumped? No, he couldn't just leave Aizen. Aizen was the reason he could save Rukia. Rukia, she was safe, but he would feel better if he had her with him. Maybe this was the final step. Ichigo. He could hear her voice. It was weak, but it was her voice. He could go to her. No, they were too close to the entrance. What did he do? Rukia? I promise, he couldn't get any other words out. He had to make up his mind. He could fight this light. He had to. I wouldn't do that if I was you, Ichi. Jin, why was he so calm about this? Why not? Do you think they will just let you go back? Aizen was looking towards him. When had he ditched the glasses? I could try. Just relax, Ichigo. You don't need them. They are the enemy. Why couldn't I have brought Rukia with me then? What is to stop them from doing the same damn thing as before? I have to go back. Let me. The rock he was on was going towards the opening where a Minos Grande was. No, there was more than one of them. Ichigo, you will get what you want in the end. Just be patient. He sighed. He had no other choice. He knew he couldn't break though the light. If he did, Aizen had a point. They wouldn't just allow him back in one piece. He was with Aizen for better or for worse, if he liked it or not. Ichigo, why did you do it? He could hear Rukia's voice over the roar of the wind. To save you. That is all I ever wanted. That was the only words he could get out before the gateway closed, and he was surrounded by darkness. All of this had been for Rukia. Rukia, who he had lost again. He hoped he could find a way to get back. There had to be a way. Maybe Aizen wasn't the best way to go. No, Aizen had saved him. Aizen had trained him. Perhaps this was the right way. Why did something feel off? He couldn't shake the feeling. He would make sure Rukia was safe. If this was the cost, then he would go along. He would meet Rukia again. He would make sure of it. They had been taken to Hueco Mundo. He would have never guessed that there was already a palace-type place here, Los Noches. Aizen must have been planning this all along. Was this where the man went when he lost him? None of it mattered anymore. Hell yeah, it mattered. Aizen was leading them through the gates of Los Noches. He had no choice but to just follow the three men that had taken him here. Welcome back, Lord Aizen. Was this a hollow? It didn't seem like one. It had a human-like shape. The only thing that could connect this man to a hollow was the hollow-like skull on one part of his head. Ulquiorra, is everything ready? Of course, Lord Aizen. Aizen was watching him. Ichigo, you chose correctly. Don't worry. What about Rukia? My friends? My family. He knew it wasn't wise to question Aizen in front of everyone, but he no longer cared what was right and what was wrong. Aizen had put his arm around him. He gulped. Jin, can I make sure everything is in order? I will show young Ichigo around personally. Of course, Captain Aizen. Aizen was now leading him away after Jin had spoken. They were going through a series of hallways. Ichigo, you don't have to worry about anything. Have patience. Everything will line up soon. You don't need friends that are fickle. Your family I can bring here for you and Rukia as well if that is what you wish. I know this is out of bounds, but may I ask you a rather personal question? Go ahead. He was amazed that Aizen had agreed to answer a personal question. The man still was guiding him through the halls of Los Noches. You said I remind you of yourself before. Did that mean you had people you were close to? From what I can see, you seem to be alone. You don't let many people in. I guess what I'm trying to get at is don't you have anyone? Why try to isolate yourself? He wouldn't dare ask that part of the question. He couldn't bring himself to. This was the man that saved him and trained him despite not having to. Aizen stopped walking. Was he going to just brush the question off? I guess you could say I had people who you could say I was close to. What happened to them? He couldn't stop the question from leaving his mouth. Unimportant, it doesn't matter. Now pay attention. I'm about to give you a brief tour of your new home. So Suke, perhaps I did make the right choice all along. Not because the Soul Society is the enemy or anything like that, but because I think I understand why you did what you did. He had never seen Aizen give him a confused look, but the man was watching him in confusion. Why is that, Ichigo? You didn't have to save me. You didn't have to train me. You chose to do that. You tell me I remind you of you once before. Perhaps that means something more. Perhaps you just are trying to find someone that you connect with instead of living in isolation. Everyone needs someone to be with. Isolation would drive anyone insane. I know you have Jin and that other man, and you built this. Though they aren't really people you consider yourself on par with you. He couldn't stop the words from coming. He hoped he didn't make Aizen mad at him. For some reason, this man's approval meant the world to him now. He may not have known the man that well, but this man had quickly become someone he admired. The man was silent. Brown eyes looked lost in thought. He wondered what was going on in Aizen's mind. Am I that easy to read to you? You just seemed like you were looking for someone. That was all I thought could be the case. No one should live in isolation. That isn't right. Come along, Ichigo. The man was guiding him along again, though there was a silence between them as they walked through corridors with no doors. Ichigo, may I ask you a question now? Finally, after what seemed like hours of silence. He couldn't get out the words, so he simply nodded. If I was to allow you to go back to Karakura town, would you return back here? The question took him off guard. Was this a test? He had to choose his words carefully. No, he knew the answer without having to search for it. Karakura town was my home. I would love to see my family again, but in the end of the day, this is my new home. I wouldn't leave you. I would always return back. Did you really mean you could bring my family and Rukia here? Of course. Your family may not want to come even if they see you, though. Should you come between those choices, would you choose me? He bit his lip. Wasn't him not choosing his own family like him dying? He wondered what they were being told. He had chosen to take Rukia's Zanpakuto so long ago to protect his family and later on to protect his friends. He had trained with Aizen to save Rukia, though now Aizen was asking him to choose one choice. He knew deep down that this was the right choice. Something told him that, but his heart ached. His family had already lost his mother. He knew it wasn't his fault, but it still felt like it. This would protect his family. If he stayed where the Hollows were, that may mean that his family would never get attacked by Hollows ever again. I would choose you. He couldn't believe those words that left his lips. He never thought he would choose anything but his family in the end. They were why he fought. He fought to protect. Though Aizen also needed him. This choice meant he could protect his family without truly being there. So Suke, I know you said it was unimportant. Though will I ever learn what happened to those you cared about? Do you really want to know? Of course, I wouldn't have asked if I didn't. I meant what I said. I would always choose you. The Soul Society killed all of the people that I cared about. I didn't have many, but yet they all died. How could they do such a thing? They truly are the enemy. Wait, will they try to kill Rukia again? You destroyed their way of executing people. They can still try to kill her with their Zanpakuto, though. I have to go to her. Please allow me to go back and get her. I don't want her to die. He was becoming more panicked as he spoke with Aizen. Do you love her? So that question took him by surprise. Did he love her? What kind of question was that? She is my friend, and I owe her so much. It is because of me that she was going to be executed in the first place. That isn't my question, Ichigo. I asked if you love her. Did he love Rukia? He didn't understand. Why did it matter? Wasn't him saying he owed her enough? When he didn't answer right away, Aizen sighed. I understand. You are still trying to figure out what love really is. You may go try to rescue the girl after I finish showing you around. I don't have time. What if they are trying to kill her right now? They are the monsters. Ichigo calmed down. When I do agree they are monsters, they won't just kill her now. Follow me. He sighed but followed Aizen anyways. Aizen was showing him which room was which. Finally, he came to a single hallway that was away from the rest. Two rooms existed within the hallway. The one on the very far left is my room. The one right directly across from my room is your room. Now how to get back. Keep yourself centered and think of this place. I don't have to tell you not to get caught, correct? Correct. But should that happen, what then? We will come, but I doubt they can catch you. Watch out for the old man. That is the head captain. Someone you don't want to have after you. Follow me, and I will get you a way out. Should you not come back for a day, someone will come after you. I will come back, I promise. He never would have thought he would be here, though he felt like he could actually trust Aizen. Maybe the others couldn't trust him, but he could. He followed Aizen down the hallways and into a room that looked like a throne room. A visit to Karakura is out of the question. You are only to go get Rukia Kachiki. Repeat it back to me, Ichigo. I am only to get Rukia and nothing else. Good. Now the walkway is unstable unless you are able to center yourself and your spiritual pressure. He nodded and jumped into the forming gateway. Aizen must trust him. It felt nice to have the man's trust. He almost forgot to center himself to keep his footing. He quickly made sure to center his spiritual pressure so that it formed a gateway to the other side. He hoped Rukia was okay. If the Soul Society did anything to her, they would pay. Ichigo would never hurt anyone. Orihime was making sure that Yoruichi heard her. Orihime, I know you believe that, but I can't protect him after what he did. What Kisuke feared was true. Someone else did find him. Of all the people to find him. Lady Yoruichi, should I try to find anything? No, Soy Fawn. Although I don't want to give up hope on Ichigo, he seemed to have chosen what he wanted. He only did it to save Rukia. You heard him. Orihime was trying hard to just believe that was true. Orihime, do you believe that? He may have just said that to get away. Yuryu said as he pushed up his glasses. I believe he just went insane. What he needs is a good ass kicking. Rukia sighed. No one had tried to blame her for what happened. What really got to her, though, was Ichigo. Ichigo had willingly went with that man, the man who had betrayed the Soul Society. Ichigo claimed it was all to protect her, though it hurt all the same. Surely Ichigo was being manipulated into all of it. He said it was to protect me, but there has to be more to it. She had to voice her opinion rather than just listen. Rukia, you should rest. Renji was trying to calm her down. She had insisted on staying with her friends rather than simply going to rest. She had stayed by Byakuya's side as he was healed. How could Ichigo had done that? No, Renji. Are you still thinking about him? Of course I am, Renji. I am trying to understand why he would do such a thing. Why wonder when you could just ask? That voice. No, it couldn't be. Ichigo. Renji was in front of her before she could do anything. Haven't you done enough? What makes you think you can just show up? Ichigo, why did you do it? Orihime was watching Ichigo. That was a good question. The boy didn't seem like he was going to answer. Come on, Rukia. The only reason I came back was to make sure you were safe. No thanks to you. Renji had drawn Zabamaru. Ichigo, why did you do it? Don't just tell me it was to save me. It doesn't seem like something you would do. You wouldn't understand, plus I don't have long. Just come with me, and I will explain everything. Go where? Rukia, don't listen to him. Renji was trying to protect her, but she just wanted to get answers. Just shut up, Renji. Ichigo, answer my questions here, and don't give me some shit about how you did it to save me. Going with that man did nothing. That man is the only reason I am alive. That man taught me what I needed to do in order to save you. I protected you. I made sure that they couldn't execute you. That man betrayed the Soul Society, Ichigo. She couldn't stop the anger from entering her voice. She didn't want to be angry with Ichigo. She wanted to hear him out, but he wasn't making sense. I see how it is. Maybe it was a mistake to come back. Ichigo was turning to leave. No, Ichigo. She went towards him before Renji could stop her. They are feeding you lies, don't you see it? Please, Ichigo, just think about it. I have thought about it. Why would a criminal come back? Soifan was demanding. Soifan, just allow Ichigo to explain his side of the story. Ichigo, what did Aizen promise you? He didn't promise me anything. He saved my life. He trained me so I could protect Rukia. He isn't the bad person here. Ichigo, don't you see he is trying to feed you lies? She needed to say it. Rukia, he has never lied to me. The only reason I came back was to get you. But it seems you have made your choice. When had Ichigo gotten so hard? Sure, he was always scowling, but this was different. He never had hatred in his eyes, now there was hatred. Ichigo, don't do this. You don't have to go back to him. We can. Rukia, there is no we. There never will be a we again. See, Rukia, Renji said. No. Ichigo, just stop and listen. We aren't your enemies. Can't you see what he is doing to you? He is the only one who has been open with me. Ichigo looked like he was torn. She could see it in his eyes. Have I not been open with you, Ichigo? It doesn't matter. It does matter, and you know it. Ichigo sighed. Goodbye. Ichigo took a step away. Stop right there. Soifan was ready to attack. Ichigo looked like he was concentrating on something. No, that couldn't be a Garganta. Ichigo. She had to go to him, to try to knock some sense into him. She was running towards him despite the fact that Renji tried to stop her. She grabbed onto him before he could step into a Garganta. Don't, this isn't you. Can't you see it? Rukia, come with me. Ichigo, you know I can't do that. Not where you are going. Don't leave, stay here. That is all you have to do. I can't do that. This isn't goodbye forever. We will see each other again. Before she could move, Ichigo had titled her head up. What was Ichigo going to do? Her body felt like it was frozen. He softly kissed her cheek. He stepped away from her and into the Garganta. That left her staring as the Garganta closed. Ichigo, what had he gotten himself into? Damn it. He could have just dragged Rukia in with him. She was completely frozen when he had touched her. He could have just pulled her in right there. No, that wasn't him. He wanted to take her with him back to Los Noches, but he knew she wouldn't be happy there unless she chose to come along. Maybe she would have a change of heart. Yeah, that was it. He just would have to convince her to see things his way. They thought Aizen was the bad guy here. No, Aizen was anything but that. Sure, he had been confused when they had left the Soul Society, but now he understood. There was no trying to reason with them. He would save Rukia from them. They were the real villains. He was so close too. If he would have dragged Rukia in with him, she would be with him right now. He had kissed her cheek. He never thought he would have done a thing like that. He always thought Rukia was just his friend. Perhaps he cared more about her than that. He couldn't allow that little setback to distract him. He would get Rukia here safe and sound. It was still a little odd to think that Yuryu had come along with Oraheim and Chad. They made sense, but Yuryu not so much. He forced himself to push forward. It wasn't a goodbye. He would see Rukia again. He just hoped that they weren't enemies when they saw each other again. He stepped into the hallway of Los Noches. He was right in front of the throne room. He wondered if Aizen would allow him to try again. He pushed open the doors that lead to the stark, white throne room. Aizen was seated on the throne. I am assuming she denied you. They got in the way. I would like to keep trying until I can get her here. Go ahead, Ichigo. Just relax in the meantime. Come closer. How could they think this man was the evil one? The Soul Society would pay for what they did. He took a few steps closer towards Aizen. Closer. He gulped as he finished going towards the throne. Sit. Aizen's voice was commanding, but not strict. He took a seat on the arm rest of the throne. That was what Aizen wanted, so he would do it. Ichigo, are you afraid of me? No, of course not, Sosuke. He had noticed something. No one called the man by his first name besides him. The man never said anything against him doing it. They were trying to feed me lies when I went back to get Rukia. They were saying you were the bad guy in this. They don't understand. Ichigo, you have a new set of clothes in your room. The Arankars might even look at you for guidance. Arankars. Did he mean the human-looking hollows? Arankars are hollows that have bridged the gap between hollows and Shinigami. Just remember, all orders must go through me first. You are capable of using your best judgment in most cases. Sosuke, I don't understand. Why are you giving me such a rank? You know the right path. It is as simple as that. You still have much to learn. but we have plenty of time. Feel free to explore. This is your home now. Remember, relax. That meant he would have to wait before he tried to visit Rukia again. When can I visit my family? If I wait, they might be lied to. Relaxation comes first, Ichigo. You may go see them tomorrow should you wish. You might not like the answer you receive, however. The Soul Society may use your family to get to you. No, I need to go bring them here now before it is too late. So you wish for them to be brought here? Yes. Ulquiorra, make sure to bring the Kurosaki family here. Of course, Lord Aizen. The Arrancar bowed and disappeared. The Arrancars serve you just like they serve me. There are a few special Arrancars like Ulquiorra. They are known as espadas. They have pledged direct obedience to us. To us. Of course, you are the prince to this empire. My prodigy. His prodigy, he sort of liked the sound of that. This man wasn't evil. The Soul Society would pay for everything they had done. He gave a nod to tell Aizen he understood. Go explore our empire. Should you need anything and I am not here, Jin or Kenan can also assist you. Don't worry about your family anymore. They will soon be with you. Where will they be? Someone will come find you when they arrive. Relax, Ichigo. He got off the throne arm and went through the doors away from the throne room. Soon his family would be here. They would be safe, and the Soul Society couldn't use them to get to him. He followed the twists of the hallways towards his new room. Los Noches was huge, but in time he would most likely end up figuring the place out. He groaned. He must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. This wasn't the right hallway at all. You that new prince, or whatever, aren't ya? A blue Arrancar was talking to him. I guess I'm the prince. What is your name? My name is Ichigo. I don't care what your name is. You're just another dog to Aizen. So he wasn't going to get anywhere with this one. He was back to trying to figure things out himself again. He began to walk away from the male, and the man went in front of him. Are you scared? No, I just believe you won't help me. Also, I am not some dog, or whatever to Aizen. Who are you anyways? Shouldn't you know all of this? No, give me a break. Just tell me, or stop wasting my time. Espada number 6, Grimjow Jagerjax. You know what, maybe you aren't like Aizen at all. How did you get the position of prince anyways? He trained me, that was about it. Could you help me figure this maze out? I thought I had it, but I guess I didn't. Sure, why not? So that means you're strong. I suppose so. I mean, if you really want to fight, I guess I could handle the practice. I think I like you, prince. Just call me Ichigo, no title. The title sort of freaks me out a little bit, to be honest. Grimjow was leading the way through the hallway. Really? So despite being trained by Aizen, you aren't an exact copy. It is always good to know you can have that one person that is more like you. Here in Hueco Mundo, it is a kill or be killed world. Though I'm sure you will survive. Thanks. So how can you tell the difference between the halls here? It isn't easy at first, but you will get a hang of it. Just stick with me, Ichigo. So maybe this place wouldn't be that bad at all. Hollows weren't all bad. Grimjow wasn't bad at all. Well, once he actually started talking to the Arrancar. Maybe the difference was that Arrancars weren't just normal hollows anymore. That had to be it. He followed Grimjow through Los Noches, making sure to pay attention to all of the turns. So where am I leading you anyways? Do you know where Aizen's room is? My room is in the same hallway. He had to remember not to refer to Aizen as his first name in front of his subjects. So my assumption was correct. Well, the hallway we are passing now, that is where my room is. Should you ever need me. Grimjow continued on until he came to a stop in front of a door. This was the hallway. How do you tell the difference between the hallways? It isn't easy, but y'all get it soon enough. He opened up the door. Grimjow was not leaving. He heard a whistle behind him. Nice-ass room for royalty. Want to come in? I don't mind. He went into the room. Grimjow hesitated and then followed him. The room was bigger than his room back in Karakura, that much was for sure. It was fairly empty though. Normal rooms aren't this big. Normal Arrancar rooms are small. Espadas rooms are a little bigger. I am assuming his dog's rooms are bigger than that, but I don't think they are this big. Aizen must think a lot about him. Grimjow, why do you hate them? They think they are better than everyone else. You're better than they are. Don't get me wrong. If it wasn't for Aizen, I would still be out there, but I just know something is off about him. Grimjow, why don't you report to me instead of him? You might be happier. He said I could take control should I want to. So report to the prince rather than the lord that I can do. He after all has Ulquiorra to do his bidding directly. So perhaps you could teach me the ins and outs of this place, so I don't make mistakes. Grimjow could be the help that he needed all along. I don't see why not. Where should we start? There was a knock before the door opened. Ulquiorra bowed before him. Prince Ichigo, your family is here as requested. Follow me. Thank you, Ulquiorra. He looked at Grimjow. Go ahead, kid. What are you doing in here, anyways, Grimjow? This room is off limits to you. Ulquiorra, I invited him into the room. Of course, Prince Ichigo. Forgive me for questioning your orders. So he wasn't going to get used to this easily. He moved towards the door. Grimjow, follow us, please. Of course. He wasn't going to leave Grimjow behind. If Aizen was able to have Ulquiorra to do his bidding, he didn't see why he couldn't keep Grimjow around him. He doubted Aizen would get mad at him for this. He followed Ulquiorra towards the throne room. He could feel the uneasiness behind him, but Grimjow was following him. He could hear his father and Karen before he saw them. Ulquiorra held open the doors to the throne room for him. Yuzu came running towards him before he could fully enter the room. Hey, Yuzu. Ichigo, this strange man just came and got us saying something about you. Ichigo, what have you gotten yourself into? Karen had turned her glare at him. I'm happy that you're safe. What did you do to my son Aizen? Dad, he didn't do anything but save me. He didn't understand why his father was upset at him. Ulquiorra, why don't you show the girls to their room? We're not going anywhere. Why was Karen fighting against Aizen too? I'll be taking all of my children with me, Aizen. Aizen wasn't the bad person. Why couldn't his family see that? Dad, I'm not leaving. Ichigo, you're leaving even if I have to drag you. He shook his head. No, I have decided that I am staying here. You can't force me to leave if I don't want to. Why stay here? What did he promise you? You can't believe him, Ichigo. I can believe him. He at least told me the truth, unlike you. You know what, leave. He only brought you here because I wanted him to. He went towards the double doors. Grimjow, come on. Ichigo. He didn't turn around. Oh, you made Ichi upset. He could hear Jin's voice as he left the room. Ulquiorra, bring Ichigo back here. There are still matters that need his attention. He hadn't even made it down the hallway before Ulquiorra was guiding him back towards the throne room. Why do you want Ichigo? He could hear his father as he was guiding back in. I choose to follow him, Dad. This was my choice. Exactly like he said, Ishin. Now Ichigo, come here. He had no choice but to go stand by Aizen's side. He gulped. Maybe he did the wrong thing by leaving the room. Tell me, what would you like to do? The choice is up to you, Ichigo. Choose wisely. I don't want the Soul Society to turn them against me or use them to get to me. So it will most likely be safer for them here. That is if you allow it. Of course. Ulquiorra, lead the Kurosaki family to their rooms. Of course, Lord Aizen. Ichigo, the Soul Society isn't the bad people here. He could hear his father as he was being led out of the room. No, his father didn't understand. At least the Soul Society couldn't taint him anymore. His family was safe now. They couldn't get to Karen or Yuzu. He noticed Grimjow was waiting patiently by the door, trying to stay invisible to Aizen's view. Ichigo, would you like to tell me why Grimjow is in the room? He has been such a help to me. You have Ulquiorra as a direct assist to you. I thought perhaps Grimjow could be like mine. I don't see why not. Perhaps you could get him to cooperate better. Cooperate better? He might as well wait and ask Grimjow what Aizen meant by that. May I leave now? Of course, remember to relax. He nodded and left the room with Grimjow quickly following after him. They didn't understand, but he would make them understand. He had allowed Grimjow to lead the way towards his room. Neither of them spoke until they were in the safety of the room. I thought I was a goner. Grimjow, what did he mean? He just thinks he is higher than everyone else here. Hueco Mundo is our place. Yes, he in a way saved all of us, but it doesn't give him the right to control all of us. He could tell there was a hint of something in Grimjow's tone, fear. Grimjow was terrified of Aizen, though he tried to play it down. He would just look past what was said. That was the right route to go. He would most likely learn what it meant sooner or later. So, Ichigo, why did you just allow him to take your family away? They need to learn that Aizen isn't the evil one here. It is for their own protection. He honestly believed his words. Aizen wasn't the bad person here. Why did everyone believe that to be true? He sat down on the bed. It was much softer and bigger than his bed back at his old home. Grimjow just stood awkwardly by the door. I might be stepping out of my boundaries, but do you honestly believe that? Of course I do. Aizen saved me as well. He trained me. My own father lied to me, but Aizen, he told me the truth. That means a lot to me. He found the clothes that Aizen had told him about. They were the same white with black trimmed clothes that Grimjow was wearing. Instead of a black sash, he had been provided with a red sash. He noticed a pair of identical black shoes were resting at the foot of the bed. Just call my name and I shall come find you. Later on, shall you wanna ever talk? You're the only one I'll allow in my room. Thanks, Grimjow. We will spar later on. I'll be waiting. Grimjow excused himself, making sure to close the door. He might as well see just how the new uniform fit him. He stripped out of the black Shinigami uniform and began to put on the white outfit. He completed it with the red sash. The same flowing sleeves from the black outfit was present, but somehow overall the top fit him snugger than the other outfit. He didn't mind at all. In fact, the longer he looked at the new uniform, he noticed how the shirt rode up a little bit at certain time. Another thing he didn't mind that much. Aside from those small changes and the higher collar, the uniform was almost completely the same, just a white copy of the black Shinigami uniform. He pulled on the socks, but did not pull on the shoes. He would at least try to relax like Aizen had wanted him to do. He wondered where Aizen had instructed Ulquiorra to put his family. Was Aizen really serious about being able to bring Rukia here? No, he would have to convince Rukia to come here. He couldn't rely on Aizen for her. Rukia, why don't you come back to Karakura town with us? Orihime was offering her a cheerful smile. Ever since Ichigo had reappeared, she had been lost in thought a lot lately. All he had wanted was to take her with him. What had that been about? I can't do that, Orihime. The Soul Society is where I belong. Perhaps it would be better if you come with us, Rukia. Ichigo seems to only appear where you are. Yoruichi had a point. No, Rukia is staying here, that is settled. If he tries again, I will kill him. Renji had been acting strange ever since Ichigo had saved her from being executed. At least Byakuya would be okay. Ichigo hadn't meant to truly injure him. Renji, there is no need to kill him. Aren't you the least bit concerned, Rukia? He is dangerous. Ichigo isn't dangerous. Although he himself may not have been dangerous before, what makes you think he won't be the next time you see him? The man that he willingly went with betrayed the Soul Society. We don't know why he wants you. Renji had a point. Why did Ichigo want her to go with him? He hadn't tried to take anyone else with him. It was just her. Did he feel guilty? No, Ichigo would never hurt her. She just wanted to know why he would betray the Soul Society like that. She wondered if Ichigo even knew the truth about Aizen. You know what, brother is healing quicker now. Maybe a short trip to the world of the living won't hurt. Rukia, going there is what got you in trouble in the first place. When Aizen was calling the shots as Central 46, that is what he said. I don't plan to stay there. What if Ichigo comes back after you? So, Ichigo isn't dangerous. I am planning on him coming after me. He most likely will be going to see his family anyways. I will just wait for him to appear. Aizen is manipulating him. He most likely doesn't know the truth about Aizen. I will join you after I talk to my captain. She knew Captain Yukitake would allow her to go, but leaving without permission wouldn't look good on her. Fine, but I am coming too. Renji, make sure my brother continues to get better. She was not going to fight with Renji about this. She knew how Renji could get. Renji had always been her friend. They had vowed to become Shinigami together, and they had enrolled in the academy together. Ichigo was also her friend. She wasn't going to leave him behind. Though Ichigo had kissed her on the cheek, what was that about? She left the group before Renji could say another word. Her hand went up to her cheek. Ichigo had kissed her. Sure, it was only on the cheek, but she would have never thought Ichigo would kiss her. It made her think back to what one of Orihime's friends had asked when she had still been pretending to be a normal high school student. Did she like Ichigo? She thought they were only just friends. She had to wonder what Ichigo was thinking. She knocked on her captain's door. Captain Yukitake. Ah, Rukia, come in. She could hear her captain's voice followed by a cough. It sounded worse than ever, most likely from the confrontation from before. She slid open the door. He wasn't lying down. That was at least a good sign. Captain, may I make a request? I know it is completely out of line, but I feel like I must. Can I return back to the world of the living? I plan to be back by tomorrow. Rukia, come in and have a seat. I would like to ask you some questions about that boy. Why was her captain interested in Ichigo? She slid the door close behind her and took a seat in front of her captain. What would you like to know, Captain? That was the boy that you lent you power to? He reminded me of Kyan. Do you know if he is related to him? I don't know, sir. She wondered if her captain was going to ask anything else. Talking about Kyan was painful enough. Ichigo did share certain aspect of Kyan's appearance. It had shocked her at first, but she learned that although Ichigo was similar to Kyan, he wasn't Kyan. That boy, do you know why he would ally himself with Aizen? Ichigo claimed that Aizen saved him and that he was trying to protect me. I have been wondering that same question myself. That is actually why I wanted to go back to Karakura town. I figured that he would go back to visit his family. Then I could try to talk some sense into him. Rukia, be careful. He did willingly go with Aizen. He may try to lead you astray. You have good judgment, but be careful. Like that, Captain Yukitake allowed her to go. As she closed the door again, she could hear the man coughing. She hoped that one day the man would get better, though the cough seemed to only get worse. As she went back towards the group bound to the world of the living, she heard Yukitake's warning again. Ichigo might try to lead her astray. Okay, we are all good to go. Rukia, should you encounter Ichigo, make sure you can guide him towards Kisuk. I'll try to. He pulled on his shoes. He couldn't just stay here and relax. He had to do something. He wasn't going to ask for permission. He had to try to get Rukia again. It was worth getting in trouble with Aizen. He went through the hallways until he found Grimjow's unique Ryatsu. He followed it until he reached the door and knocked on the door. He could hear growling on the other side as the door was pulled open. What? Grimjow, I want you to come with me. Grimjow quickly calmed down upon seeing it was him. Where are we going? World of the living. I just feel that it is the right place. Are you up for it? He didn't know if Grimjow would willingly go with him or not. Hell yeah. Finally some action. I assume you can get there easier than I can. Care to open the way? Of course I can do that for you, Ichigo. Grimjow looked like a small child that had just gotten a reward. He was being quickly led through hallways until they reached a point and Grimjow opened up a portal. He stepped through. He could feel Grimjow coming after him. Upon setting foot into Karakura again, it felt odd. Nothing had changed with the town, but everything had changed about him. Grimjow, I want you to stand watch. You may get your fight after all. They had hardly even parted way when she felt the spiritual pressure. Ichigo was here, though he wasn't alone. Who did he had with him? She didn't care. Her legs went towards the source of the spiritual pressure. Yoruichi allowed her to go alone. She had agreed to lead Ichigo into a trap. It was for his own good. Why would Ichigo do anything against the Soul Society? That still made no sense. She felt a touch on her arm. She gasped before she could even ready herself. Ichigo was standing next to her, except he looked extremely different than the last time she had seen him. He was wearing a different uniform than the black uniform that Shinigami wore. Instead, his was completely white except for black trim and a red sash. She hadn't noticed just how different his Zanpakuto was now. So you were here? Yes, of course, Ichigo. Did you come in order to see your family? No. That was a surprise. What had Aizen done with the real Ichigo? She could remember the boy that had only taken her power so he could protect his family from a hollow. She could sense a hollow here, except the presence felt different than a normal hollow. She had to lure Ichigo towards Kisuk's. Ichigo, don't you want to go somewhere more private than in the middle of the street? Here is perfectly fine, unless you want to come with me. Damn it. Why was he being like this? He was drawing her closer to him, and she couldn't fight him. Ichigo, listen to me. Aizen isn't who you think he is. Right, because he is the bad guy here, and the Soul Society are the good people. Rukia, remember the Soul Society was the reason you were going to be killed. The Soul Society would have killed me too. Aizen saved me. It was like talking to a brick wall. Why was Ichigo not listening to her? You don't understand. Aizen was behind it all. He even said so himself. He killed all of Central 46. He harmed several of the members of the Gotel 13. They are feeding you lies. Sosuke would never do a thing like that. Even if he did kill or harm members of the Gotel 13, they had it coming. What happened to the Ichigo who fought to protect his friends and family? If she ran, she might be able to get to Kisuk before Ichigo caught up to her. She tried to back away, but Ichigo gripped her tighter. Oh, I still fight for that. I also fight to make sure the Soul Society doesn't ruin any more lives. I know the truth, do you? Ichigo wasn't making any sense. What did Aizen do to him? That was when she saw the smirk cross Ichigo's face. This wasn't the Ichigo she knew. Hello, Yuryu. Have you come to try to talk some sense into me as well? She barely saw the arrow coming before a blast of light stopped it. A zero? She could barely stand under the spiritual pressure that this hollow was letting out. Ichigo, should I take care of this one? Go ahead, Grimjow. Don't kill him, though. Come on, that is half of the fun. Though I suppose half the fun is better than no fun at all. She reached for her Zanpakuto. This wasn't really Ichigo. He would never tell any more to hurt a friend. Regardless if Ichigo admitted it or not, Yuryu was his friend. She could tell. You're not Ichigo. There is no way you could be. Ichigo would never hurt a friend. When has Yuryu ever been my friend? Don't force my hand, Rukia. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you either, Ichigo, though you aren't listening to reason. Working with Aizen and Hollows, abandoning your friends and your family, that isn't the Ichigo I knew. Maybe that would snap Ichigo out of it. She gasped as pain went around her wrist. Ichigo was gripping onto her wrist, and the bone was threatening to snap on her. This couldn't be Ichigo. There was no way. That Ichigo that you claimed to have known no longer exists. I didn't abandon anyone. Grimjow, enough. Take her and don't let go. Before she knew it, he was being shoved into the Hollow's arms. Finally, you stop playing with your gal-friend and allow me to take a turn. Grimjow, don't. Ichigo was drawing his Zanpakuto. His eyes looked serious. She couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. I suppose you have come to try to knock sense into me as well, didn't you, Mr. Hat and Clogs? I can't allow you to take Rukia Kichiki. You know that, Ichigo. Surely you don't expect me to feel threatened by that. I'm not afraid of you. After all, you don't even have a weapon. Kisuk was drawing a sword from the hilt of his cane, so the rumors were true. That is where you're wrong, Ichigo. I do indeed have a weapon, a Zanpakuto at that. Allow me to introduction my Zanpakuto, Benaheim, the Crimson Princess. You should give up now. Just sit down and have a civil talk with me. So what, you have a Zanpakuto? Am I supposed to be afraid of you now? Don't say I didn't warn you. Awaken Benaheim. Kisuk sent an attack towards Ichigo, and all she could do was watch. The hollow was not letting go. Ichigo. Ichigo sent a wave of light towards Kisuk that was the same wave of light that he used before. That is an impressive attack, Ichigo, but not enough to hurt me. Let me guess, Bakuto number 81 correct. Benaheim allowed me to defend myself with her shield, though anyone else may have used that Kido. I'm impressed. When did you learn Kido? Sosuke is impressive, isn't he? Aizen had taught Ichigo Kido? How that was impossible. Surely, he wasn't capable of learning Kido. So what if you know the names of the Kidos and what they do? It doesn't mean you can use them. Kisuk had a point. Ichigo had progressed since they had last truly spoken. That look on his face, though, she had seen that look of pure determination before. Heido number 31 Shikaho. Ichigo barely even aimed at Kisuk. So he did no Kido. Kisuk jumped out of the way. So tell me, Ichigo, what did Aizen tell you? Unimportant. So I see. You'll talk eventually. Maybe I should get my father involved. Good luck with that. You'll see that he isn't there if you go to find him. You aren't much better than he is. At least Sosuke told me the truth. I understand now. Why not tell me my father was a captain? Ichigo's father was a captain? Was Ichigo related to Kaien somehow after all? She was being transferred to someone. The Hollow had willingly let Ichigo take her into his arms. Ichigo, let me go. You'll learn to accept it. How had Ichigo closed the distance between them so fast? Just what was the power of his Zanpakuto? The Hollow that Ichigo had called Grimjow was opening up a Garganta, and before she could do anything, she was being carried through the Garganta. Ichigo was stronger than she was. She couldn't break through his grip on her. Ichigo, I believe I understand why you're the prince. Sure, Aizen won't mind this. He never said I couldn't take you out of Los Noches. They were talking like she wasn't even there. Why Ichigo? She tried to get out of Ichigo's grip. You have to be more specific, Rukia. Why follow Aizen? Why take me? He saved me. I owe him that much. Why take you? So they can't hurt you again. Aizen ordered it. He is the one who will hurt. Rukia, you'll like it there. There is no one who will feed you lies. They were stepping out onto solid ground. There was so much white everywhere. Ichigo didn't understand. He was being manipulated, and he didn't understand it. Maybe there was still a way to save him. Where did you go, Ichi? Jin Ikamaru was directly in front of him. Why ask stupid questions, Jin? Oh, you went to go fetch Rukia. I see you didn't fail this time. Captain Aizen isn't ta happy about you leaving with one of his espadas. He'll get over it. Grimjow, why don't you take Rukia to my room when I go deal with things? No, Ichigo. I'm staying right here. Ichigo still had her bridal style in his arms that caused a small blush to go over her cheeks. Had she really said that? I mean, I'm not going off with that hollow again. I found Ichi Jin was voicing in a sing-song type voice. She really hated that man. Every time he was around her, it felt like a snake was circling around her neck. She was being let down. What had she done? Was Ichigo really going to send her away? The doors was being opened in front of them. She could barely make out Aizen sitting on a throne. Ichigo was strolling into the room. He apparently wasn't afraid of Aizen. She stayed by him, not wanting to go with Grimjow, but not wanting to leave Ichigo's side. Didn't I tell you to relax, Ichigo? Why leave Los Noches and with one of my espadas at that? It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I took care of it. What would have happened if you did not? What would have happened if I lost one of my espadas? What would you propose then, Ichigo? She watched as Ichigo stood his ground, and Aizen finally sighed. At least you got her this time. That means no more behavior that is not acceptable. Grimjow, come here. Grimjow was only following my orders. Please, he doesn't need to be punished. Well, Ichigo, why don't I give you Grimjow's punishment then? She could hear Ichigo gulp. Fine. What is it? You will receive it alone with no witnesses. Report back here as soon as possible. You may go see that Rukia Kachiki is comfortable. Grimjow hurried after Ichigo as he guided her out of the room. Surely Ichigo understood what he was dealing with now. They were both silent while they walked through stark white corridors. Grimjow only spoke once they entered a room. You didn't have to do it. It was my choice to go back. You only were following me. Ichigo, why would you do something like that? Don't you see Aizen will? Rukia, he won't punish me the same way as anyone else. The man isn't evil. Trust me, I know this. He didn't have to train me. He did so anyways. He trained you so he could use you better. Don't you see that, Ichigo? Aizen was a captain before he betrayed the Soul Society. He excelled in Kido. There was always something off about him. Rukia, you worry too much. Grimjow makes sure she is safe. What about her room? Allow her to stay in here. I'm sure she will figure out her sleeping arrangements before I come back. Ichigo, you should be wary of Aizen. His lieutenant was almost killed because of him. That looked in Ichigo's eyes. She knew it. He didn't believe her. However, he said nothing as he left the room. He couldn't believe what Rukia was saying. She was still being lied to by the Soul Society. That was the only explanation to it. She was safe now. She would never be lied to here. Aizen would never do anything so evil. Rukia would learn that soon enough. He still had to wonder where Ulquiorra had taken his family. He knew they still probably wanted nothing to do with him, well, minus Yuzu, but they would understand soon as well. He went through the maze of hallways. He quickly picked up on where Aizen was located and headed towards the direction he assumed was the throne room. He wasn't afraid. Aizen wouldn't do anything bad to him. He finally opened the doors to see Aizen still on his throne. He couldn't help but gulp. The man didn't look too happy. Ichigo, come. There was no backing down now. He closed the distance between him and the man. He didn't take a seat on the armrest of the throne. Instead, he just chose to stand beside the man. I found it interesting that you chose to protect Grimjow. Why must I ask? He was only acting on my orders. He was not acting alone. I was the one who told him to go along. Therefore, I will not let others get punished for my actions. Had this been a test? Did he pass or fail? Are you afraid of me? The question surprised him a little. Of course not. I would never be afraid of you. Sosuke, I could never be afraid of you. The man smiled. He hadn't seen that caring smile since they had left the Soul Society. He couldn't help but continue. I told you I would always choose you, that no one deserved isolation. I will never fear you or leave you. Would you choose Rukia over me? What was wrong with this man? Did he not believe him? Sosuke, she will see soon. She is here now. She will soon understand that you aren't the bad person here that the Soul Society is. Therefore, I won't ever have to choose. I will never leave you. He couldn't. He knew that Aizen needed him. He also knew he owed the man that much. The man could have just left him to die. He didn't have to save or train him, but he did. How could anyone believe this man was the bad person here? He had to know, though. I know I have no right to question you, but I want to know. I don't believe it, but Rukia said that the Soul Society was trying to say you tried to kill your lieutenant. If it is true, you had to have a good reason. They tried to betray you, right? Ichigo, could you ever kill? This had to be a test. The man wasn't answering the question. Could he kill? He didn't know if he could. If he said no, then he failed Aizen. He didn't want to fail this man. This man meant so much to him. Is that what you wish? If the time came, could you kill someone? Just answer my question. He gulped. The smile was gone. If it had to be done, I would. He couldn't disappoint Aizen, so his words came out in a rush. He didn't know if he could actually do it. He had injured Byakuya, but he had never finished the blow. He didn't know if he could kill anyone. Aizen reached out for him and guided him to have a seat on the arm rest of the throne. He did so. The man's hand never left him. It felt odd, though he said nothing. You still have some to learn, but as I stated, we have time. I am not going to punish you, though don't do it again. The man's nails were tracing his side. Something was wrong in the man's voice. His tone didn't say he was going to go unpunished. That is when he felt the pain. He let out a gasp, but he did not let out anything else. You will meet with me every day. Ulquiorra will fetch you. You are allowed to bring Grimmjow with you. On special occasions, Rukia may watch. You have the right idea, Ichigo. The Soul Society is the enemies, and anyone who is under Los Noches roof will learn that lesson. Should they ask if I punished you or not? What do you say? This was a test. I'll change the subject rather than answering, or say it isn't important. You may go now, Ichigo. He slid off the throne arm, but Aizen's hand was still on his side. Would you like me to do anything else, Sosuke? He had a feeling that was the only way he could get free. No, you may go. Aizen let him go, and he left the room. He would crack the man one day. Maybe he could understand him a little better then. He went through the twists of hallways back towards his room. He wondered what Aizen had done on his side. He opened the door to his room. Grimmjow was by the door, and Rukia was sitting on his bed. What happened? Grimmjow asked. It is unimportant. It was taken care of. That is all you need to know. Grimmjow, you might get your fight soon. What are your views on Ulquiorra? He thinks he is better than everyone else as well. Are you saying I get to fight him? No, you will just be seeing him a lot. I have no clue what will happen during these sessions. Also, are you two the only ones here? I haven't seen anyone else within this place. Each Espada mostly stay in their own little section, with the exception of Ulquiorra. He took a seat on the bed. Rukia was expecting him to make sure he was okay. He could feel it. How many Espadas are there? 9. I'm sure you will meet them all soon enough during the next meeting. You most likely will have to attend as well. Are they ranked according to power? Rukia had suddenly asked a question. That is what would be said, but I don't think the ranking is correct myself. So you are capable of answering my questions? Rukia had crossed her arms. He couldn't help the sigh that left his lips. It was going to take a little bit to convince Rukia. Grimmjow, we can continue this later, but why don't you go back to your room? Of course, you'll want a little time alone with the feisty one. Rukia was frowning as Grimmjow left the room. Ichigo, I don't like that hollow. How can you align yourself with it? Rukia, calm down. He isn't bad once you get to know him. So you're not only defending the man who betrayed the Soul Society and killed people, but also hollows now. Do you even listen to yourself? Rukia, Sosuke had a good reason. Let me guess, he isn't a bad person. That I will see that soon. No, Ichigo. I know that he is a bad person. Only bad people kill. His killing didn't have a good reason behind it. What about what he told you to do to me? He helped me save you. He said that what was inside of you could be activated anytime, and they could kill you. Ichigo, I don't know what that was, but I doubt that is the point. Can't you see it? He is using you. No. Ichigo, why are you willingly following him? This isn't the Ichigo I knew. You got me here. What are you going to do now? If you think I am going to just forget everything and start worshipping that monster, then you have another thing coming. You'll learn that he isn't a monster. I wanted you here. Do you even know what he did with your family? They are safe, Rukia. They can't be lied to anymore. Neither can you. Ichigo, why do you hate the Soul Society? Don't tell me just because of him. Do you really have a reason? Was Rukia really asking him that question? He sighed. He may as well tell her. They took you away. They were going to execute you. Don't forget that I almost died. If it wasn't for Sosuke, who knows what might have happened. They are responsible for so much that happened. I don't blame him for leaving it. They are the evil ones. I broke the law, Ichigo. I had my own power, meaning they didn't have to execute you for it. Yes, sure, you lent me your power. Sure, that happened. But I had my own power. No one accepted that fact. No one even told me. There was people who knew about it. There had to be. Yet no one but Sosuke was willingly to tell me the truth. My father never even told me he was a captain. If he was, then I don't see why he just allowed Yuzu and Karen to get hurt by hollows. No, he expected me to do everything. He could have probably even saved my mom. Ichigo, you are assuming now. Maybe he had a reason that he couldn't. Maybe he was a captain, but no captain should have been able to stay in the world of the living, unless something happened. The Soul Society probably just got tired of him and tried to execute him too. So he was no longer thinking, he was just trying to find anything that he could against the Soul Society. Ichigo, are you even listening to yourself? He had enough. Why not go ask his father himself? He pulled Rukia off of the bed and half dragged her out of the room. Prince Ichigo, where are you going? Ulquiorra was by the door. Where did you take my family? I would like to talk to them. The girl? She needs to hear what is said, so she comes with me. Very well, follow me. The Espada had a monotone voice, and he didn't understand how Aizen could have someone like this close to him. Ichigo, I can walk myself. He stopped dragging her, but kept his grip on her. He didn't want to take any chances. Soon Ulquiorra stopped walking through the maze of hallways. This is the hallway. The two girls are in one room, and your father is in another. The door won't open for them, but it will open for you. Go ahead. The monotone Espada went to the edge of the hallway to give them some privacy. Aizen most likely ordered him to not leave his sight. That was the only thing that made sense. Dad, he got out. Did you bring my son back? Or are you still letting Aizen control you? He had never heard his father's voice so hateful in his life. Aizen isn't controlling me. He had to make sure not to slip up too much. He couldn't call Aizen his first name. The Espada was after all watching. This isn't my son. My son would never be in this place. He would never let his family be imprisoned. Dad, it is only until you understand. I'm sure you'll be able to roam around after you understand. Aizen isn't the bad person here. Is that what he said? Why protect him? He saved me. He trained me, and he told me the truth. You never told me you were a captain. Why is that? You weren't ready. He wasn't ready. Why did his father insist on treating him like this? Mr. Kurosaki, why don't you try to talk some sense into him? I've tried, and he won't listen. He thinks Aizen is the good and the Soul Society is the enemy. That is because it is the truth. You'll see that. Ichigo listened to the girl. The Soul Society isn't evil. They just weren't ready to accept you. Why leave them then? Did they try to execute you? He was starting to get angry that both his father and Rukia were still trying to think that the Soul Society was the good in this. I left because I met your mother, if you really want to know, Ichigo. I don't know what Aizen is trying to tell you, but his way isn't the right way. There was something always off about him. His father left because of his mother? If you left because of Ichigo's mother, what exactly? Rukia was trying to understand, but the wrong side. Why not try to protect mom then? She could take care of herself, Ichigo. Look, if you really want to have this talk, let me out of here. I'll tell you what you want. He sighed. He might as well. His father was actually talking to him for once. This was his chance to find out more about things. He pulled open the door of the room that his father was in and closed it after his father was out. Prince, do you really think that is a good idea? Ulquiorra was watching him. Are you questioning me? Of course not, Prince. If you believe that is a good idea, then go ahead. Ulquiorra, would you go fetch Grimjow and then go back to Aizen? I can't do that. I must stay with you if you are going to have someone out of their room. Lord Aizen commanded it. I believe I can handle my own father. He just didn't feel comfortable around Ulquiorra. Very well, I shall go fetch Grimjow, but I will be right back here. Yes, he got the Espada to break. This meant he had a few minutes alone. So start explaining. His father walked away from the hallway and into the main hall. Your mother could take care of herself, like I said. She was far from being just a normal human, though. I left the Soul Society because they wouldn't have approved. If she wasn't a normal human, are you implying that she was a… What was Rukia trying to say? Dad, just tell me. You don't have much time before people come back. She was a Quincy. A Quincy like Yuria was? How is that even possible? You look familiar. Who are you, Shinigami? Great, leave it to his father to just try to change the subject. Rukia Kachiki. Though, sir, I'm sure you could have found reason. Why try to keep Ichigo in the dark? It was to protect him. I didn't think this would happen. Well, if you wanted to protect me, telling me the truth would have been the way to go. Maybe then things would have been different. He was not going to leave Aizen just because of some story. It only proved that his father probably had more lies he was hiding to protect him. Ichigo, Aizen isn't the way to go, and you know it. Tell me why he isn't the way to go then. All I hear is you trying to cover up your own lies by telling me how Aizen is evil. He isn't. Ichigo, allow me to at least go free, and I will tell you everything in time. Yuzu and Karen have to go free too. They won't do anything, and you know it, Ichigo. Fine, your time is up anyways. Make sure my family is free to roam. They are fine. Grimjow, I want you to be in charge of my family. Grimjow nodded that he understood. With Grimjow, he knew that he could trust him more than Ulquiorra. Aizen wouldn't care as long as his family didn't do anything to ruin the peace of the empire. Maybe if they were free, they would truly understand that Aizen wasn't evil. Dad, I trust you'll be able to find me in this place, but my room isn't that far from here. Should you need any help figuring this place out, feel free to ask Grimjow. With that, he turned and left the hallway. He knew this was the right thing to do. It was better that his family was free than trapped in their rooms. They would be happier this way after all. That was after all the same deal he had going with Rukia. It wasn't like they could just escape from Los Noches. They were safe here. His mother was a Quincy? He couldn't believe that at all. How could his mother be the same type of being that Yuryu was? It just didn't make sense. Why would his dad tell him that kind of lie? No, that couldn't be a lie, could it? His father was many things. He could be annoying, and he at times wished he would just stop trying to prepare him, but he wasn't a liar. Perhaps there was a good reason why he hadn't told him any of this. No, that wasn't a good excuse at all. So what if he was telling him the truth now? It didn't matter. Aizen had told him the truth from the beginning. What could his father had been trying to protect him from by telling him lies from the beginning? Nothing made sense anymore. Why would his father tell him that Aizen was evil? It didn't make sense at all. He wasn't really thinking about where he was going. He was being pushed into a dark hallway. What the hell? He heard a door creak shut, and finally lights filled the room. It wasn't a hallway like he had first thought. It was a room covered in TV monitors. He blinked, trying to get his eyes to readjust to the change in light. So, Ichi, you want to know the truth? Jin? I don't understand. He didn't understand. What did Jin mean by did he want to know the truth? Of course he did. But how would Jin know that kind of information? Take a seat and watch. He was shoved down into the black leather desk chair in front of the screen. The video began to play. Then give me your sword, Shinigami. My name is Rukia. Rukia Kachiki. He watched the very first memory of Rukia play on the screen. It didn't make sense. Why was this here? The videos played one after another. Every memory he had up until right before Rukia had left to go on her own. Another stream began to play on a separate monitor. What's this? Captain Kuratsuchi, we finally found her. Rukia Kachiki. A separate video started. Word from Central 46. Rukia Kachiki is to be executed. Another monitor turned on. He saw the bloodstain on the wall, the lifeless body. No, that couldn't be Aizen. He heard the scream he had heard it before. No, Captain Aizen. The girl who had screamed attacked the Jin on the screen. Nothing made sense. The video was replaced by the same place that he was trained. Aizen was walking out into the light to face the same girl. I'm sorry that I scared you, Momo. He watched as Aizen stabbed the girl who only was happy to see that he was alive. His heart ached. This man couldn't be evil. That was impossible. He watched the other people enter the room. He listened to Aizen admit to everything. He couldn't stop his head from shaking as he watched the video. No, those are lies. Why are you showing me this? Just continue to watch, Ichi. A new image appeared on the video. Was that his dad? No, there was no way. The video died. He couldn't stop staring at the now blank screen. What had he just watched? Captain Aizen is a rather terrifying man, don't you think? I thought you might want to know the truth about the man. So what are you trying to tell me, Jin? This is the same man that you followed. If you didn't trust him, why follow him? It isn't about trust, Ichi. I have my own reasons. I just wanted to show you who you are really following. Why wait until now? He couldn't stop his voice from shaking. Why was all of this being told to him now? Aizen had saved him. He wasn't evil. He was a little thankful that he had been pushed into this chair. If it wasn't for it, he would most likely be on the ground right now. Why would he do all of the things he did for me? You can't understand, Captain Aizen. You just have to go along. Perhaps to access your true potential maybe. Ichi, we are on the same side, you and I. Why not give Aizen what he deserves? He was shaking his head. No, he isn't evil. I refuse to see it. He wouldn't just use me. I am not some pawn, he actually cares. Do you really think that? I do. I won't tell him anything. But he hasn't given me a reason to not trust him. Sure, he might have done some things that are questionable, but he has only helped me. That is all that matters to me. He forced himself to stand and left the room. Now how did he get back to his room from here? He turned to look back at Jin. Thank you, Jin, for showing me this, but it won't change how I see him. To me, he saved me. You can keep trying if you really want to. I won't not listen. Though there has to be a reason behind everything. So you're really gonna let your family just roam free? Well, that was a random change of the conversation, but it wasn't like he didn't welcome it. Yeah, wait, how did you know about that? I know everything. This room monitors almost every room in Los Noches. Jin, what rooms does it not monitor? Your room and Captain Aizen's and a few other rooms. What? Why was Jin being truthful to him? He couldn't help but go toward Jin, who had taken a seat in the chair. Don't believe me. I'll give you an example. He could see the throne room clearly on the screen, and Aizen was still in it. Lord Aizen, what should I do? He could see Ulquiorra bowed before Aizen. Do as he wishes. The Espada gave a bow of his head and then left the room. Aizen sighed. He knew without having to watch any more that the he in question was him. Fine, I believe you. What do you want from me? Silence. Ichi, would you say we are friends? I don't know you well enough to say that, Jin. You helped train me, so I don't see why we can't. You did show me the truth. What was Jin trying to get at? So maybe the man was a little creepier than he had originally thought. So you're not afraid of me? No, should I be? What is with you and Aizen asking if I am afraid of you? To make sure. That is good indeed that you're not afraid of me. So you can picture yourself as my friend. That is good. Do you need help finding your way back? Point me in the general direction. He really didn't know if allowing Jin to walk him back to his room would be good. Actually being seen with Jin might raise a few eyebrows. No matter what was said, he couldn't see Aizen as being evil or bad. The Soul Society was still the enemies. Jin pointed him in the direction after a moment of thought. He continued on his way. This changed a few things, though not really. Aizen had still saved him. He had done nothing to harm him. So the man wasn't a saint. No one could be a saint. He had a feeling something was off when Aizen asked if he would kill. He couldn't leave Aizen's side. He knew that much. He owed Aizen that much. He wasn't bad. Maybe misunderstood, but not bad. He would make sure everyone learned that. Ichigo, why are you so quiet? Rukia was sitting beside him on the bed. He thought the girl was going to start poking him if he didn't say something soon. The girl was getting impatient. Look, you brought me here. At least talk to me. I'll find my way back if you don't want me here. He sighed. So Rukia had resorted to saying that. He was wondering why Rukia didn't even try to find a way to escape. She had actually resorted to behaving in a way. While behaving as much as Rukia could behave. He still had no clue what he felt towards her. He could hear Aizen's words in his head. Aizen had asked if he loved her. He was still trying to figure out what love was. That is what Aizen said. He couldn't help but wonder if Aizen had ever loved anyone in his life. Maybe that was the problem. Ever since he had come back to his room, Rukia had been on to him about not talking. He had just instantly went to lay on the bed. There was just too much to think about. I thought you would prefer this. He got out without caring how it sounded. Something is different about you. Is it because of what your dad said? Where did you disappear to after you left? Unimportant. Ichigo, you are not Aizen. Stop trying to act like him. I wasn't aware I was acting anyway. I just don't feel like talking. Talk to me, Ichigo. What is going on? Rukia had gotten closer to him. She wouldn't understand. Plus, he really didn't want to say that she could be onto something. Why do you think Aizen is evil? He could tell that his question had shocked Rukia. I didn't know him that well when he was just a captain. He wasn't my captain, though he always seemed off. Turned out he was pretending to be this nice guy when he was actually plotting. You were there when he began to rise. He wants to be God. He has done so many terrible things. Anyone that kills just to kill is a monster. Are you just taking someone's word, or did you see it? Ichigo, he admitted to everything. Why can't you see that? He has done nothing to harm me. He has only been kind to me. He didn't have to save or train me. He could have allowed me to die. He didn't. He took me and trained me. Try to see things from my end. What has the Soul Society done compared to what he has done? They took you. They were going to execute you. Your brother almost killed me. Aizen offered me a chance to save you. The Soul Society didn't even try to understand. They instantly wanted to kill me. There was that one Shinigami from before. He wasn't half bad in the end, though he even wanted me gone. Who would you side with if you were me? The man who saved you or the place who wanted to kill you all along? Ichigo, do you really know Aizen? He tried to kill his own lieutenant. She devoted her life to serving him. He faked his own death too, I heard. He faked his own death, tried to kill his own lieutenant. The videos came flashing before his eyes again. So Aizen wasn't perfect. He hadn't tried to harm him before. He has never tried to harm me. Rukia was getting closer to him. She was pushing back fabric on his side. Shit, he had almost forgotten about that. What are you doing? Ichigo, Rukia had decided to just untie the sash on his waist, so the fabric came apart. Rukia was trying to undress him. His heart was beating 1,000,000,000 miles an hour at the thought. You say he has never tried to harm you. But how do you explain this? You take a punishment and then come back with this. I knew something was wrong. I could feel it. He risked a look. His side looked badly burned, yet it didn't hurt. What is your point? Ichigo, why do you blindly follow a man who would willingly hurt you? Why accept it? The Ichigo I knew wouldn't put up with it. Her hand was hesitating to touch the burnt skin. Rukia, you really don't understand. Then make me Ichigo. I know what I know about the man, and you're the one refusing to listen to reason. I'm not refusing to listen to reason. I already explained it. I have my reason to not like the Soul Society, to think that they are the real enemies in this. Aizen didn't tell me this, that is from what I know. So what if you're from the Soul Society? That would be even more of a reason for them to actually hear you out. Rukia groaned. She stopped, hesitated, and her hand went to lay on his side. That is probably his mark. If you hate it here so much, why not try to leave then? I am sick of being protected and told that I don't know the whole story. He hated that he had snapped on Rukia, but his mind was in such a place now it was hard. He gathered his things and tied the sash back around his waist again in frustration. He was about to leave through the door when Rukia caught his hand. Ichigo, I don't want to see you hurt or worst killed. If I leave, I'm taking you with me. You saved me, now someone needs to save you. Before he could take off again, Rukia pushed herself closer to him and got up on her tiptoes and kissed him. She had kissed him. It wasn't on the cheek, it was a full-out kiss. He could feel the blush coming to his cheeks that he tried to hide. He kissed her back. He didn't agree with what she was saying, but her kisses were sweet. He didn't know what brought Rukia to kiss him, but he actually liked it. He had never been kissed before. Hell, he had no experience with girls whatsoever. He pushed her against the wall before he could stop himself. It was like his body had a mind of its own. Rukia forced herself away from him. She was panting. Ichigo, please come back with me. He was trying to get breath. He hadn't been expecting that at all. I can't. You know that. I don't need to be saved. I know I belong here now. He couldn't let her kiss him again. If she did, he might just break. He stalked out of the room. He closed the door as he hurried down the hallway. He was trying to catch his breath the best he could. He didn't know where he was going, though his feet took him back to the throne room. Aizen was still there. Did he ever move from that throne? No, he went to a different throne room. This was a different place than where he went. Leave us slowly, meanly. He could see the two Aaronkar girls. They turned to leave the room with a quick, yes, Lord Aizen. What is wrong, Ichigo? How could Aizen be evil? Aizen seemed to truly care about him. Aizen's brown eyes were open and inviting rather than cold and hateful. I know I have no right to ask, but why did you save me? Why train me? Answer truthfully, it won't change anything. I just want to know. His words came out in a rush. Follow me. Aizen got up off the throne and began to walk out of the room. He had no choice but to follow the man all the way until they got to the familiar hallway. The man went to the room across from his own room. Why was Aizen leading him into his room? Aizen gestured for him to enter the room. The moment he entered the room, the door was shut behind him. Wow, Aizen's room was nice. It was the same type of emptiness that his own room had, but something about it just made it seem grand. He remembered what Jin had said. The only rooms that weren't monitored were their rooms and a few others. What was Aizen going to say or do to him? Ichigo, I have told you that you reminded me of myself. Why do you keep trying to find more information? I am trying to understand. Everyone is telling me how bad you are. I don't want to believe them. You have done nothing but be nice to me. I guess I just want to know more about you. Aizen sighed. You left your family to roam. Did they say something to you? I know you went to talk to your father. Aizen was changing the subject again. Why did his family roaming around cause such problems? You're changing the subject. So Suke, why do you always do that? Why are you trying to hide things from me? Come here. He gulped. The man had taken a seat on his own bed. He went forward. What was Aizen going to do to him? Aizen forced him on the bed next to him. He could only stare at Aizen. What was going to happen now? Had he pissed the man off? Was this the end of him? Why do you want to know me so much? The question took him by surprise. Everyone needs someone. I can tell you don't let people in. I don't know what happened to make you like this, but everyone needs to have someone they can talk to. No one needs to be alone. It is wrong. You keep telling me I remind you of yourself. I guess in a way I can see myself in you as well. He could see shock in Aizen's brown eyes. You see yourself in me? Don't say that. He didn't understand. Why did Aizen say that? So Suke, please talk to me. Why tell me not to say that? It is one thing for me to say that to you, but another for you to say that. It is the same thing. How can one remind you of the other when the other doesn't? He gasped a little when Aizen took him into his arms. He didn't flinch away. He actually wrapped his arms around Aizen. He hadn't expected it. Maybe he was getting somewhere with the man. So it felt odd as hell to hug the man. But something had to be happening in the man's mind to make him grab him like this. It wasn't done in a weird way. You see the good in everyone, don't you, Ichigo? Well, you try to see the good in everyone. Why couldn't you have been there so long ago? What was Aizen talking about? Been where? What I wouldn't have given to know there was someone like you before. A caring soul. Was Aizen actually breaking down to him? I meant what I said. I'm not going to leave you. Everyone does need to know they have at least one person. I have no clue what may have happened, though it doesn't matter. That was it. Aizen wasn't evil, he was misunderstood. No one had never tried to understand the man before. He could relate to that feeling. People thought so many things about him because of how he acted with his attitude, and on top of that the color of his hair. Nothing that is said leaves this room. He nodded. Why was Aizen so secretive? The Soul Society has always thought of me as a threat. They would never say it, but I knew it to be true. They went after the people I cared about when I was young. I did everything to raise in the ranks to prove myself. No one ever tried to understand me, before you. During the academy, which is school to teach souls how to become Shinigami, people didn't understand. People assume. They are quick to judge. Do you think the Soul Society would try the same with me? I know exactly what you mean. People always assume the worst. I can't be for sure. There are many aspects that are similar. Ichigo, why did you think you saw yourself in me? You're not a bad person, Sosuke. You're determined. I know that we aren't exactly the same. I can just see parts of myself within you. Why are you surprised with that? Have you not figured out that you have killed people? Yes, I've been told all of the things you apparently have done. You're not a saint, I get it. Though no one deserves solitude. I may be different if I hadn't had friends there for me. I don't blame you for doing what you did. You saved me, Sosuke. You didn't have to, but you did. You did the right thing. I can only imagine what you must have gone through. Ichigo, just what have you had to go through? Another question that caught him off guard. My mother, when I was little, she was killed. I always thought it was my fault, so I took it upon myself to close myself off from others after that. I recently found out that a hollow killed her, though that isn't the point. Plus, all of my life, I had people commenting about how I must be a certain type of person because of the color of my hair. I would get into fights a lot because of it. He started to see one by one his friends and family disappear inside his mind. He sighed. The point is, I would most likely have been a different person if I didn't have anyone to set me back on the right path. If everyone I ever cared for was gone from my life, who knows who I may have become? Then the thought hit him, just because his family and Rukia was here, it didn't mean the rest of his friends were safe. In fact, Orihime and Chad and even Yuryu had gone to the Soul Society to search for him. He hadn't seen Orihime or Chad, just Yuryu back in Karakura. He couldn't help but worry about Orihime and Chad. Not to mention Tatsuki, Kigo, and Mizuiro. He couldn't stay here, and he knew it. The summer would be ending soon. People would notice that they were missing. His father was a doctor. People may be dying because of him. Aizen was from a different world than he was, and he knew it. Rukia was from that same world. Ichigo, what does that look for? Summer is ending. I am still in high school. People would surely notice that I am missing. I don't want to leave, but I may have to. What if the Soul Society tries to attack the friend I still have in Karakura? They might not understand. They might appear fickle, but they are still my friends. Ichigo, it is your choice. I won't make you stay here. I'm not leaving you. I don't want to leave you. If I was to stay here, what would happen? It depends. You still have a human side. Though if that human side was to die, so would all ties you had with that world. You would become just like any other Shinigami. All memories that a Shinigami forms with any human that doesn't have spiritual pressure would fade from their memory. Hueco Mundo works the same as the Soul Society in aspects. How can I even be human? My father is a Shinigami and my mother was a Quincy. That is what my father said. Quinces are spiritual beings though they are human. So there is where your human half is from. Ichigo, I won't force you to stay here if you want to go back. If I go back, that means I would be breaking my promise to you. No, you have a way to get back whenever you wish. He could tell Aizen was trying to take a leap of fate with him. He nodded, but he was trying to calculate in his mind just how much longer he had. He decided to give up on trying to figure just how many days had gone by. Every chance I'll get, I'll come back. Actually, maybe I can only leave this place to have normal interactions like high school, but continue to come back. No, it might make people wonder. You will need to go back and stay in Karakura town. As much as that idea could have worked, we can't risk it. Also, if you're wondering the day, it is the last day of August. We will make it work out. Wait, what if the Soul Society tries to attack me when I'm there? They did take Rukia from Karakura. Also, what about my physical body? I know you'll do the right thing should they attack. As for your physical body, it is most likely still in Karakura. I sent Jin to fetch it, and he reported it was gone. So Kasuke Urahara most likely has it. He couldn't stop the groan from leaving his lips. I'd rather not deal with Mr. Hat and Clogs again. I guess I'll leave tomorrow so I can get back. You have to come visit. Me? Yes, you. You better come to visit me sometime. It felt good having this kind of talk with Aizen, though it was amazing to watch the look of shock or amazement cross Aizen's face. To his surprise, Aizen nodded. Of course. Now remember, nothing leaves this room. Yes, nothing leaves this room. Your secret is safe with me. So Aizen wasn't the bad guy at all. He just wished that he could share this with the others. Aizen gestured for him to leave the room. He got up and went towards the door. You better be seeing me off tomorrow then. Of course I wouldn't miss seeing my prodigy off. Aizen smiled. It was a real smile. He couldn't help but smile back before he opened the door and stepped out into the hallway between their rooms. It felt odd to think that tomorrow he would be leaving this place. He awoke to the sound of knocking on the door. He groaned as he rolled over in the bed. He didn't want to get up. The knocking stopped, but a loud bang echoed across the room. What was Rukia doing now? Could she not be quiet? He felt something land on him. He gasped as his eyes shot open. You leaving? He looked up into blue eyes. Grim Zhao was sitting on top of him. Damn it, how did he forget that he would be leaving this place today? He shoved the espada off of him. Yes, but it isn't like I am leaving forever. The male pinned him down to the bed again. Why was I not informed about this yesterday? His high ass is the one that told us that you was leaving. Sorry, it slipped my mind. It isn't like I want to leave. Now get off me, Grimjow. He tossed the male off of him. He could hear a snicker. Rukia was watching them. His face heated up. Damn it, Rukia was watching this. How can something so big slip your mind? Ichigo, come on, I thought we were closer than that. He had just ended up passing out once he left Aizen's room. He hadn't gone in search of Grimjow or Jin. Rukia had worried about him. He remembered how Rukia had insisted on how Aizen had tried to do something to him. He couldn't tell anyone what Aizen had told him last night. It was their little secret. He didn't know why, but having a secret between him and Aizen excited the hell out of him. He pushed himself out of bed. He might as well get ready. You will find Ichigo forgets a lot of things. Rukia was poking fun at him. He sent her a look. Hey, I'll remember that. Rukia stuck her tongue out at him. Grimjow snickered at the exchange. I may miss the little feisty one a little bit. Grimjow, why not sneak back to Karakura town? He noticed that Grimjow was debating about how to answer. It's fine if you're scared. I can just come here. I ain't scared of nothing. Maybe I can talk Sosuke into allowing me to take you along. Ichigo. Rukia had that look in her eyes. He would at least try. Though it might be a little more complicated now. Kisuke may not want to help him. Maybe I don't have to go to school at all. I could just stay here. That is completely out of the question. Ichigo, a high school boy, must finish their schooling. Aizen was standing in the doorway. Grimjow stiffened. He couldn't help but groan. You taught me so much. Why can't you just take over my schooling? Aizen tried not to show any emotion, but he noticed that he had that look of surprise on his face again. Then surprise was replaced by a smirk. Ichigo, as much as that is an interesting idea, I'll have to deny. Surely, you must want to catch up on your human life. Remember, you're still human. Right, he was still human. He had friends that the Soul Society might go after. What if they didn't accept his choice? What if they tried to change his mind? No, Aizen wasn't evil. His mind was set. I guess you have a point. Though you even said you have more to teach me. I do, but that can wait. Grimjow. Aizen turned to look turns Grimjow, who tried to play off the look of fear. Yes, Lord Aizen. He had never heard Grimjow address Aizen with any title. Ichigo, I believe you should take Grimjow with you. Wait, how did Aizen know? Of course. Aizen must think a lot of him to allow him to take Grimjow with him, though he wouldn't complain. He slid his Zanpakuto into place. He was about to walk out of the room when Aizen stopped him. Remember to report in. Relax, or at least try. I am trusting you with Grimjow. Don't fail me. I won't, Sosuke. Remember to come visit. They were being led into a room off of the throne room. He had been here before when he had first tried to go get Rukia. His father and his sisters were already in the room. Ulquiorra was there, but beside that it was empty. He knew the other espadas existed. He had seen them at least once during a meeting, but he didn't really remember any of them. He wasn't looking forward to visiting Mr. Hat and Clogs to get his physical body back. Ichi, you better come ta visit. Jin seemed to grin bigger. You know I will. Aizen looked between them, so he wasn't aware of Jin's little talk with him. Perhaps that was a good thing. They entered the Garganta. His father didn't look too happy upon the gate closing to Hueco Mundo. What is the catch, Ichigo? Huh. At least his father was trying to talk to him normally. He just let us all go? What did you agree to? Why must you think the worst about him? Never mind, don't anyone answer that. Daddy, what is this? Yuzu was clinging to their father for dear life. Right, Yuzu couldn't control spiritual energy. Karen couldn't either, but she wasn't freaking out like Yuzu. The bridge was at least stable. Ichigo, you really are an idiot if you made a deal with that man. Karen still seemed to have some hatred towards him, though she wouldn't exactly voice what was truly wrong. He isn't that bad. He sighed. Rukia was quiet, and so was Grimjow. He wondered what was going on. He didn't know either of them to be quiet. He wondered where Grimjow would stay. There was no way he could stay in his house. They didn't have enough space. Sure, Rukia had been sleeping with him when they had been in Los Noches, but surely his father wouldn't stand for that in his house. While she had slept in his closet for months without his father knowing, though he had to wonder if he had known all along. Grimjow wouldn't fit in the closet like Rukia did. He tried to shake that image out of his head. That would be just plain weird. It would be handy to have Grimjow around, but he didn't know just where he would stay. Kisuke wouldn't allow him to room there. Grimjow was an errand car. He wondered if Aizen had thought this out more so than he had. So, Hollow, you're going to go to school too? His father was trying to make casual conversation with Grimjow. I guess if I have Ta, since Ichigo will be there most of the time. So where do you plan to stay? Great, leave it to his father to ask that question. Ichigo, Grimjow was looking at him for help. Why was this happening to him? Mr. Hollow can stay with us, can't he? I could always sleep in Karen's room. Yuzu the caring one. Mr. Hollow? Grimjow rose a blue eyebrow looking at Yuzu. Look, kid, my name is Grimjow. I don't see why not. It would be the only way to truly keep an eye out for things. Ichigo, was that your thought? I wasn't going to kick Yuzu out of her room. Yes, it would be better to have Grimjow in the same house. It would take care of a few problems. Though I don't. Ichigo, it is fine. Although I am not thrilled that you are willingly going along with Aizen and working with Hollows, Grimjow seems okay enough. You're still my son, so I'll try to support you. That actually meant a lot coming from his father. Thanks. But if you think about doing anything hollow-like, we have another thing coming. Great, leave it to his father to threat Grimjow. He sighed. Would this pathway ever get to Karakura town? Had his father forgotten that Rukia was there? She was walking by his side. She looked like she was lost in thought. You want to go back, don't you? He didn't understand why Rukia would want to go back to the place that tried to kill her. No, I mean I do, Ichigo. Though things just keep getting complicated. An honest answer from Rukia. Maybe they had gotten closer. They hadn't spoken about the kiss they had shared, though things were a tad awkward between them now. Neither of them knew what the kiss meant. Well, he for sure didn't. Rukia, I almost forgot. So I am guessing you are assuming on sleeping with Ichigo. He went bright red as his father casually mentioned that. I? Rukia was looking down. Her side of the bridge had begun to flicker. He had to reach out quickly to catch her from falling. The bridge of spirit energy seemed to disappear quickly. Ichigo has a girlfriend. Yuzu giggled despite being unsure of what to do in the surroundings she was in. Yuzu, get real. She is too cool for Ichigo. Leave it to Karen to point something like that out. He frowned at that comment. Rukia forced a laugh. Ichigo, why was everyone now looking at him? Right? Because he was hanging on to Rukia still. Were they dating? Grimjow and Jin had both mentioned it. Aizen had even mentioned it. He gulped. What if he said the wrong thing? Yeah, those two are dating. He glared at Grimjow, who shrugged and continued to walk. Yuzu squealed in delight. Karen shook her head, and his father was watching them. Is that true, Ichigo? Why was it so hard to decide? Right, because he had no clue what he felt. Sure, they had kissed, but he was sort of afraid of what would happen. What if he picked the wrong answer? I guess. Solid ground finally, they exited the Garganta. He could hear his father going back to acting goofy, telling his mother how their son was growing up. Rukia slipped her hand into his as he walked away from his father. So you really want to try this? Yeah, why not? I don't think we would live it down if we didn't at least try it. About that kiss. You see Rukia was blushing. He could make out the slight coloring on her cheeks. I don't want things to be awkward anymore. I mean, I guess it may be now, but Ichigo, I understand. How about we at least try to see how things work out? I don't plan on going back anytime soon anyways. You know, my feelings on the matter isn't going to change just because things are different between us. I know, and it sort of makes me sad, Ichigo. The Soul Society aren't the bad people. Though I respect what you think. I don't agree with it, but I respect it because I respect you. Well, that was at least a step, though he never would have thought this would be happening. You are different, I won't deny it. Rukia. No, listen. You are different. You've grown a lot since we first met each other. I wish that you weren't so willing to follow Aizen. I don't want to see you get hurt. I won't. I promise. You're entitled to thinking what you want, but I hope one day that I can show you that he isn't all bad. I guess we can agree on one thing. We don't want each other hurt. He actually saw Rukia smile at the last part. So are you actually looking forward to classes beginning? No, not really. It is going to be hard to readjust. I've had crash courses taught by Aizen, so imagine how boring going back to normal school will be for me. Now you can understand what I dealt with at first when I was learning to adjust to this world. It might be amusing. I said it would be boring compared to Sosuke's teaching, not impossible. I know I am looking forward to some aspects of being back here. I know this is originally my home and everything, but there are things I would never miss. Hey, it isn't going to be the same, Ichigo. He tried to hide a jump as Grimjow appeared in front of them. How long had he been watching them? Right, because you're with me too. Yep, and I will make it interesting. You still owe me that sparring match. Fine, you're right. Well, we sparred before, but I guess it would be good to spar again. Ichigo, don't you need to go get something? I am dreading going to see Mr. Hat and Clogs to go get my body back. Let's just get it over with. I have no clue if there is a Jigai that a hollow can use. Aaron cars are hollows that have bridged the gap between hollows and Shinigami, so I think Grimjow will be fine. Though let's get this over with. The last time he had saw Kisuke, he had been fighting the man. It wasn't like he had injured him, but still it was enough to make him dread what may happen when he stepped foot into the shop. Another person he dreaded facing was Yuryu. He didn't consider him a true friend really, because they weren't that close. Sure, they were closer than they had been, but now he knew more than before. So much had changed since he had last seen his friends. He didn't know if that was a good thing or not. He looked at the shop. He really didn't want to go into there, but he had to. So Ichigo, before we go in, they might want to Rukia started. He moved his thumb over her hand. Rukia was at least concerned about him. They might try to convince me how wrong I am. I am aware. Let me guess they were using you before to get me there? No one expected you to know Kido. Rukia, I'm not mad at you. I don't expect this to be easy, though I'll deal with what comes. He didn't want to let go of Rukia's hand, but he did so as he stepped towards the shop. The children that Kisuk always seemed to have with him were missing from the front of the shop. So maybe this wasn't a good thing at all. He knew he had to do it. Aizen wouldn't just let him go back to Los Noches. High school was his only option at the moment, and that meant he needed his body back. Maybe Khan was in it. It didn't make him feel that much better, but if Khan was, he might be able to avoid seeing Mr. Hat and clogs. The door to the shop opened. Well, he had been seen. Ms. Kachiki, I see you have returned. You have interesting company indeed. Ichigo, welcome back, and a hollow. Now what can I do for this bunch? Ichigo, have you finally come back for your body? He sighed. Yeah. Kisuk, I'm going to need a new Jigai. As much as I am going to dread saying this, we also need a Jigai for him. A Jigai for a hollow. Well, this is an interesting request. So Aizen didn't trust his student. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Kisuk as that damn fan appeared. He was laughing at him. Grimjow is an errand car if you really want to know. A hollow that has bridged the gap between. I know what he is. No comment on having no trust. I have plenty of trust. I rather prefer having Grimjow here. Ichigo, stop it. So Kisuk, think you can help us? I'll see what I can do. I'm not sure I can trust you, Ichigo. You are Aizen's students after all now. Just give me my body back. What I don't understand is how Aizen did it. Your soul chain and sleeve were destroyed, yet here you are. Your body seems to still be alive, though. What do you want to know? Just what were Aizen's methods? Aizen hadn't said anything about not saying anything about his teaching methods, so why not? He shrugged. Lots of fighting, making me memorize Kido incantations as homework, and throwing me in a hole. Yet you think Aizen is your savior. Great Rukia had to get a word in. He couldn't say the rest with Grimjow there. He wasn't sure if it was the best idea to say the whole hollow part. Did you have to reach the top in a certain amount of time? Yeah, how did you know? The battle to become a Shinigami. If failed, the soul becomes a hollow. Usually it takes a period of 72 hours before a soul reaches that point where they become a hollow. The chain of fate is slowly eaten away until it happens. Come in. Great Kisuk was now forcing them into the shop, all of them, including Grimjow. He could tell that Grimjow wasn't comfortable with the topic of choice. The doors were being slid shut and locked. That wasn't a good sign. So Ichigo, tell me more about your training. There is nothing more to know. Can I have my body back? You see, when the encroachment process begins, the chain of fate must be severed from the body, meaning the soul can never return to their body. We'll see just how well Aizen did with your training. Tessai, bring in Ichigo's body. A man. Wait, the man looked familiar. Brought in his body. Khan was not in the body at all. In fact, it looked very much lifeless. What if Ichigo can't return to his body? Why did Rukia have to ask that question? We will see what we can do before we approach that topic, Ms. Kachiki. He reached out towards his body. He slowly tried to ease himself into his body, but his soul wouldn't go in. Oh my. The body is rejecting the soul. This isn't good at all. You did something to my body. That is it, isn't it, Mr. Hat and Clogs? That had to be the reason. I have done no such thing. But how are you sure that Aizen didn't do something to your soul? He isn't evil. So he isn't a saint, but he isn't evil. Though I am beginning to think you are evil. Me? Though I am only a simple shopkeeper. With a Zanpakuto. Simple my ass. He reached out. Khan had to be around here somewhere. He found the annoying mod soul. He followed the trail, and before he realized it, he was falling into a trap door. Ichigo. Khan looked up. He was very much in his body. So that body that had rejected him was a fake. Khan coughed up. He went towards Khan. No, that isn't a good welcome, Ichigo. Khan took off running. His body fell to the ground unconscious. The soul candy that was Khan was on the ground next to his body. Kisuk was down in this place too. Great, though he had got Khan out of his real body. Not bad at all. How did you know Khan was down here anyways? He eased himself down into his body. It felt weird adjusting to the feeling of not being in soul form anymore. I just could feel it. You most likely was trying to trick me into thinking that Aizen had done something. Won't work. I knew you had my body all along. It gave you plenty of time to do something with it. The lion plush was thrown on the ground by him. He picked up the soul candy and inserted it into the plush. This isn't fair. You leave me here, Ichigo. You wouldn't have wanted to go where he was. Leave it to Kasuke to try to get that word in. He stretched his arms to try to get the stiffness out of them. So I am impressed, Ichigo. How are you feeling? Why do you care? Oh, don't be like that, Ichigo. I'll look past the fact that you called me the evil one. This sucks. He could hear Grimjow complaining from above. So what is this place anyways? An underground training ground I had no clue was under my shop. Sure, he didn't understand why Kasuke had to act like this. You could at least act more excited. Though anyways, I would love to see just what you have learned. No way. You don't get that pass. You can't just say Aizen is this evil person and then expect me to just let you go on about how he trained me wrong. I think we saw just how surprised you were when you fought me before. Oh, come on, Ichigo. Nope, I'm not allowing you to change my mind. He grabbed Khan. He would probably need him anyways. He jumped up out of the training ground and back into the back room of the shop. Grimjow was complaining about the Jigai. He couldn't help but chuckle at the espada. You try to get into one of these things, they are uncomfortable. Oh, stop complaining, Grimjow. It can't be that bad. Actually, they are hard to get used to. You'll get used to it eventually. You make it sound like I'll be staying here for a while, feisty one. He couldn't help but sigh at Rukia and Grimjow fighting. It was interesting to see the two of them at least trying to get along, even if they were fighting. It must be hard for both of them. I have no clue how long you will be staying here, Grimjow. I doubt Aizen will just let you stay here for long periods of time. Well, aren't you supposed to serve Ichigo? He wanted to disappear at that point. Why would Rukia bring that up? This looks interesting. Stay out of it. He could only imagine what his house would be like. It was like his father turned on a switch to make him act like his normal goofy self upon entering Karakura town again. He knew one thing was for sure. It wouldn't be anything like before Rukia had been taken to the Soul Society. Think about the match, Ichigo. You can even go full out. Ichigo, you should take it. Then spar with me. He sighed. Leave it to Grimjow to light up at the mention of a fight. Fine, though not now. I'll pick the time, and you better be ready. Can do. Do you have to check with your teacher first? No. I just don't want to fight now. It isn't like Aizen controls me. Says the miniature version of Aizen. Your Ryatsu is almost identical to his, and that is a little scary. Just shut up when you're ahead. Come on, I'm not going to stay here and take this. He walked out of the store. Had Kasuke really called him a miniature version of Aizen? Don't listen to that guy. You're better than Aizen. Grimjow was by him. Thanks, I guess. It would probably take a lot to get used to seeing Grimjow without the mask fragment. He actually looked normal in the Jigai. I can see what he means, though. At sometimes more than others, I can feel that same presences coming off of you. He trained me. I guess that makes sense, but it is just a little scary. Don't start this again. I don't need everyone on to me about my life choices. Ichigo, we just need to be careful that you can control that presence. Before your Ryatsu would leak all over the place, you had little to no control over it. It could be very bad if you let it get out of hand. I have better control over it, Rukia. Trust me. So who is Aizen anyways? Khan had finally decided to speak up. I'm sure Rukia will tell you all about him later. Ichigo, are you adjusting to your body again? Rukia looked concerned. Yeah, why? It just seems like you're off. If your body isn't syncing with your soul, that could be really bad in the future. I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. Just because his body still didn't feel right didn't mean anything. He had just been in soul form for a while. That was it. It had to be. It was the first day of classes, and he felt stiffer than normal. He wouldn't say anything to Rukia. After all, she was already concerned that his soul wasn't meshing with his human body anymore. She had even gone as far as calling his human body a Jigai for him. He had to move through it. He had gone to school in worse shape before. His body had gotten pretty beat up in the past after he had fought hollows. So this was nothing. Good morning, Ichigo. His father came flying at him as he set foot on the ground level of the house. So at least that was back to normal, not that he minded the peace and quiet. That was one thing that he hadn't missed about being here. Aizen was extremely calm compared to his father. He actually was longing to be back in Los Noches. There these wake-up calls did not happen. Rukia moved out of the way as he sent his father flying into the nearest wall. Well, it is nice to know you haven't gotten rusty. Yuzu sighed. Get used to it, Yuzu. Some things won't change no matter how much of an idiot Ichigo becomes. Grimjow came down the stairs shortly behind them. He wondered how the Espada had slept. Are you telling me I missed a fight? Normal attempted sneak attack my dad does. I don't really see how it is really needed now. Are you telling me that Aizen did better? Aizen didn't believe in waking me up or attacking me like that. I don't believe it. Quite shouting. Karen looked like she was going to attack their father now. Yeah, so this was a normal day more or less. He sat down, Rukia sitting next to him. Actually, if Aizen tried to attack me as a lesson, he was calmer about it. The shouting gives you away, Dad. What did you say, Ichigo? He sighed as he took a bite of food. Yuzu's cooking was still good, but it tasted much different than what he was used to. Right, he had been eating Kanami's cooking for a while now. He had figured out it was the other man's cooking he had been eating whenever he ate anything. He always thought Aizen had cooked him something or even bought him something when in the Soul Society, but he had found out in Los Noches that it was really Kaname. Grimjow was eyeing the food that he had on his plate. Grimjow, I know you have eaten normal food before. I've seen you in Los Noches. What is this anyways? This doesn't look like any of the food at Los Noches. Just eat it. So Grimjow was going to be this type of house guest, while he was an Arrancar. How was he supposed to know what Arrancars acted like outside of Los Noches? After a shouting family discussion, which Grimjow got involved in, they were off to school. He had no clue how this was going to go. So maybe something was a little off with his body, though he could move through it. Ichigo, you are worrying me. Why is that, Rukia? I really don't think your soul and your body are syncing. When a Jigai doesn't sync together, bad things happen. So it will be worse with it being your human body and not a Jigai. I am fine. Really. Ichigo, it will only get worse if that is the problem. So be open to me if it isn't syncing properly. I had way worse things happen to me, Rukia, and you never cared then. I have always kept going regardless of what has happened to me in the past. I had Khan almost rip off my shoulder, and I kept going. I can handle it. Ichigo, if your soul isn't syncing, then you may lose complete control over your body. It might even reject you. That is the best case, of course. If you lose control, you might suffer permanent damage to your soul. Rukia, it isn't going to happen. Stop worrying. So where did you go last night anyways? I was in the house all last night, Ichigo. Rukia. Lover's tiff, already Grimjow was not helping him. I betcha I know where she went. You went back to the Soul Society, didn't you? Ichigo, I told you I wasn't going to go back for a little bit. I don't see why you need to know where I am at all times anyways. You were always disappearing when we were at that place, and you know it. So maybe this wasn't the best start of a relationship. He had no clue about them, and even he could figure that out. They had entered the schoolyard. Orihime gave a puzzled glance at them, and then began to wave at them. Ichigo, Rukia. She came over to them. Hey, Orihime. He wondered if this exchange was going to be more normal-like. What is a hollow doing here? Leave it to Yuryu to come out of nowhere. The better question is, why would you come back, Ichigo? Finally figure out you made a mistake. No. Oh, I see, he got tired of you and sent you back here. He couldn't help his hands balling up into fists. Ichigo, don't do anything stupid. Remember that. Rukia was reminding him not to do anything stupid. Yuryu, please don't start. Orihime was even trying to stop them from fighting here. He could hear whispers going around the schoolyard, so he was playing into his reputation again. He didn't care. Yuryu couldn't talk. Grimjow looked like he was ready to fight. No, Grimjow, he isn't worth it. Even if something started, I would take care of that battle. Come on, Ichigo, you're no fun now. To say class was interesting would be an overstatement. Class was boring, even more so than normal. He was used to Kido practice and sparring, so anything that required sitting still would be boring. He believed Aizen's classes would be better than sitting here in a normal high school classroom again. He could feel glances on him all during the day. Rukia was in front of his desk by the time lunch came along. At least try to look interested. Try to act more normal. That's it, you. It is fine, and plus it is only the first day. I usually don't even come the whole day. I remember my first class of the high school year. Rukia, what's wrong with Ichigo? Orihime had stayed behind, and was looking at Rukia with concerned eyes. Why not ask him directly? Right, he would have just said he was fine and shrugged it off. He got up from his seat finally. Ichigo, you seem different. His soul might not be syncing correctly with his body. Someone decided to go for a joy ride without a body for a little bit. Well, it isn't like I was expecting to wake up in some place in the Soul Society. He only seems different because he is different. Yuryu had pushed up his glasses as he watched him. Orihime, it is useless to try to knock sense into him. When did Yuryu even care what he did? It seemed like he kept going out of his way to say his 2 cents. No one asked you. He was getting sick and tired of Yuryu having to put his word in. Ichigo, Yuryu, you two shouldn't fight. Leave it to Orihime to try to stop them from fighting. He had enough. If he stayed, he would most likely end up getting into another fight with Yuryu. That would draw attention to himself if they were at school. Though after school, Mr. Hat and Clogs wanted to fight. Why not use the underground training ground? No, I think fighting is the perfect thing to do. Yuryu, why don't we make a little wager? However, this time it is different. It is simple, a little sparring match. Are you sure you can wager without going to ask your master first? Ichigo, don't do this. You remembered what happened last time. I am assuming you know where Kisuk's shop is. The sparring match will take place there. You're on, Ichigo. I'm not going to lose to some Shinigami. He couldn't stop himself from smirking at that. I won't be losing. That isn't fair, Ichigo. You better be letting me fight too. Grimjow looked like he was sulking as he walked after him. I'll fight you after I mop the floor with Yuryu. You sound so sure of yourself, Ichigo. Also, I think Kisuk had a point. You are acting more and more like Aizen. Rukia had caught up with them. I'm fine, Rukia. I know exactly what I am doing this time. So you really are serious about fighting Yuryu? Your battle with him last time didn't go too well. There will be no bait, plus it is my rules this time. Kisuk's training ground can't be much worse than where Aizen trained me. Where did he train you? Some building. It had its own gateway. Really, Aizen trained you there? Was this before or after he committed mass murder? That was the Central 46 meeting chambers. Please tell me you didn't help him kill anyone. What did Rukia think? If he had committed the mass murder before the training, it would make sense why there was that smell of death. No, he never had me kill anyone. Ichigo, I want to hear this from you. Rukia was keeping her voice low as they walked to find a spot to go eat. Would you ever try to kill anyone? Aizen had asked him that question. Could he kill someone he didn't know? He had only killed hollows before, and when he killed them with his Zanpakuto, their souls were cleansed. So he really wasn't killing. He was saving the hollow. Though could he ever kill? He probably would, wouldn't you, Ichigo? Grimjow had told him before that Hueco Mundo was a kill or be killed type of world. Wasn't that any type of world, really? Rukia was looking at him concerned when he didn't reply. So you really would? I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't go and commit murder just for the hell of it. But if it was a kill or be killed type of situation, I would. Rukia, I'm not going to pretend like I know everything. Though surely you have been in that situation. Then he realized just what he had said. Rukia looked down. She couldn't look at him. Shit, what had he just said? You're right, Ichigo. I did, but I am not proud of it. No one should ever be proud of taking anyone's life. Though being a Shinigami, you learn that you may be faced with some tough decisions. Rukia had gone cold on him. What had he done? They sat in silence and ate. Grimjow looking as lost as Rukia had when she had first come here. Maybe worse. Kigo snuck up behind him trying to cheer him up, but he wasn't in the mood. He wondered just what Rukia had gone through back in the Soul Society. Had the Soul Society made her kill someone before? After hearing that he had made up his mind, perhaps the Soul Society truly were the evil ones. How much blood did they have on their hands? He had no clue. He probably didn't want to know. He wished he would have not said anything like he had to Rukia, though it was said, he couldn't take it back. Rukia went off on her own after eating. Had he made her mad? You sure messed up there. Grimjow was watching him. Don't remind me, Grimjow. He really hoped this didn't come back to bite him later. Though most likely it would. He wasn't looking forward to this. Hopefully he could make it up to Rukia. It wasn't like Ichigo knew what he was doing, though it still hurt all the same. Kaien had been a great man, though she had to kill him. Kaien wouldn't have wanted her to feel sad about doing the right thing, but it still hurt her to remember Kaien. Ichigo hadn't meant it. She knew he hadn't, but bringing up the subject hadn't done good things to her mindset. She still wasn't sure if Ichigo was actually related to Kaien somehow. Perhaps he was. What if he was? Wouldn't that make things even weirder if he was? Her mind was spinning as she saw how the hollow took Kyan's form. She looked down. It felt like she was reliving the moment all over again. She couldn't be around Ichigo right now. She didn't belong here. She could try to be normal, but she knew she didn't belong here. Wasn't staying here too long what had caused this whole mess in the first place? No, it was that along with lending her powers to a human. While that was originally what she had thought, turned out Aizen had been the one behind everything. Why would Ichigo side with Aizen in the end? Ichigo claimed he was only doing it to protect her, but couldn't he see how much of a mistake he was making? Ichigo meant well, she knew he did, but somewhere along the way he got lost. How did she show Ichigo he was on the wrong path before it was too late? She couldn't handle Ichigo dying like Kyan had. Just thinking about it made her heart hurt. Shinigami weren't meant to feel emotion. Emotion was a burden. No emotion could be a burden, but having emotion was also good. Having a simple mask of emotion was what made people like Aizen exist. She couldn't help the shiver as she truly began to think about it. No one knew anything about the man's background, they just knew that he had turned traitor to the Soul Society. Did Ichigo know more than the overall story? No, what was she thinking? Ichigo was being manipulated, there was no what-ifs. Ichigo couldn't be right about Aizen being good. Ichigo was simply confused. Ichigo let his emotions get in the way. He had a good heart, but he could blindly be led into the wrong side. How long would it take before Aizen had Ichigo under his control fully? She shook her head. No, she couldn't think about that. Ichigo would see the reality hopefully before it was too late. He had to. If he didn't, she would have to drag him out of the darkness that was so Suke Aizen. That may be the only way. Where had Rukia gone? She hadn't gone back to class. Hopefully his stupidity didn't push Rukia to go back to the Soul Society. If something happened to her, it would be all his fault all over again. He stood up from his chair. He couldn't continue to try to pay attention to things he could care less about. What is it, Ichigo? The teacher just had to call him out. It wasn't like it was the first time he had just gotten up during class. Well, it wasn't like this. He could feel every eye in the classroom on him. He didn't bother to explain himself. He just took off running out of the classroom. He could hear mutters as he ran down the hallway. He didn't care. He had to find Rukia. What if it was already too late? What is the rush? Is it about the feisty one? Grimjow had caught up with him. No time. What if she went back to that place? What place? The Soul Society. Or worse, what if they found her and took her back? I'm sure you're overreacting, Ichigo. Regardless, I need to know she is safe. He heard Grimjow groan, but he knew that the espada would help him look regardless. There was a slight breeze going by the river. It felt peaceful. She didn't know why she had ended up coming here, but it was just where her feet had ended up taking her. She hadn't meant to even leave the schoolyard, but here she was. Looking at the peaceful river actually helped her mind a lot, her heart not so much. She had agreed to date Ichigo purely because it felt right at the time, but she didn't know if she could handle this. She would have never thought she would have fallen in love with Ichigo. Sure, they were friends, though she didn't think she could see him as anything but. Though when she had given in and truly kissed him back in Hueco Mundo, that had been the start of something new. Did she regret kissing Ichigo? No, she didn't regret that. Ichigo had been the one who started this little nagging feeling within her. It was his fault for kissing her on the cheek. Why had Ichigo done that? That was all she could think about. It had been a simple kiss, but it opened her eyes to a new side of Ichigo. He was different, yet despite everything she knew, she had to save him this time. Ichigo had saved her countless times. It was her turn to save him now. She could hear footsteps coming towards her. She couldn't help but look up. Ichigo was coming towards her. She couldn't be mad at him. He hadn't known. She would show him that the Soul Society wasn't the evil ones, though. She had to save him. Ichigo came and sat by her. Ichigo, look, I'm sorry I ran off. It's fine. I found you, that is all that matters. Ichigo's hand reached out to push a piece of her hair behind her ear. She noticed the difference in his appearance. He was wearing the white uniform he had been wearing upon coming back to Karakura town instead of a school uniform. So he must have changed into soul form to cover more ground. Ichigo's lips softly touched hers. Ichigo was gentle. This was the Ichigo she had come to know. So he might seem different. He might have different view sets, but he was the same caring Ichigo. She couldn't help but return the kiss. This was one of the things that made her have no regrets about her choice. She didn't want to pull away, though she forced herself away. She couldn't help the smile that came to rest on her lips. Ichigo actually made her happy. It was a different type of happiness that she had around Renji or her brother. Was this how love was meant to feel? Come on, we need to get back. Ichigo looked like he was having difficulty being at this spot. She tried to remember back to anything he may have said about that moment. Then she realized why he must be having a hard time being in this spot. Wasn't this where his mother had died? It had to be. Oh, of course. Ichigo was pulling her up and guiding her up onto the main level of where the street set. Where were they going? It didn't seem like they were going back to the school, Ichigo's house, or Kisuke's shop. This was a completely new part of Karakura that she hadn't seen. What was that smell? Oh no, no it couldn't be. It smelt like they were going towards death. That was when her eyes went wide. No, she couldn't be seeing things correctly. They were heading towards what looked like a deserted building. Something felt off about this building. She couldn't put her finger on why though. Ichigo kept his hand in hers and pushed open the door. She looked upon the ceiling rafters to see that people were hanging among them. She couldn't help the scream that left her. Renji was there, along with several other people who she knew. Where was her brother? She began to panic. Ichigo let go of her hand. She heard a door sliding shut and locking. No, she was locked in here. Ichigo went and sat down on a throne. No, it couldn't be. How could you? Rukia, I thought we covered this already. The Soul Society was the enemies, it was the right thing to do. She looked among the room. The bodies of several of the captains were scattered among the building. What about Aizen? She couldn't help but ask. If Ichigo was like this, where was Aizen? Was he pulling all of the strings? What about him? Ichigo looked like he was getting annoyed. If this is your doing, where is he? Rukia, did you hit your head? Sosuke is still heading things at Los Noches. Jin is finishing the raid of the Soul Society as we speak. They can never hurt anyone again. Aizen was still in Hueco Mundo. Jin was in the Soul Society. What had happened? Had she been blind to what was going on behind the scene? Had Ichigo been distracted because he knew Aizen was planning something? No, how could this happen? Oh, perfect. Grimjow, bring our newest addition forward. The man who wouldn't lift a finger to stop his own sister from being executed. You have no right to have anything to do with Rukia. Grimjow was bringing in Byakuya as Ichigo spoke. No, brother. Rukia. Ichigo had come to stand in front of Byakuya. He wasn't moving out of Ichigo's way. Any last words? Things could have been different, Byakuya started. She couldn't move. Fear had set in. Correct, they could have. I do believe you brought this upon yourself, Byakuya Kachiki. Ichigo raised his Zanpakuto, and she saw blood. No. She couldn't stop the hot tears from falling down her face. How could Ichigo do anything like that? Rukia, something was shaking her. Ichigo was shaking her. No. Why, you monster? She couldn't stop the words from leaving her mouth. They had found her. He had never seen Rukia so still in his life. He instantly thought the worst when they had found her. That was when the screaming started. He had never heard Rukia scream like this. He had tried to shake her and call her name. She didn't wake up. Her eyes opened right after those hateful words left her mouth. She had called him a monster. It hurt him. So Rukia thought he was a monster all because of that comment he had made. Rukia blinked and sat up quickly. She was backing away from him. What did I do? You know exactly what you did. Look, I'm sorry about the comment. I didn't know. How could you? Rukia was confusing him. How could he make the comment? Hadn't he already explained that? Rukia, I really am sorry. I thought the worst when you didn't come back. I thought you had gone back. Gone back? You made it pretty clear that I couldn't. Why go back when I have no one? Rukia was shaking. Wait, were those tears? He reached out to her. She slapped him away. Don't touch me. Ichigo, leave the feisty one alone. Unless you think you can tame her. Grimjow, wrong time. Rukia, what are you talking about? You know, Rukia had pushed him further away. He hated to do this, but Rukia wasn't making any sense at all. He grabbed her and pulled her despite her trying to slap him away. He wiped the tears from her eyes. At least tell me what else I did. I am sorry if my comment about killing people made you upset. Though at least talk to me. I never said or did anything that wouldn't have stopped you from going back. Yeah, I dislike the Soul Society. It wouldn't have stopped you from going back. You killed them all. Rukia had lost it, that much was clear. Rukia, I haven't killed anyone. Snap out of it. I don't know what is wrong with you, but I don't like it. Accusing me of killing people when I haven't done anything. He was still trying to hold on to Rukia, though she wasn't making it easy at all. How did he snap her out of it? Was there a Kido for this? Think Ichigo think. But Kudo number one sigh. Rukia's arms became bonded behind her. At least that would stop her from pushing him away. What was wrong with her anyways? Rukia, listen to me, I didn't do anything wrong. She was really starting to worry him. Rukia blinked again and just looked at him. Ichigo, have you calmed down yet? Rukia was at least no longer screaming at him. What had that been about anyways? Why am I bound? Why can't I break it? You were slapping me. Do you promise you won't do it again anyways? Look, I am sorry for saying what I did, though you overreacted over it. Rukia was looking around before resting her eyes on him. Is this a trick? Is the Soul Society? He rolled his eyes. He was getting annoyed with her. What about that damn place now? You didn't kill anyone, did you? Why did she keep accusing him of killing people? No, I didn't kill anyone. Do you want me to kill someone or something? Here I was worried about you, that maybe they tried to take you back again, or worse, you went back on your own, and I find you freaking out. Now you are accusing me of killing people. Ichigo, is it really you? She had lost it. That had to be it. Of course it is me. Who else would I be? He lost his concentration on the Kido, and her arms became unbound. Damn it, she was going to slap him again. He wasn't going to slap or hit her back. That was wrong. Sure, he had kicked her before, but that was before. Now things were a little different. Or he thought they were. Rukia didn't slap him. Instead, she hugged him. So they are all alive. Who? The Soul Society. I am assuming they are. Did you think I went and committed mass murder or something? So people probably thought they were both crazy, as neither of them were in their soul form. It didn't matter that much to him. Well, it did, but Rukia mattered more. Actually, yes, though I am glad you didn't. I think that Ichigo would be interesting to be around. Though I have gotten used to this one. He could be more fun, but his sparring is amazing. Leave it to Grimjow to try to get a word in. How would that be good? So are you starting to figure out Aizen isn't exactly the best person to try to follow? The Soul Society isn't that bad. Why was Rukia still going on about that? He sighed. If I just agree that it isn't that bad, will you stop acting so weird? You scared the hell out of me. I just don't want you getting hurt in any way. Ichigo, please try to see the light again. Aizen isn't the best route for you to take. I know he saved you, but have you ever wondered why he would save you? Why he would train you? He is using you, Ichigo. He shrugged. So Suke wouldn't use me. You don't know him like I do. Grimjow made a noise, but said nothing. Rukia crossed her arms. She had backed away from him again. I won't stop until you understand that he isn't a good person. Fine, keep trying. He saved me, and I owe him. I should probably head over to Mr. Hat and Clogs now for my match with Yuryu. Which I still don't think is the best idea. Nothing will go on. You'll see. He had a feeling Rukia would follow him, so he turned and walked the opposite direction. He wasn't exactly thrilled about being by the riverside after all. Yuryu wasn't waiting for him the minute he reached the shop. While that was probably a good thing, it meant he had time to talk to Mr. Hat and Clogs to get him to use the training ground in the first place. He stepped into the shop without looking back towards Grimjow or Rukia. This was going to happen regardless. Mr. Hat and Clogs, where are ya? Ichigo, what brings you here? Did you finally decide to take me up on that offer? In a way. You want to see how much stronger I have gotten? I have a proposal for you. I challenged Yuryu to a match. I would like to fight it in your underground training ground. Why should I let you? It means you are one step closer to getting a match with me. That is what you wanted, right? Ichigo, what makes you think that challenging Yuryu is the best idea? He didn't understand why a simple sparring match would be such a problem. It wasn't like hollow bait was going to be used again. That had been Yuryu's idea, not his. Because he needs to understand how much stronger I have gotten. It is better to spar here than randomly around Karakura. Fine if you think you know what you're doing. I won't deny you the use of the training ground. So if this is really happening, why aren't you in soul form yet? Yuryu had just walked through the door. Kisuke knocked his soul out of his body using that cane of his again. I'm ready for this if you are. You can back down if you are scared. I'm not afraid of you, Ichigo. So what are the terms of this battle? He leaped down into the training ground. The terms are simple. First one down loses. We can even go all out here. I plan to. Oh, Yuryu had taken that bait easily. He waited until Rukia and Grimjow had gotten positioned. On the count of 3 then. He might as well take Yuryu's countdown from last time. He slowly counted, and on 3, he sent a Getsuga Tensho towards Yuryu. The attack didn't collide. Yuryu had moved out of the way. His bow was drawn. He sliced through the arrow easily. Yuryu had taken his bait. Now he couldn't lose this fight. He knew he wouldn't, but if he allowed himself to lose a stable mind, he might. More arrows were coming his way. They kept coming. He couldn't afford to try to cut all of them down. Bakudo number 81 Danku. The shield protected him as he thought of his next move. It was different than if he was fighting another Shinigami. Yuryu was a Quincy. What was the best way to go about this? It wasn't like Aizen had covered this in his lessons. The only way he could take all the arrows at once was if he did Bankai. That was it, he would use Bankai. He held his Zanpakuto out in front of him. Are you going to attack me, or are you just going to stand behind your little shield? Yuryu had no clue. Bankai. The barrier faded away. No arrows were being fired. No, just getting ready. The smoke hadn't cleared around him. He had one easy shot to get to Yuryu. He used the speed that his Bankai provided him with to go behind Yuryu. It was a cheap shot. It was downright dirty, but it was using his own attacks to his advantage. The smoke cleared. Yuryu had a long gash along his forearm. Ichigo, you don't want to kill him. Rukia was shouting at him. No, he didn't want to kill him, but the spar wasn't over until one of them was on the ground. Yuryu sent a series of arrows flying towards him. I don't intend to lose. So what if you have gotten stronger? It doesn't matter. I will win this. Quinces are better than Shinigami any day. He could throw Yuryu off if he used the information that his father had provided to him. He blocked an arrow from making contact with him. What about a Shinigami that also has a Quincy side? That is impossible. Yuryu had hesitated. He got another strike, this one a little shallower than the other. I don't see why it is. It is all about parents, is it not? He pointed his Zanpakuto at Yuryu's throat. Regardless if this was a real battle, you would be dead. Sure, you have gotten better yourself from the last time we had a wager, though you still lost. You cheated. It is about using what you have to your advantage. I did not cheat. That was impressive indeed, Ichigo. Though could you fare well against someone who had a more similar weapon to yours? You mean you? I thought we have already established that I can hold my own against you. Though I won't deny another sparring match. Ichigo, you were bluffing, right? No, actually I wasn't. My mother was apparently a Quincy. When did you get that out of Ishin? Kisuke must have known the truth all along. I also knew he was a captain, though one is unimportant. So did you learn this from your father or from Aizen? I was their Kisuke. His father told him the information. At least Rukia was taking his side for once in this. I see. Kisuke was getting that Zanpakuto out from his cane. Awaken Benaheim. He was no longer shocked with the change. Ichigo, you still have never said your Zanpakuto name regardless that you used Bankai. My Zanpakuto name is Zangetsu. He only knew his Zanpakuto because of Aizen's training. Another thing he owed Aizen for. I see, so you do know the name of your Zanpakuto. I guess he did teach you at least a few right things. Was that a compliment about Aizen? Well, he was getting somewhere with Kisuke at least. Though a few right things don't mean a lot in the end. Just because you know how to use a technique doesn't mean you can do it correctly. That was when the red spark came flying towards him. He jumped out of the way. He had to be careful which Kido he used from now on. He wasn't used to using Kido one after another. Sure, the test was one thing, but there was a little bit of a break between the actually testing questions. A lot of the questions had been about incantations. He had surprised himself when he was told he recited them correctly. No, he couldn't allow himself to get distracted. You might have skills, Ichigo, but you don't have the required stamina that allows someone to use the type of skills you have repeatedly. It just shows that you're still there. I don't know what kind of tricks Aizen was able to perform, but there are still gaps within your training. I have already noticed them. Kisuke came towards him. He had been at the long range, but now he was at medium range and getting closer. He raised his Zanpakuto up to block the attack. He had to center himself, that was the problem. Aizen had repeatedly told him to center himself. That is why his stamina was lacking. He had only been able to make it through the brutal test because he had centered himself. He couldn't allow his eyes to close, but he could take a moment to center his thoughts correctly. He took in a breath. He couldn't allow Kisuke to get to him. He couldn't fail Aizen. Failing Aizen wasn't an option. He could use Kuro Hitsuji. He had managed to clear enough space. Kuro Hitsuji, however, would kill Kisuke, and he rather not kill him. No, when he had used it against Aizen, he had only come through with a few scratches. Kisuke wouldn't assume him to know that Kido. Was Kisuke stronger than him? He wasn't sure. The man kept coming towards him. What would Aizen do in this situation? If he was going to do that keto, he had to hurry up. It would only work at a certain range. Kisuk came charging at him again. He could withstand his attacks. Though the question would be how long could he do it? Kisuk was actually on par with Aizen. Although he had never fought the man seriously, he could only imagine how it would be. If they were on par or close to it, that meant he could use it. He got in position. Kisuk had stopped. Tired already? Hardly. Heido number 90 Kuro Hitsuji. Kisuk's eyes went wide. He couldn't move fast enough to escape the closing sides of the black coffin. The coffin exploded much like it had with Aizen. So he had been right. He saw the blood dripping down the man's arms. So maybe he had come out a little more scratched up than Aizen, but he was still breathing. Ichigo, are you trying to kill him? Rukia was coming towards him. Kisuk was actually breathing heavy. No. What do you have to say about my skills and stamina now, Mr. Hat and Clogs? I do believe you killed my hat. The hat was laying on the ground. It was more beat up than the man was. Yet the man placed it on his head again. He didn't answer his question. So how did you learn that one? It was the last question on the test. He gave you a test? Kisuk looked confused now. He nodded like it was perfectly natural to almost kill someone. Well, it wasn't like he had killed or almost killed the man. The man was still alive. He could be worse off. His caring side was, however, trying to come out a little more. No, how did he know the battle wasn't over? Of course, though he made me try to memorize every keto. Now I am sort of thankful I never had him as a teacher at the academy. Not that he taught keto, but who knew what he would have done. We were running low on time. Remember, you were going to be executed. I said it was impossible to learn it, but somehow I did. He said it wouldn't be possible for a normal Shinigami. That is actually correct. I believe it is starting to make sense. I always knew you would be a scary kid if you accessed your true potential. I was correct in my assumption. Normal Shinigami don't go around knowing level 90 keto spells, especially those who have no rank. Add in the fact that you were still alive. I could only imagine what would have happened if you would have died. Shame Aizen was the one to train you, though. What is that supposed to mean? It means we are done here. Kisuk, what did you mean? Ichigo is still Ichigo. Kisuk came forward towards him as Rukia tried to voice herself. He went to guard himself, but Kisuk had slid his Zanpakuto quick enough against his side. The pain hit him. With Aizen, there is always a downfall. The man is powerful, though I have noticed that he isn't exactly good at hiding somethings about himself. Such as this mark on you, Ichigo. You're free to go back to him. In fact, you probably want to. I'd rather not have anything to do with you. The pain, why did it hurt so much? Kisuk, he could barely hear Rukia's voice. You'll pay for that. Grimjow, don't, he was coughing out his words. There is the Ichigo I knew. Had you been like Aizen fully, you wouldn't have cared about anyone's life. I know this firsthand. The man that trained you has a very dark past. I know. He was panting. Why had Kisuk cut him? Why did it hurt so much? A normal cut never hurt this much. The cut wasn't even that deep. No, Ichigo, I don't think you do realize just who the man truly is. He put up a front of being a nice captain. He was really doing unspeakable things behind the scenes. I found out what he was doing. I got involved. I interfered with his plan. So he tried to get rid of me. That, Ichigo, is why I am here in the first place. Do you really want to follow a man who would use people and then dispose of them? Who murders just because? He isn't perfect, I get it. I can't know for sure if you're not lying to me. He was having issues with his breathing. He put that there, I can feel it. If I had to bet, it was also affecting how you were acting. He has never hurt me. Why can't you accept that maybe he isn't this bad guy that you all think he is? Ichigo, you're confused. No, I know exactly what is right and wrong. I was right. You are really the true evil one in all of this. Rukia sighed. He could barely hear the outtake of air as she came towards him. Ichigo, you really are an idiot. Open your eyes and actually see what is going on here. He couldn't help the burst of laughter that echoed along with the pain. I see what you were doing. All of it. You were working with him all along. That front by the river, it was all to get back at me. All to teach me. Well, you failed at it. Yep. The pain was making him delusional now. He pushed himself up. Ichigo, what will it take? Will you only see it if he stabs you like he did his lieutenant? I can't handle if that happened. I can't let you get hurt. You're too late for that. At least Aizen never hurt me. He was having a hard time staying up. He could do it, though. He placed his hand over his side. He couldn't allow any more blood to leak out. He had no clue how he was going to get out of this place. Grimjow grabbed him. Come on, we are going back to Aizen. I hate to say it, but he is probably the best place for you now. His Vicen was fading in and out, so he didn't fight Grimjow that much. The Espada must have gotten out of the Jigai somehow, because he could feel the Espada leap up. So was this how he was going to die? He hoped not, but it was hard to stay focused and not fall under a sea of black. Maybe dying wouldn't be that bad. He wouldn't have to go to boring normal high school again. Sure, he would miss his family and maybe his friends, but he wouldn't have to pretend anymore. No, he couldn't give up. He had to fight this. Don't hurt yourself, Ichigo. If I wasn't concerned about you dying on me, I would have killed them for doing this to you. Grimjow's voice sounded so far away. No, he couldn't give in. He had to hang in there. At some point, his vision must have failed him, and he must have crashed down into the ever-growing sea of blackness. His mind felt fuzzy, and his body felt weak. He could barely open his eyes. But when he did, he wasn't in Karakura or in Hueco Mundo. Instead, he saw the skyscraper. You an idiot. He could barely make out an outline of someone standing over him. Zangetsu. No, this wasn't Zangetsu, but who else would it be? You see, King, I ain't gonna just stand around and let you die. He felt sore as the person disappeared. What was that just now? He groaned as he forced his eyes to open. Where was he? He couldn't make out anything. He heard yelling. He coughed. Was he going to die? No, the cut wasn't that bad. He shouldn't even be losing that much blood in the first place. He noticed Grimjow had set him down and was watching him. No, there isn't a way at all. Grimjow looked past him. What was happening? I will take him from here, Grimjow. That voice was Aizen. I suppose I came to visit at the right time. Grimjow, you are not to make a move unless told to. He was being rose up into the air. So Suke, I'm sorry. He didn't understand why he was saying sorry. It had just slipped out. He could barely hear Rukia. His whole mind was in a daze. His body felt like it was leaning forward. He had no clue what was happening. Ichigo, no. He could barely make out Rukia. I wouldn't move any closer, Rukia Kachiki. Ichigo. That was Oraheim's voice. Ichigo, don't give in to him. Can't you see he has been using you? He could feel a sensation through his body. It felt like something was wrapping around him. He leaned closer to the sensation. Drop the boy, Aizen. He didn't think he knew that voice. Grimjow, why don't you take care of our guests? He wished he could see what was happening. The pain was making his vision blurry, though. He blinked to try to clear his vision. Surprisingly, after 3 blinks, his vision started clearing. He could see Grimjow battling someone, though his vision wouldn't allow him to see just who it was. Aizen was taking him somewhere. Until we meet again, Ichigo. No, take me with you. He was in a panic as Aizen was laying him down. He grabbed at the man's clothing. Ichigo, there will come a time when I can do that, but now is not the time. You must stay put. You will know when the time comes. That was when he felt the pain hit him again. This time he did collapse into the dark sea. His body felt like it had been run over multiple times by a truck. He knew he had to open his eyes, but he didn't want to. He was in a daze still. Ichigo, you don't need to move around too much. Whose voice was that? He jolted up as he realized he had no clue where he was. Ichigo, you're an idiot. Kisuke, maybe it is better if I take him to the Soul Society with me. Rukia, you know you shouldn't do that. Why not, Renji? Actually, I believe that is the best idea. I did all I could, but Squad 4 might be able to do more. He was being scooped up. He was fading out again. When his eyes opened again, he was in a white room. He closed his eyes again. He could see figures moving around in a different white room. Memories. He knew he couldn't say a word about those memories. Is he okay? You aren't allowed in. She is with me. The hollow did a number on him. Physically, I have healed him. Mentally, however, I don't know how much I can really do for him. He needs to rest now, so you two need to leave. Captain Unohana, please can I have a minute with him? I feel like this is my fault. 1 minute, Lieutenant Abarai come along. He could barely hear the voices. He knew they were close to him, but his mind was spinning. He felt a weight on the bed. Someone was stroking his hand. Ichigo. He could make out a girl. She looked familiar, though he couldn't remember a name. You're safe now. Where am I? His voice sounded far away. The girl was holding his hand. You're in the Soul Society. He saw the flashes of memories. They were the bad ones. No, he wasn't supposed to say anything about that. Rukia. That was the girl's name. He knew at the moment it flowed off of his tongue. Yes, Ichigo. Can you tell me what happened? That was the right question to ask. He could see that Rukia was hesitating. She bit her lip. Well, a few of us were sent to the Karakura town when we got word of the level of hollow activity. You were badly injured when I found you. Kisuk did all he could to try to heal you. Even Orheim tried, yet it was determined that you needed better care. So we took you to squad for which specializes in healing. A hollow attack, he knew that didn't sound right, but he might as well go along with it. I see. I don't remember that. Ichigo, you just should probably get a little more rest. Rukia was looking away from him. He could have sworn that he could see tears in her eyes. I will come back by and see you. She basically ran out of the room. He was confused to say the least. He knew the minute Rukia left, another woman took her place and told him to sleep. Without wanting to, he was drifting back to sleep. His head hurt. It took 3 days before he was released from that place. He was told he had to keep coming in daily for checkups. Rukia was leading him around the streets of the Soul Society now. Rukia, I'll take it from here. Of course, brother. He was confused. He didn't want to leave Rukia. Rukia was about the only person he could remember in this place. Ichigo Kurosaki, follow me. Was he supposed to know this dry person? Rukia was gesturing him to follow the man, so he might as well. Why can't Rukia come with us? There are certain matters that need to be seen too. He didn't know if he liked the sound of that. He was being led through the streets and towards a building marked with a number 1. Could you at least tell me where you are taking me, Byakuya? He heard the huff, meaning that must be the man's name. It felt right. Byakuya didn't tell him at all. He just pushed open the doors and ushered him in. Head captain here is Ichigo Kurosaki, as requested. Thank you, Captain Kichiki. You may leave us now. Byakuya was leaving him with a fairly older man. This man didn't look familiar in the least. The moment the doors closed, the man gestured to him. Have a seat, Ichigo Kurosaki. He had no clue what this was about, but he instantly sat down where he was told to. How do you know my name? I mean... Silence. He gulped. Maybe he had said the wrong thing. Ichigo Kurosaki, I want you to answer some questions for me. I'm okay. It wasn't like he had any other choice. Do you remember ever coming here before? Not exactly. I mean, I don't remember much right now. I remember Rukia and Byakuya, but that is about it when remembering things here. How does a human gain Shinigami powers by themselves? He closed his eyes as he thought of the question. Right, Rukia had almost been executed because of him. That was it. Then he remembered a talk with his father. Well, I am not exactly fully human. My father was apparently a captain at one point. The conversation is really fuzzy in my mind, but I know it happened. That would change some things. Tell me, Ichigo, who is your father? My dad's name is Ishin. He was cut off. Who would have ever thought that this would be happening? Did you say Ishin? Yes. So he is still alive after all. The old man looked like he was lost in thought. It didn't make sense. Why would his dad not be alive? What exactly do you mean by he is still alive? Your father abandoned his post. We assumed that after he took off to the world of the living that he was killed in action. Yet what doesn't make sense is why you have a human side. Unless Ishin took a human lover. I don't know for sure. My mother died when I was young though. It hurt him to say the words. Then it hit him. If there was a large-scale hollow attack, why was he not dead? Very well, moving on. Do you remember anything about Sosuke Aizen? Aizen? No, he couldn't say anything at all. He shook his head. No, am I supposed to? No. You are dismissed. He got up from the chair. He had no clue where he was meant to go, but he might as well try to find Rukia. He walked out of the doors and Byakuya was waiting for him. Captain Kichiki. Yes, head captain? The boy's real last name is Shiba. You are also dismissed. What did that mean? Byakuya was leading him out of the building. He stayed quiet until they had left the building. Byakuya, what did that mean? I've never heard of Shiba. Where are you taking me? You just had to be from that family, didn't you? Why was Byakuya his guide? The man had almost killed him. Now he remembered. Byakuya, I don't understand. Who is that family? Byakuya sighed. They were once part of the 4 noble families of the Soul Society until their head left. They are still nobles, but they no longer reside inside the Siriidii. Byakuya, I'll take him from here. Who was that woman? Go ahead. Those 2 words sounded like they had so much of a hateful undertone to them. Byakuya was walking away and leaving him with the women. Ichigo, follow me. First, who are you? My name is Yoruchi, that is all you need to know. You shouldn't fear me. I don't fear you. I just didn't know who you were. So your memory is still a little fuzzy. You have seen me before, but I guess it didn't stick that much. Well, the hollows did do a number on you, that is for sure. More people talking about the hollow attack. It just didn't feel right. Why was I brought here anyways? It was better to have you healed than to have you die. You would have come here anyways, but we wasn't sure how that would exactly work. So healing you was the better of the two options. Where are you taking me? To see your family. Well, they are just your cousins on your father's side, but that is beside the point. So can you explain the whole Shiba thing to me? Your father was once the head of the Shiba clan, until he had something's happened to him in Karakura town. That makes you a Shiba on his side. That might be the only thing saving you now. What do you mean? You broke a fairly large amount of rules. Normally they would kill anyone like that on the spot, but I am guessing they are glad they waited to hear you out first. They were leaving out of a gate. Where are you taking Spiky Hair? He looked up at the giant that was at the gate. I am taking him to the Shiba residence. That was the only exchange that Yoruchi gave to the giant at the gate. What was that all about? He was so confused. He stopped trying to understand. If he tried, he found his head started to hurt. They only stopped when they came in front of a small house with a pair of two giant arms holding up a banner. Come on, Ichigo. Oh no, he wasn't going in there. He had a feeling he had no choice in the situation. Yoruchi kept moving towards the house. He hoped that this wasn't the place that his family lived. If it was, he didn't blame his father for leaving this place. He would too. The two gatekeepers allowed Yoruchi to pass upon seeing her. Just who was she anyways? He wasn't sure that he really wanted to know. Upon entering the small building, they were heading down a descending staircase. Who did their house like this? This was probably the oddest house ever. Well, that would explain why his father was the way he was. No, he couldn't think like that. You're back? Oh, this is a new face I haven't seen. Who was this new woman? Why did she seem to have a threatening presence about her? Things seemed to escalate quickly. Why would you bring one of those Shinigami here? Ganja, be nice. So Yoruchi, explain yourself. This is Ichigo. His father is Ishin. That is a name I haven't heard in a while. So why am I only now meeting this one? Did you kidnap him from the Soul Society or something? Well, to be more precise, I brought him from the world of the living. So that is where that damn bastard went to. I have half a mind to go visit him myself and knock some sense into him. Yeah, this woman was violent. He was afraid to say anything. If his mind wasn't like it was, he most likely would have said something. How could these two be his cousins? It would explain why his father was the way he was, but he really didn't know if he could accept them as family. He didn't know them that well, and from first impressions, he wasn't sure if he wanted to know them. He knew he didn't belong here. The Soul Society wasn't the right place for him. He closed his eyes. He saw the white place again, Los Noches. That was where he belonged, except he didn't know if he could get back there. So what is wrong with the kid? Hollow attack. He is kind of suffering from memory loss. At least that is what it seems like. I'm fine. So he is capable of talking, the male, Ganju, stated. Of course I can talk. Ichigo, why was Yoruchi warning him? So why would your father allow you to get attacked by a hollow in the first place? He didn't know if he liked these people. It explained some things, but he'd rather not try to figure out anymore. I can handle myself usually. I guess there were just too many for me to handle myself this time. I don't really remember the attack. So he may have been there. Look, I know I am being told you two are my family, but I don't have to take it. My dad might be different and not serious all of the time, but if he was there, I know he wouldn't have just not done anything. Now that I knew who he was before, it wouldn't make sense. Sure, he just sat back and allowed me to protect everyone, but I know he wouldn't just stand for it if. His head was hurting. He sighed as Yoruchi stopped him. Ichigo, calm down. We don't need you hurting yourself. This trip was for you to get to know your family, not to get worked up. I just want to go back. I really only feel comfortable around Rukia. I suppose it makes sense. Thank you, and I am glad that I met you. He turned to leave. He will hopefully come around soon. Yoruchi, at least we know he is around now. Wait, was he the one you were going to save? Yeah, he went to the Soul Society by himself to try to save Rukia. He didn't want to listen to this anymore. It was probably important, but he really didn't care anymore. Now what path did they take? He walked out of the house. He could get back without Yoruchi guiding him. Wanting to go back, King? How weak are you? He tried to ignore the voice in his head. Ignoring me won't stop it. I'll take over, and when I do I won't be giving up. He forced himself to push forward. So he wished he had Aizen around to explain things. He knew the man had saved him, trained him, and helped him to save Rukia. He just wouldn't openly say it anymore. He knew it was the wrong thing to openly say to people. People didn't seem to like it, but he knew why now. He had to stay put. He had to just go with the motions. He might not like it, but he had to continue to go through things. He eventually found his way back to the Siri-Idi. The giant at the gate willingly allowed him to pass. So he still didn't understand why the Soul Society had so many gatekeepers. This place was actually hard to navigate without a guide, though he had to find his way around. Right, he had almost forgotten he could locate Rukia if he centered himself. That is what he would do. Did they really expect him to just stay in this place? Most likely they did expect such a thing because that one woman, Captain Unohana, kept wanting to see him daily. He doubted they would just let him go back to Karakura. Maybe he could convince them. They kept pointing out he was human after all. Maybe that was his ticket home. He took in a breath and quickly located Rukia. He took off, sprinting towards the direction of her presences. He'd rather not figure out what the Soul Society had to offer, while not alone. It wasn't like it scared him or anything. He just didn't want to say or do the wrong thing. He knew that they shouldn't be trusted, yet he had to pretend to trust them. It would be hard for him. Why would Aizen do this to him? What was he expecting to gain out of this? The hollow attack also didn't make sense. He actually wanted to laugh at that. Sure, the lower-level hollows would just attack mindlessly, but the higher-level ones actually had human-like personalities. He didn't much care for Ulquiorra, but he did find a friend with Grimjow. He actually sort of missed the Espada. No, he couldn't think of them. Surely Aizen had a reason for doing this. He must not fail the man. He slowed his pace as he saw Rukia. She looked lost in thought. She seemed to have that look a lot lately. He wondered, did she remember that they were more than friends? He no longer knew, but he wanted to at least try to cheer her up. She didn't look up even as he approached her. Hey, Rukia. Oh, hey, Ichigo. My brother said that someone took you off of his hands. Yeah? Some woman named Yoruchi. She said I knew her, but I didn't really recognize her that well. So where did you go? We went out of the gates. We went to go visit my cousins. Wait, so you do have family in the Soul Society? Rukia looked torn. He shrugged. Yeah, Shiba or something like that. Rukia tackled him to the ground. Rukia? So it is true. Rukia was making no sense at all. That is a name I haven't heard in a while. Who was this man? Was he supposed to know who he was too? Why didn't Aizen give him some sort of guidebook? Captain Yukitake, I didn't mean to wake you. Rukia had straightened up quickly. So this man was a captain. He looked too fragile to be a captain. No. It is perfectly fine, Rukia. The man gave a smile at Rukia and then at him. He hesitated. Was this a trap? So you are related to him. Related to who? Will someone like to explain to me? Rukia looked like she was going to cry again. She was looking away from him. Yukitake sighed. Why did it look like no one wanted to talk about it? Look, I get it. I'm supposed to know, right? No, Ichigo, you aren't supposed to know. Then he realized it. It was beginning to make sense. When Rukia had gotten mad and ran away back in Karakura town, he had commented about killing someone. Had she killed someone related to him? Ichigo, I once had a lieutenant. He was a wonderful man. However, one day there was a hollow attack and the man gave a cough. Captain Yukitake. A man and a woman came rushing out of nowhere to tend to the man. That was odd. Kaien was amazing, Rukia started, but had to look away again. Kaien died because of a hollow Rukia. You did the right thing. Yukitake was trying to comfort Rukia when he was coughing. So that made sense. It even made him understand why Rukia was acting like this all of a sudden. The two clowns that had come to help their captain were arguing who would get to help him. He sighed. Rukia, you know no one is blaming you. He got up from his place on the ground. He had to hide the wince. The pain in his side was back. Rukia's face got really worried. She was by him in a second. Ichigo, don't push yourself. You need to lay down right now. I am fine. No, you aren't. Rukia's squad will most likely be here soon. The captain was once again coughing. Was that a drop of blood on his hand? He tried to get away from Rukia. Honestly, I am fine. In fact, better than fine. Ichigo, Captain Unohana may need to check on you again. What if it is something? He could hear people running around and shouting. The shouting had to be from those two clowns again. Why would Rukia not accept that he was fine? Rukia was fawning over him now. So maybe something really had changed. Ichigo, you're going to go get checked now. Great, there was that attitude he had associated with Rukia. It was different though. Maybe she was pushier than before. I'm fine. Maybe I need to go back to Karakura. That is it. He was nodding his head over and over again. Sure, the Soul Society was a little different than he had originally expected, but he still felt uncomfortable here. No, Ichigo. You aren't thinking straight. You need to be checked out first. He was being forced down onto some cot, and before he knew it, he was being plunged into the sea of black again. After being checked up by Unohana, he was released again. He ended up having to stay with Byakuya and Rukia in the Kichiki estate. He wasn't too thrilled about that at all. He didn't sign up to stay here for days. It was almost as if they didn't want him go back to Karakura town. What were they dreading? When he had asked why he had to stay here, he would be given the same bit about the hollow attack. He didn't understand it at all. No, this had to be a test. He couldn't fail it. If Aizen wanted him to go along with this, then he would. He couldn't give anything away. He couldn't help but glance at the meeting chambers of Central 46 as he passed it. That was the place Aizen had trained him at. Ichigo, you can't go towards that. He shrugged. Why not? Rukia was looking at him concerned. No one is allowed within there unless they have been summoned there. Plus Aizen killed all of the members. It isn't exactly the best place to go towards. The Soul Society hasn't forgotten that you appeared out of nowhere, especially when they figured out that Aizen was the one who dragged you here. Rukia gasped. Sorry, you probably don't remember that or want to. What was going on? How did he reply to that? It's fine, Rukia. That is in the past. I saved you, that is all that matters. It had taken another week before he was cleared to go back to Karakura town. He had used his I'm human card, but it hadn't worked that well the first time. He had gotten to know the people of the Soul Society a little better. There were some people who could be considered good, but there were others within the Soul Society that went along with his previous thoughts about the place. Rukia was not being allowed to come with him. He didn't know how much he liked that at all. He couldn't make a scene about it, though. He knew it wouldn't help him at all. Yukitake had handed him a badge, an official substitute Shinigami badge. He had no clue how long this test would last, but he had to keep going through the motions. He couldn't fail Aizen. Time went by. He started to think that perhaps this couldn't be a test anymore, though he kept treating it as one regardless. There was no way that Aizen would just abandon him. Therefore, this had to be a test. He treated every event as such, acting as if he would if he knew Aizen was watching. He couldn't fail Aizen. He kept remembering the room that Jin had showed him what seemed like so long ago. Perhaps Aizen was watching him. Therefore, this had to be a test. He couldn't let Aizen down. After going back to Karakura town, he realized there were new people that have decided to try to take over his training. The Visors. Shinji Hirako wanted him to join their little group of Shinigami with hollow-like powers. They claimed that he could be trained to control the thing inside of him. Was this why Aizen had left him behind? He no longer tried to understand. The true test came when he encountered Ulquiorra and another Espada within the park. He couldn't act like he knew the Espada. It wasn't hard to act like he knew them. He didn't know the Espada known as Yami, and Ulquiorra wasn't his favorite person at all. Hopefully Aizen would make a move directly soon. He had ended up giving up to Shinji's group and allowing them to train him. After all, wouldn't he be more useful to Aizen if he could access powers that were like a hollow somewhere along the way? The Soul Society sent a few people, including Rukia, after incident of the Aaron cars got back to the Soul Society. The minute he was told by the group, he had to hide his excitement and pretend he had no clue what an Aaron car was. He had just fought Aaron cars after all and lost, so he shouldn't be excited, though for him the attack could only mean that Aizen would be coming soon. Grimmjow appeared next. He could sense the Espada. Was he supposed to act like he didn't remember him too? He had to talk to Grimmjow before anyone saw him. He knew it. He took off, making sure to mask his spiritual pressure and make a few wrong turns to confuse Rukia. It was nice to have Rukia back, but he'd rather not have her with him when he went to talk to Grimmjow. There he was. It has been a while, Grimmjow. So you finally decided to come to visit me. Grimmjow looked at him with confusion. Ichigo, why did you not come back? I was left here, simple as that. It wasn't like I had a choice to leave or stay. This doesn't look like you just came to visit. The way I saw it was you didn't seem to remember anyone. Thought I might get that spar in once and for all. You better not be holding back. Oh, I wouldn't dream of holding back. It has been a while since I really got a real match here. Damn it, they are coming. Let's give them a show they won't forget. I won't say anything against your cover you seem to have up. Just like that, Grimjow sent his company, his fraction, throughout the town to keep everyone else busy. The two of them faced off after Grimjow had faked an attack towards Rukia. Ichigo, don't do it. That is an espada. He wanted to laugh at Rukia's warning. Of course he knew what Grimjow was. He had also faced off with the espada a few times before. He wondered if he had gotten any stronger. He hoped he had. It might be an even interesting fight then. Rukia, just stay put. I know exactly what I am doing. So do I. You're going to get yourself killed. Don't do something so stupid. Rukia, trust me. Don't interfere. This is my battle and mine alone. Noble words. So you think you can take me one-on-one? He smirked. Of course I can. He had only lost the battle in the park because he didn't know what Aizen was planning, but this was Grimjow. He could face Grimjow and just treat it as another spar that most likely was all this was. This wasn't a test from Aizen. It was most likely Grimjow acting on his own, though it didn't mean they couldn't give a show. Rukia was the only one watching them, but regardless, she seemed to not remember his involvement with Aizen at all. He didn't understand, but he wouldn't fail Aizen by not just going with it. Grimjow was here now, meaning he could very well get answers from the espada. The battle found its way into the air above Karakura town. Each punch, each attack was done with the excitement as their spars before. Grimjow was trying to push him to use both his Bankai and his hollow mask. He still couldn't believe the second part, but he was learning to control it more and more. Impressive, despite not being back in Los Noches for a little bit. You haven't gotten that rusty. So tell me, Grimjow, what has Aizen planned? I am assuming this has all been a test. Don't ask me. I have no clue what he is trying to do. He avoids all subjects involving you. Not that I have tried that many talks. You were the only one who could really stand up to him and him not do anything. His other dogs don't even have that ability. Well, the creepy one. Jin. Yeah, that one. He sometimes questions things or eavesdrop, but nothing too big and normally not in front of many people. I have caught the conversations just by passing by. So Aizen was keeping Grimjow in the dark, meaning he was keeping him in the dark, unless he could get a message to someone else. Grimjow, could you get a message to Jin for me? Sure, I can, you know that, but why that creepy bastard? He will know more. Tell him to meet me here. What was he doing? Was he really doing this? Wouldn't this fail Aizen's test then? No, he had to believe Aizen would allow him one pass. All while they spoke, they threw attacks at each other, neither of them holding back. I can try, but I make no promises, Ichigo. You know how things are. Why don't you just pay a visit to Los Noches yourself? You can still form a Garganta, right? Haven't had a chance to in a while, so I might not be able to. Plus, I'm not sure what Aizen is trying, so I don't want to do the wrong thing. So you are still a loyal dog to him in the end. Oh, shut up. He felt the presences before he saw the man. Why couldn't it have been Jin rather than Kiname? Though maybe he could get answers from the man as well. Grimjow. This isn't over. Grimjow was shouting for effect. Kiname, why not take me back? Lord Aizen doesn't need you yet. Keep playing the part. You'll know when he expects you. That was all that was told to him. He groaned. This was unfair to him. Why didn't Aizen want him back in Los Noches yet? Well, he might as well continue to play the part he was. At least he knew it was a form of a test now, while he was still assuming it. Hopefully Grimjow would get his message back to Jin. That might be his only way of finding out more, as Jin was closer to him than Kiname. Kiname actually sort of got on his nerves. Well, he had no choice. Might as well officially take Shinji's offer. Might as well take the training to the next level to learn every move he could. Grimjow had asked why he hadn't come to them already. No one expected him to do that. Maybe he should just pay a visit there instead. Aizen had taught him how to form a Garganta after all. No, he had to stay patient and trust Aizen. Then he realized something. Hadn't the final stage of his training with Aizen meant to be a fight between the two of them? Was Aizen simply just setting the perfect stage? That had to be it. A few days later, Grimjow appeared with others with him. The first he noticed upon facing him was one of his arms was gone. They were alone for their fight, meaning he could ask while they sparred. Grimjow, would you like to tell me what happened? Tozen happened, so I may have come here without permission. I figured as much, though Aizen didn't do this. he didn't exactly stop it. Perhaps it is still that payback from before. So this is what happens when I don't have you defending me anymore. The battle was once again called off, and he was beginning to hate it. This time it was a retreat of the other troops. I hope I can stop this game soon. It is hard to pretend to side with the people who you consider the enemies. Well, hopefully soon. With that, Grimjow was gone. A day passed. That was when he felt the familiar presences. They were alone at least. Rukia had after all gone with Oriheim to train a little while back. He hadn't been able to say anything about it. He wasn't supposed to have hard feelings towards the Soul Society after all. Ichi, why so down? He smiled for once when he saw Jin come towards him. Hello, Jin. So you do remember me? Of course I do. Why would I not? Tell me about what I should know. They had begun to walk towards the river. It wasn't his favorite spot, but at least there no one would find them. It is hard to explain, Ichi. Then try to explain, Jin. Why leave me here? Why was I told by Kaname to just continue playing the part? You see, you aren't supposed to remember things. That is what was assumed, so no one really knows. After all, you did attack Ulquiorra and Yami. Well, you didn't do that good of a job. I could have done better, you're right, but I had no clue what I was supposed to do. If I just blurted out something to Ulquiorra, then what would everyone think? I am assuming still that Sosuke is testing me. So tell me what you know. He is giving you away, and you could say, I heard he is going to take someone to Los Noches. One of your friends, perhaps. So I can go save them, and it won't look any way if I just went to him. Correct. Your acting has been great if you have been acting. So you were watching, I knew it. So I am guessing Grimjow gave you the message. No, I came on my own. So you gave Grimjow a message. It was just to meet with me. Jin, would you like to explain why everyone remembers some hollow attack that I don't? All you need to know is Aizen's Shurkai. What does that mean? He had no clue what the man's Shurkai was despite being trained by him. Jin was walking away from him. Hey. Ichi, I'll figure it out. Could you make a Garganta for me? I know you can do it. Tell me, and I will. He controls illusions. So he either didn't use it on ya, or if he did, it had no effect. He didn't like the look the man was giving him. Just what are you, Ichi? I don't even know that anymore. He couldn't just keep Jin here, he knew it. They might get caught that way. He concentrated and tried to focus on Los Noches. He saw the portal while the Garganta open in front of him. Thank you, Ichi. Bye-bye now. He frowned. The man was gone. At least he had more information to try to understand things more. So Aizen had planned all of this all along. He wondered which friend he would be trying to take to Hueco Mundo. He considered Yuryu his friend more so. Well, Yuryu was his cousin too, so it made them have to get closer. When he questioned Yuryu about Quince's, he was ushered into a mansion-like house. That was when Yuryu's father came clean about everything. So it explained why Yuryu was the way he was. Though he could tell that Yuryu's father didn't want to hate him because of his father. Though he doubted Aizen would try to take Yuryu. Chad. He doubted that too. Jin had said a friend, not a family member, so none of his family would be taken as an out. The only two that would make any sense would be Rukia and Oriheim. He hated waiting to see who it was. The next day, he found out that Oriheim had been taken, and he also found out that the Soul Society wouldn't help him at all. He didn't expect them to help him, but it was still a stupid move. The less people who came with him, the better. It meant less acting. Once he was back in Hueco Mundo, he hoped things got better. He couldn't use a Garganta, so he had to depend on Kisuke to make one. Chad and Yuryu ended up going with him to rescue Oriheim. He had no clue what or who he would encounter on the other side, but it felt like he was going back home regardless. He had to hide that from those around him, though. It had been a while since he was inside a Garganta, though it was so easy to channel the bridge under his feet. Neither of his company found it that weird, as they knew he had gotten so much better with controlling his spiritual pressure. He had no clue what Aizen had implanted in their minds concerning how he was trained, but he wasn't going to say anything at all. Once in Hueco Mundo, it was odd for him because he was so used to being in Los Noches and not so much the sands of Hueco Mundo. He would get through it, however. It wasn't long before that they found an Arancars and 2 hollows. The Arancar's name was Nell. He wasn't familiar with her at all, though. That meant it would be safe to take her along with them. He could use them as guides to get to Los Noches, that was it. Nell had jumped to get his Zanpakuto from him before taking off running, a game called Eternal Tag. He didn't have time for this, yet he would need his Zanpakuto. He couldn't just relay on Kido after all. He knew he was pretty safe here, though it wasn't smart to go around without his Zanpakuto. He quickly caught up with Nell. At least teaming up with them had made them gain time as it beat running through the sands of Hueco Mundo. He tried not to seem too cheerful when Los Noches finally came into view fully. He knew the building, although he had never seen the outside of it. That was when the sand hollow appeared. Rukia and Rinji came out of nowhere. So Rinji was one of those people from the Soul Society that he didn't mind that much. They had their moments. He was surprised that he didn't find out he was related to Rinji as well. The sand was beginning to swallow them. No, this was not a proper welcome. He hit the ground hard. Where was this place? More importantly, where was everyone else? Actually, this could work in his advantage. Now to find a way out. He had to dodge a Zero that was fired. Another thing that wasn't meant to happen. Low levels hollows, you couldn't talk to them. You might as well give up Shinigami. There is no way we are going to let you get to Lord Aizen. Actually, I believe you're the ones who will be leading me to him. How dare you? So he had no experience with dealing with any of the hollows outside of Los Noches. So maybe this wasn't the smartest idea. Well, he could take all of them on if he needed to. Why should we do as you say? Why? Because that is what your lord would want. He had to remind himself he couldn't refer to Aizen as his first name. These low-level hollows had no right to call Aizen by his first name. Well, he never was given permission either, but Aizen had never said anything about it. How would you know anything? Why? Because he was the one who trained me. Now lead me to him, or else. Or else what? You lose a few members of your little gang. He could tell that the hollows were getting angry with him. That won't be needed at all. Ichi, come along. Jin was standing on the edge of the circle of hollows that had felt the need to surround him. Of course, Jin. Why are you taking him? Didn't Cha know he was top prince? He couldn't help the chuckle as he saw the looks of fear cross each of the hollows' faces. He couldn't help himself. He willingly went along with Jin. At least he would get to Aizen quicker that way. Jin only spoke to him directly when they were out of earshot of the group of hollows. You know, Ichi, Captain Aizen only allowed me to come get you because he wanted to have a talk with you. I had a feeling. So you're saying that you wouldn't have come just by yourself? Would you have really needed me to come? You can handle yourself perfectly fine. Except you wanted me to not make myself known. So they lose time looking for me. Was this the plan all along? Jin was quiet as they ascended back to the top of Hueco Mundo. You know, you a scary kid. Jin sometimes made no sense, but it wasn't the first time he had been called scary. Kasuk had once called him scary too. So am I just going to relax in Los Noches as they try to find me? Or am I going to have to go back down there and rescue them? I'm not exactly sure what Captain Aizen wants to talk to you about. I have a feeling your friends can find their way out regardless. So we'll see what is said. Jin had opened the door to Los Noches now. He quickly followed him inside. The familiar white walls welcomed him. It felt nice to be back. He could openly show it now that he was with just Jin. So Ichi, are you happy to be back? Of course, it means I don't have to continue to be someone I'm not. I never truly felt at home in Karakura anymore after coming here. So it feels extremely nice to be back here. You don't think he would send me back, do you? With Captain Aizen, you never know. So he is in the throne room. He knew where the man was the moment they got a little farther into Los Noches. He headed on ahead of Jin. He could feel his way from here. He opened the doors. Did you lose Jin? No, well, I felt your spiritual pressure and had to come ahead of him. Ichigo, come here. He willingly went towards the throne, but he didn't sit without being told to. The man nodded, and he went to sitting back on the armrest of the throne. So Suke, you have no clue how much I missed this place. Well, at least you played along. I didn't know if you would or not. I thought of it as a test. You had to have a good reason to leave me behind. Though I have figured out that Karakura town doesn't feel like home anymore. It felt good to be around this man again. He had been what was missing before. He looked up to Aizen after all. I did, and you passed Ichigo. So if you had the choice, would you stay here? You know my answer already. I would go wherever you were. Rather it is staying here or not. I like this place actually. Though may I ask you a question? Of course, Ichigo. Why take Oraheim? Couldn't you have just taken me? There was a reason I chose Oraheim. To make it simple, you weren't ready to come back, Ichigo. Was it because of the hollow side? He wondered if the story Shinji had told him was the truth or a lie. It was random to think about it, but he couldn't help it. Yes. So, I have another personal question. Go ahead. Shinji Hirako said that you made them who they are now. visors, or whatever they call themselves. Is that the truth? Shinji seems to really hate you. He saw the smirk as Aizen listened to him. He had no clue if Aizen was actually going to answer his question. It was always a gamble rather or not Aizen would answer the question directly or with another question. He had learned that what seemed like long ago. It is true. Though I only tell you that Ichigo, because I know you don't care what I have done. Is that correct? He couldn't help but nod. He understood Aizen wasn't a saint, but he was the one who saved and trained him. He could overlook basically anything the man did, as long as it wasn't to anyone he cared about. You have gotten stronger indeed, but unfortunately you might still need. No, please don't send me back there. Can't you teach me more? I have had your training, Yurichi's, Kasuke's, Shinji's, and Yuryu's father's training. I can handle more of yours. In fact, I want more of yours. Oh, I have also had my father's training. The final set is not complete, Ichigo. You remember the last stage, do you not? So this was about the final stage of training. I have to fight you, or Jin. Well, you, because I said I wanted to fight you and not Jin. Still sure about that? Aizen was watching to see how he would react. He nodded. Yes, I am sure. If I got a choice, I would rather fight you. I know there is still some stuff I need to learn before I am completely ready for the final stage of your training, though I am sure I can learn all I need to learn from you. I hated mostly everyone training. The only one that I truly enjoyed was yours. We don't have much time at all. Aizen must have already planned this out. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Ichigo listened closely. You need to play your part a little longer should you encounter anyone you know. They will send others here. So what exactly do you want me to do? We will train within the walls of Los Noches. Should we encounter anyone from the Soul Society, we are enemies. They must believe that you are honestly on their side. I know I have no right to ask you what your plan is, but I want to know. Sosuke, will you let me in on your plan? Aizen looked as though he was thinking long and hard. You may be more useful if you did know the plan. However, as this is all part of your training, you can't peek ahead. However, Ichigo, will you do anything if I ask it of you? He didn't hesitate at all. He already knew his answer. Of course. Just say the word. Perfect. Now follow me, and we shall begin your training. He followed the man deeper into Los Noches. He had never been through the doors that lead out of the throne room before. In all reality, there were a lot of places that he hadn't been within Los Noches. Normally, I would be using Ulquiorra to help with your training, but seeing as he is stuck watching Orihime, we must use someone else. Grimmjow. So they were going to be having Grimmjow help with the training. He didn't mind that at all. Though last time he had seen Grimmjow, he had one of his arms missing. That wouldn't be fair. No, Aizen had taken Orihime. She could have healed him. Hadn't she healed Chad when he had gotten injured? So chances were Grimmjow was safe. He didn't speak as they walked in silence. He had to wonder what he just signed up for. Aizen's training hadn't been that bad before. The only part he wasn't too happy with was having to regain his Shinigami side or reawaken it. Though Kasuke would have done the same thing, he probably would have done it worse than Aizen had. So he wouldn't complain. He couldn't read the man that well, so he had no clue what kind of training they would be doing now. There were times where he could read Aizen perfectly fine, but now the man was basically unreadable. Just what was the final set that hadn't been set up yet? What would be included in this training? Why Orihime? There were so many unanswered questions. They had finally reached a place that was filled with blue skies and sunlight. Hueco Mundo was always covered in nightfall. It didn't make sense. He looked around. This is the training ground. I assure you it is a room. It has just been designed to look like this. Right, regardless if Aizen had come here on his own, surely he would have taken certain measures to make it feel more like home. Aizen's home was the Soul Society regardless if he had left it. He nodded, unsure what to really say about the room. He saw Grimmjow, who was grinning like a maniac at him. He did have both arms back, meaning Orihime must have healed him. The rules to this task is very simple. You and Grimmjow will be sparring. However, you must allow your inner hollow out. He was shaking his head. No, it will try to take over. Yes, I have mastered it. But if I give him that much freedom, he might try to take over all the way. He didn't care that he had said no to something Aizen had asked, but he couldn't do anything that let the hollow out. Ichigo, that is why Grimmjow is your opponent and why I am watching over this spar. You have nothing to worry about. I still can't believe you was hiding that side. I don't know how to just let it out like that. I know how to summon a hollow mask and fight with it, but that is about it. Ichigo, you are wasting time. You wanted me to train you, therefore I am training you. Aizen was moving towards him. The orb that he had pulled out of Rukia was in his hands. He could feel the great presences coming from it. He couldn't help but gulp. Ichigo, do you trust me? I can get your hollow out for you. Did he trust the man when he had that orb in his hands? He couldn't find words, so he forced himself to nod. He had no clue what the orb would do, but he had to trust Aizen. He wouldn't do anything to hurt him. That was when the orb touched his skin. His body felt like it was being burned alive. He couldn't help but let out the cry of pain. He could feel the hollow clawing to the surface. He had to stay in control of the hollow, or it would take over. There was no turning back now. He was on top of the skyscrapers again, his inner world. The hollow was in front of him. King, do you think you can really hold me back? I can and I will. I won't lose. I won't fail. Do you know what that bastard is doing to ya as we speak? I'm not complaining or anything, but he is further combining us. I was always part of ya, but now you won't be able to keep me closed off. I'm not that weak. I have proven it once. I will prove it to you again. That is the spirit, King. This once I will let you be in control. I am curious to see how you handle hollow power. If you start losing, I won't hesitate to take control. He was thrust back into his body that was surrounded in pain. He had no clue what was going on with his body at all, as he couldn't see himself. Aizen was watching with amazement, however. Although he couldn't see it, his tin skin was becoming paler. His normally brown eyes were gaining more gold in them to make them more amber-looking. The small piece of his hollow mask was forming right under his eye, so the red markings could be seen, and a small white streak was beginning to form in his hair. However, all he knew was his body was in complete pain. Then just like that, the pain was turned off, and he collapsed to the ground. To unleash your Zanpakuto and my true hollow form, you must shout Slay Zangetsu. He heard the hollow's voice in his head. He wondered if he had access to everything he had learned before, or just his hollow side now. He doubted Aizen would just seal off the other half for this test, so he would assume that he had access to everything now. Grimmjow was looking at him with his mouth wide. Stop staring. He couldn't stop the words from leaving his mouth. He wasn't at all thrilled that Grimmjow was just staring like he was unsure what to do. He had no clue how Aizen thought that he could just hide this form from everyone. He knew there was a mask fragment now much like Grimmjow had, so it would be hard to hide that. He had to trust Aizen. He had to win this spar with Grimmjow, and he couldn't waste any more time. He lunged at Grimmjow's Zanpakuto out. That would get Grimmjow to pay attention. Both of you must fight at full strength. Meaning for this moment, only Grimmjow you may use all of your power under the roof of Los Noches. Upon hearing Aizen's words, he saw Grimmjow smirk as he blocked his attack. Oh Ichigo, we are going to have so much fun with this match. You get to see my release finally. Grimmjow had unconnected their Zanpakuto and scratched his nails over the metal of his own sword. Grind Pantera. A burst of blue surrounded Grimmjow. What are you waiting for, King? Grimmjow sent an attack at him. He hopped back to avoid it. Grimmjow was much stronger now, and his release made him look more cat-like. Well, here went nothing. He would let his hollow free a little more. He hoped his sanity remained. Slay Zangetsu. He could see the red and black energy forming around him. He had no clue if he should have trusted his hollow, but he wasn't going to fail Aizen. It was his only choice. His body felt weird to say the least. You had a release form. Oh, this is going to be so fun. You better not disappoint me, Ichigo. Grimmjow lunged at him. It was weird to not have his Zanpakuto in his hand now. He knew it was missing. Pay attention, King. It is simple. In this form you released me, and now the hollow take over. That is as simple as it is. Remember, King, you better not lose. So whatever Aizen did to him made him become his Zanpakuto. Surely that didn't mean the hollow was his Zanpakuto. What had happened to old man Zangetsu anyway? No, he couldn't afford to get distracted. This wasn't just about failing Aizen anymore. There was so much more on the line. He wasn't exactly sure what he was doing, but whatever he was doing was sending bursts of red and black towards Grimmjow. He knew whatever he was doing was making Grimmjow grin like a maniac, meaning he was enjoying this fight. He had never seen Grimmjow like this at all. Aizen wasn't saying anything at all. He got a glance of the man who was just watching the fight like this was completely normal. He wasn't exactly sure how he did it, but Grimmjow was on the ground under him. That is enough, you two. Ichigo, come here. He moved towards Aizen. It felt odd to move in this form. He saw the flash of metal before his eyes before the pain hit him. His body felt more normal after that. The simple explanation of what I did was I completely destroyed your mask. However, as you are one with your hollow completely now, it won't do anything at all. This is simply to hide any changes that may have taken place. We don't need them thinking anything after all. He forced his aching body to nod because that made complete sense. He was wondering how Aizen would hide any changes he had gone through. Grimjow had fallen out of his release and was standing up. I don't think I have ever seen anything like that before. Grimjow was trying to hide heavy pants as he spoke. Grimjow, your role here is over. Should you see any visitors within this place, you are not allowed to kill them. Come on, that isn't any fun. They are all here for Ichigo. Still no fun, but I won't kill anyone. Ichigo, you better be sparring with me again sometime. Of course I will. Grimjow grinned and then went off on his own. How are you feeling? There is a small amount of pain in my body, but nothing I can't move through. Good, moving on. Did you state that you had training with a Quincy already? The question hit him as odd, but he nodded. Yeah, I was roped into a training session with Yuryu's father and Yuryu one day. I confronted Yuryu one day and told him the truth, or rather asked him about it. Seeing as my mother was apparently a Quincy, he led me to his house, and his father explained more. How long have you known about that? A little before I left this place to go back to Karakura, my father told me about my mother. That was around the time I let him roam around Los Noches. I see, so Ishin told you. That saves me some trouble. Aizen was talking like he was going to tell him if he hadn't known. So Suke, you seem to have known my father. He couldn't help but let the words flow from his lips. We both were captains together. He wasn't exactly the most serious captain in the world. So his father was still the same when he was a captain. Which squad was he the captain of? 10. I knew that he had decided to stay in the world of the living with a Quincy. I would have told you if Ishin had not about your mother. It saves me some trouble, as I wouldn't have known where to begin. Tell me, did your Quincy friend come with you here? Yuryu? Yeah, he came. Why? Jin, I know you are there. Why don't you make yourself useful and tell me where his friends are now? They have just gotten out of the Minos forest. They have guessed that Ichigo must have gotten out on his own and was heading to save Oraheim. They are heading towards the back of Los Noches as we speak. Perfect. Ichigo, your next step is to go fetch Yuryu and bring him here, then await instructions. Jin, lead him to the place. Of course, Captain Aizen. Come along, Ichi. He had to wonder why Aizen wanted Yuryu to come here. He had to follow Jin regardless. He couldn't waste any more time. He doubted Aizen would do anything to hurt Yuryu. Most likely they would just be using Yuryu as a sparring opponent, that was it. None of it made sense. Why was Aizen making sure he could use his hollow side? Jin. Yeah, Ichi. What do you know about what Sosuke has planned for me? Why would he need Yuryu? If I had to guess Ichi, I would guess that he would have you two spar so you could access your Quincy side. They were split up last I saw them. So you can find the Quincy, correct? He nodded. He took off running the moment he found Yuryu. He couldn't fail Aizen. Sure, he wondered why Aizen would want him to access his Quincy side he had gotten from his mother, but he wouldn't try to figure it out. It would only make his mind hurt. He just knew he had to find Yuryu. As he ran through the white corridor to find Yuryu, he had a thought. Hadn't Aizen told him not to reveal his true self? How would he get Yuryu to the training ground without doing that? Jin had told him that they had split up, though how did he do this? What if Yuryu encountered an errand car and they blew his cover? There were too many what-ifs that could come into play. He had to hurry. He used Flash Step to make sure he could catch up to Yuryu in time. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Why are you both following me? That was Yuryu for sure. But the question was, who was following him? He followed the voices. He could see them between the two corridors. Yuryu was with one of those hollows Nell kept around with her, and Nell was also there. Nell wanted to find Ichigo. But Nell, isn't this Ichigo? He shook his head as he watched them. I'm not Ichigo. My name is Yuryu Ishida, not Ichigo. Yuryu looked annoyed. They were going towards a huge room. He had no clue what laid in that room, but he went towards the room as well. It would be a good place to get Yuryu. Yuryu entered before he did. Damn it, there was another errand car in this room. She looked a little familiar, but he couldn't place the name. Might as well make himself known before anything else could happen. Just stop, will ya? He got out. Nell came flying towards him. Ichigo. He held the small errand car in his arms. Hey Nell, Ichigo, where did you go? I found Orihime, but I may need help. He really hated trying to play this part. He hated having to ask Yuryu for help. So you're finally admitting you need my help. Stop sounding so proud about that. Are you going to come or not? Neither of you are going anywhere. Great, he'd rather not have to fight his way through. That would waste time. He charged at the female Aaron car after putting Nell on the ground. Yuryu watched Nell. This won't take long. Ichigo. He ran away from the group. If this was going to work, he couldn't have them hearing anything. The Aaron car jumped to the ground once he finished running. What do I owe the pleasure of seeing the prince? Why would you be with them anyways? Lord Aizen wanted me to bring them with me. He hated addressing Aizen as Lord Aizen, but he had to do it. Can't you just leave me that boy to play with? No, he is the one Lord Aizen requested above all the others. So, Prince, what do you propose? Just let us go without making a production out of it. Is that an order? He nodded. Fine, you can pass, but make it quick. What is with those clothes anyways? Not my choice, undercover. He used Flash Step to go back towards the group. Come on. We have to make this quick. He could feel Aizen's presence. He would guide the group towards it. Nell ended up on his shoulder. He didn't exactly care for it. But if it got them all out of this room before the Aaron car changed her mind, then so be it. At least they cleared the room. Ichigo, are you sure you know your way back to Orihime? Yeah, it is up this way. He pushed open the doors to the training room. This way. The doors clicked closed. It was a trap. Didn't you think it was too easy? Aizen wouldn't just let us go around this place. He put Nell down. Actually, Ichigo know his way around this place. Ichigo, you did well. Even if you brought others with you beside the Quincy. You told me to make it quick, Sosuke. Plus, I am sort of attached to Nell. Nell was looking like she was in a panic. Hello, Nellio. I wouldn't have thought to see you back in here. Ichigo, how did you find her? This one, and the other hollow who she had with her decided to help us out getting here. Then we got separated. She formed an attachment with me. Nell didn't know. So how do you know her? She was once one of my espadas. I see. Why was I brought here? Ichigo, how could you betray us? He couldn't help but shrug. You was brought here because you are needed to complete Ichigo's training. Why would I help a traitor? Because Yuryu, you knew which side I was on all along. Plus, I wouldn't exactly call myself a traitor. So you really was helping Aizen all along. Will you stop wasting my time? I will waste all the time I want. He sighed. Look, Yuryu, I just need you to fight me so I can access my Quincy side better. Why would I help you with that? Because I am asking as your cousin and not as a friend or a traitor. You wouldn't let your own family out. You are cruel, Ichigo, using the family card. Though what are you in need of help with? He was surprised that Yuryu broke actually when he brought in the family card. He looked towards Aizen. He had no clue what he had to learn from Yuryu. He needs to learn everything Quincy related. You are able to use any means necessary to train him in this room. Fine. We will see what we can do in this room. I suppose it won't be that bad. Though if you think I am going to follow you like Ichigo is blindly following you, you have another thing coming. Why are you following him anyways? If you are doing this to save Orihime. Orihime isn't in danger, I promise Yuri. In fact, once Ichigo is done with his training, she is free to leave. Everyone is free to leave, in fact, including Ichigo. Why train him in the first place? Sosuke is helping me. All of this is by my choice, Yuryu. I don't want to leave exactly, but I understand that I must continue to play my part until the time is here. Now enough wasting time. We need to get this training out of the way. I can't train you that much in a limited amount of time, Ichigo. I know, but I have gotten a hang of it easily. Well, maybe a little better after your father trained me a little bit. Just fill in the gaps. Yuryu sighed. He didn't know if Yuryu was going to actually help him after all. Did you bring it with you? Put it on if you did. If not, this might be a little more complicated. He slid the sleeve up on his right arm to reveal the Quincy cross bracelet that wouldn't come off once Yuryu's father had clasped it to his wrist. So you're actually wearing it. That is perfect. It won't come off when I am in soul form. Well, this works regardless if you sound happy about it or not. Now do you remember how to make the simple bow? He huffed, but centered himself and pulled his hand back like Ryukin had showed him. Good, but your technique is off. I'm not a full Quincy like you. It won't be perfect, Yuryu. Just go through the motions, don't nitpick everything I do. Just show me things that are useful. He thought he heard Aizen trying to suppress a chuckle at his outburst, but he put it past him and just listened to what Yuryu had to say in his training. He jumped back to avoid an arrow coming at him after a few minutes of Yuryu nitpicking his technique. Arrows can cancel each other. Also, there are certain techniques that Quinces have access to. He didn't understand why Aizen wanted him to learn how to access his Quincy side at all, but he went through the brutal lesson by Yuryu. Yuryu really was like his father. He could see it in the methods they chose to teach. The learn or die method. Aizen wasn't even that bad in his lessons. Yuryu went on to explain about the certain techniques. He could tell that he was hesitating as Aizen watched them. So Quinces can use swords? Yuryu currently had some weapon in his hand that looked a lot like a sword. It had some German name, but he didn't try to learn it. This is not a sword. Quinces use bow and arrows. You have a simple mind. I am not going to explain things again because you can't understand. I believe the explaining things are past both of you right now. How about a quick spar? Ichigo, you must relay simply on Quincy techniques. You have to be kidding me. This is something I have to see for myself. I honestly don't think you can do it, Ichigo. Cousin or not, you don't have the skill to keep up with me when it comes to fighting the Quincy way alone. I don't know why he wants you to fight with just Quincy techniques alone, but you can't disobey your master, can you? He couldn't help the growl that left his throat as he glared at Yuryu. Aizen wasn't his master. He isn't my master, he had to grumble the words. Can't hear you. Wasn't you the one who was complaining about how we shouldn't waste time? Your technique is off, therefore you don't stand a chance against me. He drew his arm back and fired an arrow at Yuryu that Yuryu had to jump back to avoid. Let's get something straight, Yuryu. I can beat you regardless what techniques I have access to. Also, Sosuke isn't my master. He still couldn't yell the last part, but he didn't see Aizen as his master. As much as we have a tight schedule, I would love to hear what you consider me, Ichigo. He had to hide a frown at Aizen's words. The man was watching him in a new, almost intimating way. He gulped under the pressure of the man's stare. I willingly follow you. I don't do so because you own me like a master would. Therefore, master isn't the correct term. I think of you as a mentor. Is that all? Ichigo, you are implying that you have more to say? Exactly, Ichigo. I would love to know why you would blindly follow him. Damn it, Yuryu wasn't helping. How did he think of Aizen besides just his mentor? It felt odd not being around the man, though he knew he wasn't in love with the man. He knew that much for sure. He didn't want to fail this man at all. It was important for him to do well. He had quickly answered he would do anything for this man if he asked. He gulped. He knew what that glance meant. It meant stop wasting time. I admire him. I mean, I do see myself in him. Perhaps maybe it is a little more. I consider him a friend. Yuryu was shaking his head. You trust too easy, Ichigo. Yuryu was muttering as he sent another arrow flying at him. He had to fire one back because it was his only move. How was he supposed to do this? Concentrate, that was all he really could do. It seemed like the same pattern between them, dodge and fire. Yuryu wasn't using his toys, he had explained to him. He wondered why. Right, Yuryu didn't want to kill him. He couldn't allow himself to get distracted, not with Yuryu. Although Yuryu wouldn't kill him with the toys, he may just kill him with just his bow and his arrows. He would have to be careful. He felt one of the arrows glaze him and had to hide the wince of pain. It was actually hard to stay concentrated with the pain going through his arm. He was beginning to slow down as Yuryu continued to fire arrow after arrow. He was becoming unable to dodge or reflect the attack at all. Aizen never interfered at all. So maybe the goal of this training was for him to die. No, he couldn't think like that at all. Why didn't Yuryu stop, though? Something odd was happening within his body. He had no clue what it was. Yuryu pushed up his glasses and watched. Well, you are capable of doing Quincy techniques when things become critical. How you could do it without training still is amazing. Fine, your technique needs help, as does your stamina, but that technique saved your life, that is for sure. What you just did is Blut Vene. It is a defensive move and helps the user with durability. It helps to also aid with critical wounds like you have here and will stop severe blood loss. He collapsed on the ground, finally unable to keep his footing. He was breathing heavy. So basically your goal was to try to kill me. What if I wasn't able to do this blue blood bent thing? What didn't make sense was why his hollow didn't interfere at all. If he was close to killing you, I would have stepped in. Very good, now Quincy, you may leave. What about Ichigo? Yuryu was facing Aizen down who had moved towards him. Do you expect him to just keep going on like this? I plan to have him heal. Now run along to your little friends. What about Orihime? Yuryu would of course bring up Orihime. He could feel Aizen's hands on him. The man was kneeling by him. Ichigo, why don't you have Grimjow show you the way once I get you healed? I'm not going to heal you all the way because someone who has a better skill set will do that. The next stage will continue from there. The final one, at least the healing sensation, was making his body hurt less. You could say that. I have picked the battleground. I won't make it easy for you, Ichigo. Aizen wasn't sounding like he always did. Had he thrown the man off by calling him his friend? I didn't expect you to. May I take a guess since you won't tell me? Go ahead. He bit his lip. Is the final stage meant to happen in Karakura? Why else would you send me back there? He felt the healing sensation stop. Had he said something wrong? Jin, what is the report? They are here, and they are taking out our troops. Oh, what happened, Taichi? Ichigo, you're correct. Now you better get out there. Get Grimjow to show you the way. I have my own part to play in this. Things started to set in as Aizen walked away from him. Everyone but him believed the man to be evil. Aizen hadn't tried to stop them from thinking that. Jin had claimed that the man could control illusions. He heard Aizen's words in his mind. Pretend like we are enemies. Now his words now. Aizen was trying to play the role of the villain. He forced himself to his feet. It was a rough effort, but he did it anyway. So Suke, you better not die on me. Aizen turned and smirked at him. Ichigo, I assure you that is not part of my plan at all. I would, however, hurry to Orihime before anyone else figures out anything. Aizen and Jin were heading out of the room. He forced himself to move the opposite way. He had almost forgotten Nell, and her hollow friend was still with them. Ichigo, are you okay? Nell was watching him with concerned eyes. Yeah, perfectly fine. Come on, we don't have time to waste. He picked up Nell. It would make them hurry up after all. Ichigo, you're hurt. Nell, it's fine. Ichigo, what was that about? Yuryu was following him as he navigated through the halls of Los Noches. He knew Yuryu was asking about his words with Aizen. I understand it now, Yuryu. That is all you need to know. Come on, Grimjow is this way. So you don't know the way to Orihime. I can probably figure it out. She is most likely in the hallway where my family was kept when I was here before. Though it is easier to just get Grimjow to show us. So first they had to find Grimjow, then Orihime. He had to act quickly. He began to sprint the best he could with Nell in his arms. He had to hurry, he knew it. When he wanted Grimjow to be roaming the halls, the Espada wasn't doing anything like that. Instead, the Espada had ended up going back to his room. He knew which it was the moment he entered the hallway. He had to put Nell back on the ground to knock on the door. What now? The Espada opened the door growling. He noticed that he only calmed down upon seeing it was him. Oh, Ichigo, what did you want? Care to be a guide, or rather point me in the right direction? Where did Aizen take Orihime exactly? Calling your master by his proper name rather than his first now. He glared at Yuryu as he started on about the master comment again. I don't care. I can show you to her room. Why did his high ass show you? Parts to play stuff like that. Told me to ask you, so here I am. I assuming she is in the same part where my family was being held. Yes, still need me to show you? No, I can handle that myself, Grimjow. So Ichigo, how you get those wounds? I will explain all about this in the end. No, I'll come with you, and you can explain on the way. Care to explain you company too? He sighed as Grimjow went to lead the way. He couldn't get out of this, and he knew it. New training lesson, seeing as I apparently have powers of basically every kind of being. However, this time, I could only use techniques from that type of being. Someone decided to try to kill me. Hey, no hard feelings, Ichigo. You heard your master after all. He would have saved his servant from being killed. Also, why the hell are you complaining? You got healed, you're alive. So Yuryu really was like Ryukin with his teaching methods. He hoped this was the only Yuryu Ishida lesson he would have to have. Grimjow looked confused. So his high-ass really is your master? Grimjow, I'm not in the mood. If you try doing that, you will pay. He is not my master. No, I'm sorry, what did you call him? Your friend. Yuryu, he didn't have to take this treatment. It isn't anyone's business what I consider people. We are wasting time. He stalked forward towards the hallway his family had been kept what seemed so long ago. He noticed the door was open. Damn it. He appeared in the room to see the two girls, or rather the head girl, trying to torture and kill Orihime. What do we have here? Prince Ichigo. Of course, one of Aizen's little followers. He couldn't think of any way better to describe them. He didn't remember their names at all. They just always tried to suck up to Aizen and apparently him as well. Well, Kinya are a miniature version of that bastard. Leave it to his hollow to get a word in as well. The head girl, Loli, bowed her head completely forgetting Oraheim. Ichigo. Oraheim, although she was beaten up, instantly cheered up upon seeing him. How dare you say the prince's name? Loli went to hit Oraheim again. He used Flash Step to grab the girl's hand before it impacted with Oraheim. Good job, you made him mad. He could barely hear Grimjow's voice. Ichigo, you didn't have to protect me. Wait, why are you here? Wait, they are calling you prince. Ichigo, what is going on? If I was you, I would get out of my sight. Who is this girl, prince? Why is she so important to both of you? She gets special treatment and is this little princess in her tower. Come on, Loli, stop it. The other girl, Minoli, was trying to drag Loli out of the room. Why is she so important? You see, she happens to be my friend. I don't take well to people hurting my friends. Go now. Both girls rushed out of the room. I would have beaten them up a little, Grimjow commented as he leaned against the doorway. I'm not you. Ichigo explained to me. Well, we don't have tons of time to explain. His master allowed him to save you. Yuryu, I swear you will pay for those comments. I told you Oraheim wasn't in any danger. Those two are just pissed because she is getting special treatment. Why did they call you prince? He sighed. Why did Aizen have to wipe everyone's minds of his involvement? Why is unimportant? Just know I wouldn't let anyone hurt you, Oraheim. Grimjow, thank you for showing us the way, but now it is better if you go back to your room. Why is that? Because I rather not have to explain things to certain people who may have come to save everyone here. Plus, I still have that part to play for the final stage. Tiskia and his high ass are no fun. Grimjow, should you encounter anyone, don't hurt them. I am not even sure who came. Fine, I won't have any fun. You owe me so many spars. As many as you want, just go. Grimjow went away. What about Nell? Nell looked like she was hesitating to ask. Nell, you're fine. I can explain you better than I could, Grimjow. If I could get to the monitor room, I could figure out more. Really, Aizen has monitors around. Yuryu sounded surprised. He didn't care if they weren't supposed to know this. He wished Jin would have gave more information of who had come here. That would make things so much easier. Did Lord Aizen say you could take the girl out of here? Great, now Ulquiorra appeared. He wasn't there to protect Oraheim, yet here he was now. Yes, you are to stand down, Ulquiorra. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know who is here, would you? He hadn't, depending on Ulquiorra, but he seemed to know his information as well. The trash is all over, taking down whatever Espada they want. The monotone Espada was so much help. Come on, we will find our way so we can meet up with everyone. He might as well try to play the part without playing the part. They needed to meet up with everyone else. Maybe then he could figure out what his part was to play in this. If he was meant to be the hero and Aizen the villain, what did that mean exactly? Ichigo, where are you taking us? Yuryu was keeping up, making sure Oraheim stayed with them rather than getting left behind. We are finding the others, as simple as that. He quickly made his way towards the room where the main fighting was taking place. Great Kenpachi and Byakuya was there, as were Rukia, Rinji, and Chad. The more he viewed the fight, the odder it got. Mayuri Karatsuchi was also there with Nimue. He wanted to groan. He'd rather not go help them fight Yami. Though if it was part of the plan, he couldn't fail Aizen. He used speed to quickly get to Rukia before she was squished. Why make the Espada angry was the question. Ichigo Kurosaki, that is not where you are needed. He had placed Rukia down and was getting ready to fight when Byakuya stopped him. At least the man was using Kurosaki still rather than Shiba. He had tried to use Shiba when he had been in the Soul Society, however he had denied the name. Just where am I needed? You are needed back in Karakura, or have you forgotten? We can take care of things here. Exactly, Kenpachi voiced. Wonderful, the two men were agreeing, which meant hell must be freezing over. With so many people here, that meant he couldn't make a Garganta. Just how was he going to get there anyway? His question was soon answered when Mayuri made a Garganta much like Kisuke had made to get them here. Go, Ichigo Kurosaki, save them. Aizen didn't really plan to do anything to Karakura. It was all a fake, and he knew it. Aizen wouldn't do anything like that, but if he wanted to play a villain, then he wouldn't fail the plan. He would have to play the hero. Captain Unohana ended up going with him. So he didn't really want to leave Hueco Mundo. But he knew he had to enter the final stage of Aizen's training, and that was this battle that he had set up. On their way there, he felt the same smoothing sensation hit him. It was even gentler than Aizen's was. Unohana was healing him as he ran towards Karakura. He might as well play his part well, the concerned hero that was going to go beat the villain. He would take the fight with Aizen seriously. It wasn't just some spar he could half-ass. This spar wasn't just a spar at all. This was a fight, and the final stage of the training. He doubted that Aizen would directly try to kill him, but if he didn't take it seriously, he may end up dead. He could see the opening. He wondered where it would be. It was always a gamble where they would form. He had to stabilize himself the minute he exited the Garganta. They were in midair. He had appeared right behind Aizen. It looked like a fight was actually taking place. Great, everyone took their time to protect him from seeing Aizen's Shurikai. He would glance at Aizen for hints, but the man did not give anything away. Things happened so fast. Aizen and Jin were escaping to the real Karakura, which was now in the Soul Society. He rushed after them before anyone could stop him. He slowed down his pace when he reached them, and the Senkamen closed behind them. Ichigo, once we get there, you are to follow me. Jin, make sure no one interferes. Of course, Captain Aizen. He nodded, but what he was really trying to figure out was how this final stage was set up. None of it made sense at all. The hero and the villain could make sense, but not with everything else. Why did Aizen not just wait for him there instead of battling the others? Why had he brought Aaron cars with him? Maybe Aizen would explain more before the fight, but he doubted it. Most likely, if the man did explain, it would be after the battle. He knew he couldn't lose this battle, he had to win. Upon exiting the Senkamen, it looked like a world disaster had happened. No one was moving. There were people laying in the streets, and they were dead still. Did the Soul Society do this? It was the only thing that explained anything. If they went and killed everyone in Karakura, they were going to have a problem. Sure, he had seen his father in the battle with Aizen, but his sisters weren't there, meaning they were here. His hands balled into fists. Yes, Ichigo, they did this. They will pay for doing this. I don't want to play some hero to them, not when they do things like this. They both knew more than what they were saying, but the sane part of his mind was sinking, and the more hollow part was coming out. Aizen had combined him and his hollow, so he couldn't exactly fight it anymore. He couldn't think logically after what he had saw. They split up at that moment, Aizen taking him towards the mountains and Jin staying behind. Ichigo, don't let anger take over. Keep a calm, cool head for this. You can go get your revenge should you want to after this. Pass the final stage first before you do anything. The minute they got to the mountains, that was when Aizen fired his first Kido. This wasn't some test where he guessed which Kido was which. This was a battle. He quickly jumped back to avoid the Kido instead of wasting time and energy to create a barrier. The rules of this fight are simple. Your goal is to try to win. You may use any technique you want in order to do such. He lunged at the man with his Zanpakuto, a block. Aizen was extreme hard to get an attack on, but he was keeping up with the man blocking his attacks as well. That was how it was. They would both attack, dodge, and block each other. Aizen, he noticed, depended more so on his Kido rather than using his Zanpakuto. Perhaps that was because his Zanpakuto used illusions like Jin had told him. However, watching the attacks those damn people of the Soul Society try to land on Aizen, it looked like Aizen was using illusions to help him. The man never used illusions with him. He needed to increase his strength. He didn't want to let the hollow out, but it was looking like he would need to. Slay Zangetsu. The same red and black energy formed around him as the hollow clawed to the surface. This time he didn't see the hollow in the skyscraper setting, though he knew he was there. He had sent a Getsuga Tensho at Aizen during the sword release. So you relay on your hollow form to fight now. Had Aizen planned it this way? Had he made a mistake? I've noticed that you hardly relay on your Zanpakuto. Instead, your tactic is simple. You distract with your Zanpakuto and then fire Kidos. He got a few attacks and thanks to his hollow side. However, it was then that he heard the incantation. Aizen wasn't exactly trying to hide it at all. He lunged towards him. He needed to stop the incantation before Aizen could finish it. If he didn't, he might be in trouble. This Kido had the power to kill certain opponents if they were caught in the black coffin. No, Aizen had survived it, but he couldn't lose that much power getting trapped in it. He noticed that regardless that he was in this form, the Quincy charm still hung loosely around his wrist. He hopped back and drew the arrow and shot. Aizen continued to chant the incantation before he all but yelled, Hado number 90 Kurohitsuji. He wasn't fast enough to avoid the edge of the black coffin sealing him up. Think Ichigo, how did he survive this? That was it, the Quincy technique that Yuryu told him about, blue blunt or whatever. He concentrated on defense rather than power. It was the only way he would survive this. No, he had to slice it before it could close. His hollow had taken to firing a zero by itself. The black coffin did not budge. Shit, the zero didn't work. Defense would kick in if he didn't get his strength up, that was it. He took control of his body again and concentrated on this attack, breaking the coffin. As the coffin sealed and the true attack was about to happen, he burst out of the black coffin. He was covered in the same tiny wounds that Aizen had been, but the blood did not flow down. Hado number 90 Kurohitsuji. He would mimic Aizen's attack, see how he liked it. The coffin burst open. He sent a few arrows towards the man. He had no clue when this match had become a death match, but that was what it was beginning to look like. That was when he began to feel extremely weird. Aizen was at a medium range from him, yet he had to be doing something. It felt like he couldn't breathe. The hollow form faded from around him. He still had the mask fragment under his eye. His hair had become a little longer, but beside that, nothing else had changed. That was when the pain hit him. Aizen was in front of him, his hand outstretched. He couldn't get air, but he forced screams of pain out. He couldn't move. What was going on? The anger hit him again, full forced. That was when the light surrounded him. When it faded, he began to pant heavily. What was that? Aizen was in the same state he was. The man had gone to his knees at some point and now was panting. He didn't understand it. Kisuke had appeared and was coming towards Aizen. Good job, Ichigo, you did it. He rushed up to get in front of Aizen before Kisuke could do anything. He was glad he had his Zanpakuto again. No, Kisuke, I am not going to let you do anything to him. He deserves to pay for all he did. He was going to destroy Karakura. No, I have told you before that I believe you were the evil one in all of this, and turns out all of this was the truth. He is not evil. Ichigo. Aizen's tone was warning, although it was low. No. Ichigo, he tried to kill you. Kisuke looked like he was trying to talk sense into him. He couldn't help the crazed laugh that left his lips. It sounded more like it belonged to his hollow than to him. It sounded completely out of place. So did you. In fact, you would have killed me if Grimmjow wouldn't have been there. The revenge was hitting him full on. He couldn't trust Kisuke. He lunged at Kisuke despite his body complaining at him. Ichigo, do you even see what you are doing? What about all of the moments? Kisuke was trying to guard against him, but he noticed that the shopkeeper wasn't fighting at full strength. What moments? I know where I stand in this. Ichigo openly defending that man. Aizen could defend himself. He knew it, but the revenge had taken over and his sanity had left. He had no clue what was happening. He just used his Zanpakuto to attack Kisuke in every area he left unguarded. Fight me seriously then. Ichigo, you're in no condition to. He slashed at Kisuke, actually getting a hit in this time. He isn't the bad guy at all. Why had Aizen wanted to play the hero versus the villain? It made no sense. Why had he painted himself as the perfect villain? Yet he could see that the man had a caring side to him. The man always was surprised when he had referred to seeing himself in him or calling him a friend. Aizen wasn't the bad guy. No one understood him except him. That had been it all along. Aizen said nothing, he was just watching. He knew it. His part of playing the hero was over. He would no longer pretend like the Soul Society was the good in this. So you're going to willingly defend the guy who threatened to destroy this town. He looked at Kisuke. It was a bluff, and yes, that was when his Vison became black. He began to panic as he tried to fight the sea of darkness. What was going on? Had Kisuke done something to him? Or was it someone else? He opened his eyes to see that someone was over him. It didn't take him long before he realized that Jin was over him. Good, you're awake, Ichi. Where is Sosuke? He instantly became in a panic when he didn't see the man. He sat up quickly and looked around despite his head spinning. Jin sighed. Calm down, Ichi. He noticed that Aizen was a little ways from them, except he couldn't make out what was happening. Ta explained, basically Captain Aizen's plan backfired on him. He wasn't expecting you to defend him like you did. The plan, he didn't care about it. He needed to go to Aizen. He tried to get up, but Jin stopped him. Ichi, I can't let you do that. Jin, just let me go. Jin was making sure he stayed on the ground rather than getting up. For a kid who just got knocked out, you're still scary. I guess anyone trained in the way you were would be. The revenge may not fade, but the Soul Society really aren't the bad people. No one is dead, I promise. They are all just sleeping when the Soul Society moved this place here. They were just sleeping? Why was Jin trying to save the Soul Society? He couldn't struggle out from under Jin's grip regardless. Then he realized that another person had been added. Ranjiku was holding on to him as well. Where did she come from? Ichigo, what Jin is saying is true. Jin, why is she here? She followed me here. He groaned. He wasn't going to be able to save Aizen if they both were holding him down, because he couldn't hurt Jin. You're not going to let me go to him, are you? Ichigo, I don't understand why you would want to save him. After everything he did, Ranjiku wouldn't understand. He sighed. It is just who I am. He saved me, so I originally started this because I owed him that much. I know that he did terrible things, and normally I wouldn't be able to overlook them, though it wasn't like he ever tried to hurt me or anyone I cared about. Then I guess I bonded with him, and I just know that he was bluffing with this whole phase of his plan. I guess I just understand. Then he realized he could do something. It looked like Aizen was being led away. He could still save him. He overpowered both of the people holding him down and flash-stepped towards Aizen. Where are you taking him? Back to Central 46. He is a criminal, Ichigo. Unless you want to go with him, I would stand back. Actually, that is perfect. Thanks for offering, Kisuk. Kisuk looked surprised. Ichigo, you don't understand, they will. He knew he had to do it, and he knew exactly how he could save Aizen. I know what I am doing. Just take me along, Kisuk. He fell into step. Ichigo. I didn't say you could talk, Aizen. So Suke, it's fine, I know exactly what I am doing. He had no clue if this would work, but he had to try the civil route first. If not, he had an inner hollow that would love to come out and cause some chaos. Who would have ever thought he would just be trusting the hollow that much? Perhaps it was because the need for revenge over the soul society was still in his system. He had no clue, but his new goal wasn't to just not fail Aizen, but now he had to save Aizen by any means necessary. The crime list was being called out. He knew most of the crimes, but hearing it called out was starting to make him think he couldn't do this. No, he had to do this. He stood next to Aizen, who had been bound in some chair after being deemed as dangerous. That was when he was addressed. Just why would a boy want to protect him? Aren't you the same boy who fought against him? The same boy who was going to have his town destroyed? He could hear mutters around the chamber, the same place he had been trained. There is much more to the story. Very well, approach. State your name and tell your story. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. However, Kurosaki is my mother's last name and not my father's. My father's last name is Shiba. He could hear mutters going around the room. Order, the man's voice called out. He couldn't tell just where the man was sitting at all. I have no rank within the Soul Society, however, I have been given a substitute Shinigami badge. Going on this was all a ploy, not anything done in malice. Why would you say a thing? Does the lives he took not count? This might be harder than he expected. The lives do count, don't get me wrong. This man isn't evil, however. That is what I am trying to say. He would not have destroyed Karakura. That was a bluff, merely part of my training session. Ichigo, just stop trying to defending me. You're a better fighter than a negotiator. Silence. Aizen's words hit him. That was probably right. If he did fail, what could happen? He lost Aizen, or worst, he got thrown in with Aizen. Jin wasn't even here. It was just the two of them facing off to Central 46. The question remains why one of the nobles would decide to protect a criminal, a traitor at that. He swallowed. Here went nothing. He would have to come up with a good enough lie that was true enough. They had called him a noble after all. It is because everything Sosuke Aizen did was to either prepare or protect me. I might not have been raised in the Soul Society. I might not know every aspect of my family, but I do know that this man isn't the villain here. He was simply the only playing the villain. You go by the name of Shiba, but do you have any proof to indicate who you are? That was different voice. My father's name is Isshin Shiba. He was once captain of the 10th Squad. The head of the Shiba clan, the true head. You're his son. He could heard the mutter of another voice. Correct. Silence. Why would the rightful heir to the Shiba clan protect a criminal? As I have stated, he isn't the villain. If that was true, he wouldn't have committed mass murder. Do you believe that is correct? Actually, he could see why Aizen would do it, but he couldn't say that. He had to figure out what Aizen would do in this situation. That part is simple. There is another party in charge. Give me 3 days, and I will prove everything. So you believe we are fools? There is no way you can prove his innocence, one man shouted at him. Ichigo Shiba, you have 3 days to prove his innocence. You will be watched at all time, as will Sosuke Aizen. The terms to this 3 days is that although he will not be imprisoned and will be allowed to leave this chamber, however, neither of you are allowed to leave the Soul Society. You have 3 days. You must present your findings, or both of you will face full punishment. Unstrap the prisoner. Someone whose face was masked unstrapped Aizen from the chair. Together, they left the chamber. Idiot. You are an idiot, Ichigo. You realize that you are facing my punishment now too. 10,000 years, Ichigo. You are aware of this, right? Did I mention you are an idiot? So Aizen wasn't as grateful as he thought he should be. Sosuke, I am aware, but I did just get you 3 days. No one had followed them at all, which he wasn't sure if that was good or a very bad thing. You have no experience with this, and I am surprised that yes, you got 3 days, but the cost is not good. Aizen's voice dropped to a whisper. What makes you think that you can clear me anyways? Although I have never faced things like this, you're right, I am a better fighter than a negotiator. That is why we are going to make them see it in those 3 days. Why did you commit mass murder anyways? I haven't figured it out. He made sure to keep his voice low as they walked. Aizen didn't answer him. He sighed. Let me guess then. It was simply to assure payback for what they did to your family. Am I right? You can't prove anything, meaning if we go back and you admit to it, they might just let you off. Aizen was worried about him. He could see it in the way he spoke. No, I got myself in this. I meant what I said. I wasn't going to leave you. That is the truth in this. I will figure something out. Being by Aizen now was different than before. Something was different. That was when he felt the smooth object against his skin. He hadn't felt it before because he had been too concerned about Aizen. Maybe the How was right in front of him. He was exhausted from the battle with Aizen, but he extended his senses out to see if anyone was watching. No one at all. It was like there was no one around them at all. We don't have long. Do you even have a plan at all? If I said yes, would you believe me? I would wonder, but I don't know. Tell me, how do you plan to prove that I am innocent of everything? They won't believe that I was protecting you for every charge against me, and you know it. Then you better start helping me. You're the one that came up with this plan in the first place. Why the hero and the villain act? Well, my original plan might have got sidetracked. I still can't see why or how you see yourself in me. You're not a bad person. People expect you to be bad most likely because you don't fit in. For me, the thing that made me not fit in was my hair. People always thought I was a certain type of person because of it, so I had to work extra hard to prove them wrong. The difference between us is simple. When this first happened to you, you had no one to help you get through it. If I didn't have people who tried to be close to me, I may have turned out different. For you, I am guessing it is one of two things, maybe both. Your massive spiritual pressure, though I guess I could say I also have that, as people keep calling me scary. Also, your intelligence level. He hated to sound like this, but Aizen had asked. Aizen was staring at him. When did you become able to read me? You're not that hard to read, Sosuke. I mean, sure, at times you are. Those are the times I refer to you as closing yourself off. I can tell that you feel like I am the only one that can understand you. We are so similar. We have difference, but it is because of how things ended up in life. That is why I believe I can save you. Plus, Jin gave me a clue on something back after I blacked out. He stated that your plan backfired, that you weren't expecting me to defend you. Something like that. Though Jin doesn't fully understand. We don't have time to explain anything. You probably have figured you have the Hogyoku. I would like you to come with me. Of course, but don't you want the orb back? No, you keep it on you at all times. If I was to take it back now and do this, things with you might be unwritten. He was confused. Think of it as the butterfly effect. Might as well use it one more time to change some things, or rather plant some evidence. None of what Aizen was saying was making sense at all. He followed Aizen regardless. To explain, I used the Hogyoku once before. The future was much different. That was why you were telling me to play my part as the hero. Your plan must have been to change a few things. You could say that. Then it started to make sense. The hero and villain act, the events, the surprise in certain parts. May I ask what you wanted to change? Aizen was quiet before he muttered the words. It would change how you saw me if you knew. He sighed. You went in time to change me, right? Let me guess, the event that you changed that changed everything was saving me. Kisuk saved me before, didn't he? That is why you were always surprised when I compared myself to you. That is why you were surprised when I referred to you as my friend in front of Yuryu. Why you were surprised when I defended you. You thought that one day I would snap out of it and we would be enemies again. You left me plenty of hints. If we encounter anyone, we are enemies. If we go back in time to change the mass murder of Central 46, or rather plot evidence, wouldn't that change everything too? Probably, but I am not sure what it will change. Do you really think the same of me after knowing? He nodded. So Suke, I meant everything I said. I know things from this reality. I don't know how things were, but the way I see it. You came back to change things. So what if you tried to change things for the worst? So I would be on your side rather than Kisuk's or the Soul Society. The person I was in the other reality, it isn't me. This is who I am. I can see who you are as well. You aren't some evil person. You aren't the villain. Not really. You are misunderstood, lonely. You just wanted someone who could be equal to you. Everyone should have someone. I told you that before. You must think of me as something to bring this topic up and to even think about going to change things again. You care about what happens to me. So what are you going to change this time? We can't change big events like the murder. It is set in stone from the way I can tell. Aizen wasn't sure. He had never seen the man hesitate or pause his speech. The man always knew what he was saying or doing. What if we could? There has to be some sort of event that, if changed, would change the murder of Central 46. Isn't this how that would work? Before you stated that you wished that I could have been there at a certain time. Ichigo, that really isn't the problem here. That is not an appropriate timeline you can enter anyways. How this works is you can only go back to events that you yourself were alive to witness. Unless you are older than I believed you to be, then there is no way you could have been around when I was younger. Aizen had actually looked and sounded surprised that he had brought that up. He sighed, trying to figure out a moment they could both go back to. Well, then what moment do you want to go back to? He realized at that moment that he really didn't know the man who he was with. He knew the moments that he had experienced with him, and he knew the moments that the video had shown to him, but that was about all. Another thing hit him: why was no one around them? I could always make myself known in your timeline ahead of the saving moment. But the moment we met was the most critical moment that could have been done. How about we don't change anything from this timeline? Just when did you kill the chamber? A few days before I rescued you. What? At least Aizen was being truthful with him. Then why don't we just go to the day or so before that? Do the same method, but include a little evidence to frame someone else. Also, why is no one following us? That answer is simpler. We are being hidden in a spot of time, thus making us both invisible. He couldn't stop himself as he blurted out the rest. So you're using your shurikai to make them imagine that they are actually seeing us when they aren't. Aizen nodded. I don't remember telling you my shurikai, but I suppose Jin told you that piece of information. We will, I suppose, go with your destination as you have the Hogyoku. When I drop the space gap, you must focus on going back. But how can I when I wasn't there? Aizen's hand grasped the Hogyoku once he pulled it out to look at the orb. Depend on me for that. Now concentrate. He thought he could hear something pop around him. He couldn't fail Aizen. He concentrated on that moment, trying to find Aizen's memory of the moment. He didn't have time to ask any questions. It felt like they were falling. Aizen kept a tight grip on him with one of his hands when his other held on to the Hogyoku. He hoped he had done the right thing. It felt like the sea of blackness was starting to grip onto him. Blackness. There was no pain, just blackness. Perhaps he had done it wrong. He could no longer feel anything at all around him. It was just like he was floating in the sea of blackness. That was when the tiny droplets started to ripple around him. He saw each memory that he had formed go backwards around him. He saw Rukia running from Rinji and Byakuya. He reached out towards her. He knew the truth now, but it didn't change how he felt. No, that was the wrong moment. He needed to go further back. He wished that Aizen would have gave him warning before he dropped the space gap, or whatever. He hadn't even got to ask how this would work. What if it backfired? Sure, the man had already used the Hogyoku or the orb or whatever it was to travel back to change events so that he could be his savior. Though how did this work for him? What if he messed up? No, he couldn't doubt himself. He had to believe that they would go to right time and place. That was when the ripples became much bigger and it felt like he was drowning. That was when he felt ground under him. His whole body ached. He let out a groan before he even opened his eyes to see where he was. Aizen should have gave him instructions. He could feel a very physical body next to him. His eyes shot open to see that the man was lying next to him. They were both collapsed on the ground of some room. He couldn't tell for sure as he had never been there before. The room was fairly simple, but it was far from being modern. He noticed that the man looked like he did when he had first seen him. So did that mean this had worked? The Hogyoku was pulsing in between them. Both of their hands were still resting on the orb. Was the man okay? He didn't look like he was even breathing. Yet he was hesitant to touch the man. What if he was hurt? He pulled himself into a sitting position and slowly took Aizen's hand off the Hogyoku. The moment he touched Aizen's hand, however, there was a spark that made his whole body jump. The man sat up coughing. Well, it looks like we are back in the Soul Society. He groaned at Aizen's words. This was the last place he wanted to be. So how exactly will this work? If you have forgotten, I would have normally been in Karakura town at the point in time we went back to. Aizen was looking at him. He didn't know if he liked the way the man was watching over him. Come here, Ichigo. We're going to make some minor changes to make sure no one would know it is you. He hesitated before moving towards the man. At least the mask fragment is gone and your hair is longer that we can defiantly work with. The color, however. We are not dyeing my hair. I have thought about it to make people stop going on about my hair, but no, we aren't. He was shaking his head. That wasn't what I was going to say. Actually, we could make it white or a variation of the two. Why was Aizen so concerned about his hair anyways? He hardly had any time to think of why before Aizen's hands were going through his hair. He couldn't help but make faces at the pulling pain. Why do I have to change my hair? Would you like to be accused of murder? The reason for coming back was to plant evidence against someone else. We don't need you being accused of the crime. Now the question is, who should we frame? It was your idea after all. Aizen jerked at his hair again. Right, it had been his plan to frame someone. Why not that creepy captain? Kuratsuchi? That actually could be a wonderful person to frame. He would have every reason to plan to kill them. I actually would love to get my hands on some of his research actually. Aizen was still jerking on his hair. He tried to pull away, but Aizen had a hold of him to keep him still. So we need to think of what we will use to plant him as the culprit. Something hidden for only you to find when using those 3 days. Then we need to figure out an alias for you should anyone ask. Aizen was thinking about this too much. Well, it was probably better to do things his way to make sure he wasn't framed as the person who killed Central 46. He didn't blame Aizen at all. He tried to think of any names, but he didn't understand why he couldn't just go by his name. Aizen had stopped pulling on his hair at least. He tried to pull away from the man, but he felt the pain in his hair again. Stop messing with my hair, it is fine. Leave some spike in it, would ya? Stop pulling away then. This isn't going to be easy, but hopefully no one will ask your name. I don't see why it can't be something close to your name. Koichi perhaps. Sure, why not, since I know you will feel better if I had a name backup to fall back on. What one of my 2 last names am I using? Neither. Shiba you may not even mention. Do you understand me? Kurosaki isn't much better either, as that is your actual name that you use. Why was this so complicated? Aizen had removed his grip from him. Anyways, go look at yourself and tell me what you think. He was hesitant, but he forced himself to stand, making sure to put the orb back in place just in case. It wasn't like he didn't trust Aizen with the orb. He just didn't know what would happen if Aizen held it again. Wait, it didn't make sense. Why did he have to take the one out of Rukia? How did it originally get there in the first place? His eyes went wide as he looked at his reflection. Light brown wavy hair had replaced his orange spiky hair. This better not be permanent. Just because I thought about it doesn't mean I would have ever changed my hair. It will fade, promise. You better not be losing that Hogyoku. Something doesn't make sense. To make the explanation easy, when someone stays in a timeline too long, some objects begin to fade, such as the Hogyoku. Kisuke was the one who put the Hogyoku within Rukia in the first place. He didn't want to know anymore. He couldn't afford to let his anger get the better of him. He nodded as a sign to understand he got it. So, care to tell me just how many days before you commit mass murder normally? I'll get back on you for that. You still didn't tell me a last name to use. Use mine if you would like. Normally, it is downright impossible to find family members within the Soul Society unless they die together or if you are from a noble family. Fine, I'll use yours because I am hopeless when it comes to trying to figure out names. Hopefully no one asked him anything, but Aizen had a point in making sure to cover all the basics. Everyone had a name after all. How are you going to explain my relation to you anyways? Why don't we use cousins? Feel free to use your story to feel in the details. Aizen had went to move towards the door. I guess I can do that, seeing as I keep finding cousins that I have as of late. So it won't be that hard on me. Now shall we go see what day we landed in? He nodded. The Soul Society looked the same as he had last seen it. He wasn't exactly sure where he was, but he would just have to depend on Aizen to keep him on the right track. Captain Aizen, a girl was waving madly at Aizen. Oh, hello, Momo. Good morning. Momo smiled at both of them. Although she was trying to place who he could tell. Momo, allow me to introduce one of our newest recruits who just so happens to actually be related to me. Koichi, this is she would be your lieutenant as well. This is Lieutenant Hinamori. No need to be so formal at all. You can call me Momo. The girl was smiling at him, which meant he had to force himself to smile back. He could smile, it just wasn't something he did all the time. The girl in a way reminded him of Orihime. He just didn't know why. Wasn't this the same girl who Aizen had stabbed? All right, if you insist, Momo. It is nice to meet you. Likewise. How did you say you two were related again? Koichi is my cousin. Aizen was saying more, but he really didn't think he needed to listen to every detail of the conversation. He might as well allow Aizen to do most of the talking. After all, he wasn't that good at making up lies. It was a part just like the hero, but this he wasn't exactly that comfortable with. He'd rather not make friends with anyone here because it was the Soul Society. Nice seeing you, Koichi. Momo was waving as Aizen guided him away. Nice to see you too. Aizen waited until they had cleared the barracks to fill him in. 2 days exactly before the event, meaning we have 2 days to find some sort of object to plant at the scene. You don't look like you're comfortable. You are. You know that before you made friends with basically everyone here. You fought someone, and you ended up becoming friends or allies with them. You really shouldn't feel uncomfortable here. Think of this place as being that place. How can you feel like that when they did those horrible things? He was keeping his voice down as he walked beside Aizen. The bastard must have lied about that. Leave it to his hollow to get a word in against Aizen. He didn't want to doubt the man at all, but what did he really know about the man? It is all about playing the part. Hopefully we don't have to stay that long at all. Why did you do it exactly? Not the right time or place to discuss that, and you know it. Aizen was keeping his voice down as they walked past multiple people. No one even gave him a second glance at all. He didn't know if he liked the silence at all. Right, Aizen had a part to play, and it wasn't a villain this time. He had never seen Aizen outside of the training ground, so he had no clue how he acted then. Was this really how the man had acted to others? The walk around the Soul Society was fairly boring. Aizen would smile or nod his head at certain people. He had to wonder which side of the man was the real side. No, he couldn't think too much about it. They ended up back in the room after the short trip. Ichigo, you should get a little rest. I'll handle the planting of the evidence. Then we can get out of here before the 2 days are even over. Don't I need to be with you? No. Just know that you will be able to sense the man when you go to find the evidence. You can't know what it is until you get there. Get some rest, you will need your strength after all. He sighed. You better know what you are doing. Ichigo, you don't have to worry at all. Will Momo be okay? I didn't hit anything vital at all. She will recover. Why so concerned about her all of a sudden? She seemed nice actually. How will you explain about stabbing her? Simple, it was to protect her. Now get some rest. We will try to leave as soon as possible. Aizen didn't leave. In fact, the man looked like he was making sure he actually did get some rest. He settled down into the bed after discarding his Zanpakuto against the wall. He might as well try to get rest. His body was still sore from the trip and the battle, so it would probably do him some good. He had no clue what Aizen had done or what time it was. But when he woke up, Aizen was sitting in a different position compared to where he had been when he had fallen asleep. Do you feel any better? The man's voice reached his ears as he forced himself to sit up the best he could. He stretched and yawned. Yeah, actually I do. So I guess it is time to go back. Yeah, as we do only have 3 days for you to get me off the line. Before we go back, can you answer why you did everything? Ichigo, I'm sure you could figure that much out. Come on, we are running on a time limit now, as I rather not have to wait to get another Hogyoku to go back. Also, I have found that looking more into the past is helpful information. What did that mean? He had taken the Hogyoku out and was rotating it in his hands. What had Aizen meant? Think about returning. His mind instantly thought about returning back to the time frame he knew. Aizen grabbed him, and the same falling sensation hit him. This time ripples did not show around him. Instead, he landed with a very rough bump. Aizen was pocketing the Hogyoka this time. It was odd to have jolted back to the same spot that they had left from. He couldn't believe it. Aizen's words repeated in his mind again. What did he mean? Come on, let's get this over with, he got out under his breath. He wished that Aizen would have told him what he had hid. He walked back towards the chamber's meeting ground. It felt odd to be in there again. No one questioned why he was back as he walked through the gate. Have you given up already, Ichigo Shiba? He was hoping his hair had gone back to normal. Aizen hadn't said anything about his hair. Actually, no. I request permission to see just where the murder was committed as well as the records. I need to inspect all sources before I tell you anything. Lead him to the records first. Sosuke Aizen must stay here, however. Go ahead, Ichigo. He didn't know if Aizen could stay quiet and not piss off Central 46. Well, he should at least be able to keep a calm head knowing that if he added to the sentence that he wasn't the only one suffering anymore. He had to concentrate to see if he could find Aizen's planted evidence when they went towards the records room. Normally, non-central members aren't allowed within this room, but we do make exceptions to people of noble blood. I will give you privacy, but I will be able to detect through the door if you are doing anything. Of course, thank you. The man turned, and the moment he disappeared through the door, it shut behind him. Right now, he needed to find Aizen's record. To his amazement, it was missing. Why did Aizen give him that piece of a hint if he knew it was missing? Unless someone really had taken it. He extended himself to see if he could find anything that reminded him of Aizen. That was when he was drawn to a certain file. He plucked it from the case and opened it. Was this what he needed all along? He knocked on the door. Ready already? The man opened the door. He had just closed the record book and was holding it against his chest. Yes, I have found the information I need. To present my case, I need to take it out of this room. Go ahead. Now you wanted to see where the murder took place. He nodded. He extended himself to see if he could find a different spiritual pressure. He knew Aizen would have masked his most likely. The man wasn't dumb at all. He walked towards a spot he was very familiar with. What's this? He picked up a piece of paper that was dyed purple. He didn't smell it or look at it in any way. He just knew this was what he needed. He knew everyone in the meeting chamber was watching him as he went towards the center again and faced the members of Central 46. Approach and bring what is in your hand. This spiritual pressure does not match Sosuke Aizen's. He did as the main voice told him to do. The room was silent. You are right. So what are you saying? The mass murder of the last Central 46 was a task to frame. He admitted to it. He may have done that, but I have reason to believe there was either blackmail or a threat. This is why I have this book. I'm not sure if anyone has looked through the records recently, but you may find that one very important record is missing, and that would be a record for Sosuke Aizen. That is the first thing anyone would notice if looking for a record for this man. However, I found this record. I would like you to look at this page. He opened the book to one of the most interesting pages in the record book. He actually wished that Aizen had told him, because he knew that the man knew. As you can see, there is plenty of blackmail material anyone can use. To make it simple, certain aspects of his crime list was to protect me over all the others was because he was simply being manipulated and being a pawn to someone else. Some aspects are still not explained. Why would he stab his lieutenant? Simple. He cared about her safety in the long run, and the only way to ensure she saw nothing out of the normal, he had to stab her. She is still alive, meaning there was no need to kill her. The betrayal of the Soul Society, then what about the war? That is also simple to explain. He isn't the villain, but he was simply trying to play the villain. Tell me, when you see someone who is different than you, how do you react? People stick out, be it by spiritual pressure or intelligence level, or even hair color. Sometimes people begin to think that a certain person is something they aren't. I am aware that a lot of other people in the Soul Society had a genius-level intelligence, one of them being my own cousin Kain Shiba. However, he was playing a villain to not only protect me in the long run, but the blackmail could have come in here. Doesn't everyone want a scapegoat? Are you saying the owner of this was the mastermind behind everything? Correct. Every crime Sosuke Aizen committed has a way to explain it. Also, if you look at that record book, you can see the perfect blackmail. I know I could. The only problem, Sosuke Aizen did have a record. It was there. Every captain must be overlooked by the chamber. He heard the female voice. How do we know he didn't take it? Another male voice voiced. The owner of that piece must have it. If I am correct, I would guess that the records don't match. Go bring Mayuri Kuratsuchi into custody. I have heard enough. You two are free to go for now. You will be alerted as to the verdict. Keep in mind you are only going free because of this boy. Aizen actually kept his mouth closed for once as they made their way out of the meeting chamber and out into the Siriidi. How did you find that record? Aizen was watching him as they walked. I was looking for your spiritual pressure. Why would you not tell me about that? Would you have listened if I had? Would he have? He shrugged. To be honest, I don't know. Are they still alive? What I told you wasn't exactly a lie if that is what you were thinking. The people who took me in did die. I'm not sure of the others. They are most likely dead. So are you going to keep this a secret or make it publicly known? I don't think that is in my hands anymore, and you know it. It got you an out, didn't it? Aizen was silent until they reached the gate that lead out to Rukon. He hadn't even realized they were going towards the gate. That piece of evidence you found wasn't what I had planted. Aizen's voice was soft. He stopped walking and watched the man. Then are you saying he actually did go there? Did we change? From what I could tell without actually looking at that device, it had some type of poison in it. So had he really found something that got overlooked by everyone? Aizen was actually serious. He could tell the surprise that was in his brown eyes. He wouldn't lie about this. Why are we in Rukon anyways? Privacy mostly, but I might as well show you some sights. Did you take your own record, or was it someone else? No. The record was hard to make. Why would I take it? Also, you actually did make a very good case for me. So perhaps I was wrong that you couldn't do that. Things still didn't make sense. Who had the record if Aizen didn't steal his own record back? Lots of things were left unsaid. Aizen was guiding him through the Rukon district, making notes about certain places. He noticed that they were going past one of those arm houses again. That was that branch of cousins Ichigo. Do you want to see the actual house? He decided to nod as they went back towards the Siriidi. It took some walking, but that was when they came to an estate much like the one Byakuya had, but it had different aspects to it. This one looked like no one had lived there for decades at least. They entered the house without having to force an entry at all. There was 3 brothers that once lived in this house along with their parents. The oldest brother decided to go his own way long ago and take a wife that lived in Rukon. The Shiba family nor the Siriidi never heard from that brother ever again. That left 2 brothers. You and my father. Aizen nodded. Your father is my younger brother. I was sent away from this place. To this day, I still don't understand. With me gone, your father became the true head of the Shiba clan. This place has seen better days, that is for sure. So, is that why the cousins I know live in Rukon rather than here? Yeah. When the oldest of us left on his own, he basically wanted nothing to do with the clan. What about you? Wouldn't you be the rightful head? No. Actually, that would be you now. Seeing as I was sent away from the place and had to find my way back from Rukon. Your father deserted the post, meaning you are the only one who are capable of being the head. Wouldn't I be incapable because of my mother's side? Stop trying to read so much into it. I'm still human though. I don't belong here. I have no place here. What about Los Noches? You don't want to go back to Karakura, yet you go on about how you are still human. You make no sense half the time, Ichigo. You do realize that. That was when he remembered what Aizen had done by the mountains. What did you do by the mountains during the final stage? What I failed, you mean? Opening a way to the Soul Palace. Something is off. I've always known it. I truly started thinking when I was thrown out of this place. If anyone can do it, you can. I died, didn't I? It was either that or the backfire element meant perhaps you connected us somehow. Don't mind Jin. He doesn't really know what is going on. Jin and Ranjaku was holding me down after I blacked out. I blacked out. That isn't normal. Aizen sighed. You weren't supposed to, but I suppose it is correct to assume that your human life is over.